study animation. I pass on what I learn, you know, to students, and I keep connected, even though we're in a tiny little niche. I still keep in touch with people in the industry, and I have students from all over the world that come here, and you know, so we keep connected, and yeah, I just find it really rewarding.
What do you think a student who attends an animation course, like how do they benefit from taking a course at a college level versus trying to learn on their own at home through YouTube or whatever?
Oh, it's the guided experience. You know, you can definitely do things on your own too, and you know, but it's about sharing ideas and having somebody that can help to pass on their experience. You know, there's lots of things that I struggle with too, and you know, we're always looking for ways to overcome, you know, things that we might have difficulty with. And when you get together with other students that have the same goals that you have, you're tapping into not only an instructor in that experience, but you're in that studio type environment.
Yeah, I agree. I found for myself as a student, what I learned in terms of animation skills really didn't kick in until after college, but the importance of who I met, who I worked with as like fellow students, would benefit me through my career. It's very funny to be like 20 plus years out and you're emailing a fellow student who has a job opportunity for you. Colleges now, because you and I both went to Sheridan, we were on paper and drawing on paper and stuff. And just shortly after my term at Sheridan, they switched everything to the digital tools. How important do you think the traditional techniques are and using them with the digital tools?
Oh, having a solid traditional foundation is the key, I think, to becoming a good animator. Knowing how to draw really well and being able to apply that digitally is you know, that's tricky business. So like drawing in your sketchbooks and that sort of business really helps. Toon Boom offers some really great tools that allows you to simulate the experience of animating on paper using a paperless tool. So I'm quite impressed with the ability to flip. In order to animate well, you need to have the ability to act and you put that all together. And so having the tools that are available to you is one thing, but when you're working with people in the classroom and being able to do action analysis live,
Yeah.
that's all really important.
Why did we choose this? Because it's maddening.
I love it.
I know.
You know, I think life is challenging in general,
Yeah.
but you know, I feel very fortunate to be able to, you know, get up and have the opportunity to work on something that requires us to study life.
So yes, Ricky, all of that technology is super cool, and doing animation is super cool. It's a passion. You get into it because you love it. But animation can only exist if we have a story to tell. And we need to get to that point today. Do not underestimate the value of brainstorming. This is where you sit around and you just come up with ideas. The more ideas, the better. And this process is most enjoyable in a group of people where you can feed off of each other's energy. Today, I'm by myself, so this process becomes more of an inner monologue in my own mind of ideas. What if aliens were made of Martians? A kung fu pigeon saves Santa. Earthworms go to Mars. A bear wants to be Bob Ross. They're watching me. Yeah, bears. Also, if your writing isn't the best, like me, Then draw sketches of your story ideas. Anything goes. There is a sort of formula to how a lot of stories are put together. Oftentimes, it's represented by a chart that looks just like this. Exposition, conflict, and then we move on to the rising action, then the climax, then the falling action, and finally, the resolution. I know, boring, right? That's why I failed English twice. None of this stuff ever made sense to me until I got into animation. We're gonna start to write our story for the animated short, A Good Day to Draw, starring Barry the Bear. Let's begin with our outline. Since our main character is a bear, it just makes sense to put him in a wilderness environment. So for our outline, let's just make a note here, outline. We'll go ahead and we'll write down wilderness environment. Now we need Barry the Bear to be doing something pertinent to what this TV show is all about. Let's have him being creative. So he'll be sitting there drawing. So he's sitting and drawing a picture. Now we need a conflict. Something has to happen to make this a little bit interesting. So let's have his pencil break. So his pencil breaks, and that can be the start of our rising action. Further to that, let's have another interruption happen where maybe he hears something in the woods. Maybe there's people around camping. He hears something, or maybe he smells something, like the people are barbecuing. Maybe he gets a big whiff of that. So let's put down in our outline, he smells some people. Great. Where there's people, people mean stuff, right? And Barry the Bear, he is an old hat at people camping around his area, and he knows people leave stuff. So maybe he gets excited about the idea of people having stuff. Maybe they have pencils. So he might have a dialogue line of something like, people have pencils. So let's have him have a dialogue line. People have pencils. He's gonna want to go investigate. So he goes to investigate the people, and just the fact that he's a bear showing up to where these people are, I mean, it just makes sense that they're gonna freak out. They're gonna go crazy, right? A bear shows up, bear. So we'll put down that he scares the people. Barry is a very nice bear, so the fact that people are screaming is probably going to scare him. So he's going to want to get out of there. So we will have him run away. So he'll run away, and he will end up back where he began, at his drawing table. And this can be an opportunity for a quick little sight gag. Maybe as he is running away, we can show him with like puffy cheeks or something to maybe insinuate that he took a bite of food or something. But when he gets back to his drawing table, he in fact will, I don't know, maybe spits out or he sticks out his tongue, and there's a brand new pencil on his tongue, which was the whole reason why he went to investigate anyway. So he will end up with a new pencil. And since he has a new pencil, he can go back to his drawing. So that's going to be the basic outline of our story. And now that we have this outline, we can go ahead and we can come up with our script format. After all of the ideas have been tossed around, then the best ideas will rise to the top, and then you can really begin to construct your story. That's quite the journey, going from your brainstorming process to your script process, finalizing your script, and now we're ready to go into the next stages of the animation pipeline. And that's coming up right here on Drawn to It behind the screens.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Welcome to Trek It ATV. This season we'll travel on the trails of Canada's Pitcher Province, New Brunswick. A group of mainly first-time ATV owners will explore the sights, scenery, and vast wilderness of this Canadian Atlantic province. This trek will range from winding trails, mud and mishaps, and tons of adventure. Our previous treks have taken us to Iceland, Norway, Scotland, and other interesting places, but this season we are hitting the ATV trails of our home province. We will visit all corners of the province from north to south and east to west, meeting new people and experiencing the wide array of trails and vistas that New Brunswick has to offer. Come with us and explore the outdoors the best way we know how, on an ATV. Coming up on Trek It ATV, this scenic ride will include Rodney, Paul, Hamdi, Christian, Nathan, and me, Ryan, plus special guests as we cruise the spectacular trails in Sussex, New Brunswick, Canada. Let's go.
This is Walton Dam. It's the site of an old logging camp. In this clearing is where the bunkhouse and the cookhouse used to be. They would come in the wintertime and cut logs all winter and yard them down to the river here. King log in the pile that they pulled out to let the logs go. And the story goes that the king log stuck. So they hooked a team of horses on it to pull it out. And it went, and it took horses and all right down the river.
Oh, wow.
When we asked around what ATV club we should visit, the Sussex Club was always mentioned. They were recently even on Destination Polaris. The combination of trails and hospitality from Adair's Lodge, Jeff the President, Graham and Aubrey set us up for a few fantastic days. Like I said before, ATVs are just not about tearing around, but look at the beauty you could witness just stopping on the trail for a few moments to take it all in. New Brunswick is full of sites like this, and you can see a ton of them by ATV. These trails are not right beside urban sprawl, but deep enough into the forest to really get away from the daily hustle and bustle. So we were on a really nice trail today. I noticed a lot of crushed rock on it, there's nice bridges. Who built all these trails?
Well, this province was, this was built by the province. This is part of their provincial trail that used by hikers and bicycles, and they kind of went downhill after a while, and the bridges started to rot, and nobody was really maintaining it. So we made an application to the province, and they were able to give it to us to maintain it, and now it's a multi-use trail.
Interesting. The province builds trails, but the ATVs can't use it. But when it's time to find somebody to take over it, the ATV community steps up and still allows it to be multi-purpose for mountain bikes and hikers. Way to go. Everybody needs to learn how to share these trails. You can see the covered bridge we just passed at the top. We drove in a little, then hiked to Wallace Falls. The Twin Falls are impressive and make for a great place to swim. Nathan and Christian were the brave ones and quickly got wet. One thing I learned about ATVing this year is pack up your swimming gear, as there's always amazing places to stop anywhere to take a dip. The Trek It crew is no stranger to the Walton Glen Gorge area. This is our first experience by ATV, but we have hiked this area many times and even filmed it for our documentary called Maritimes from Above, which aired on CBC. I think additionally to adding swim gear to your ATV kit, I would say a good pair of hiking boots are in order. Some places don't have ATV trails directly to them, So get some exercise and go for a hike. It's worth it. Our next stop is Martin Head, and it's a place Mother Nature aimed to impress. I gotta drive that all weekend. So I was driving down, wasn't really going that fast, and there must have been a piece of a stump sticking out. Look, right here, look, you can see where it hit. That's all it hit, right there. I pulled that out, and that caught the end of the bike. I went over the handlebars. You can see I did a front roll. Luckily I had my helmet, my goggles, and everything on. And look, the bike, it took the bike out. See if I can get Christian. Oh, silver tea kettle. All it took is this much of a stump. I need help. Are you home? I just crashed the bike. Front tires off it. I hit a little stump and it came underneath and I went flying over tea kettle. Yeah. If you can take your bike. Yeah.
So we got to retrieve the Polaris, and we had to drive in. We could drive in frontwards to the Four Corners. And we got probably, I don't know, another 400, 500, 600 meters. I'm not sure how far back. And there's absolutely nowhere to turn around. So we're just gonna back in. And we've already come like, I don't know, 100, 150 meters, but we come to the infamous beaver pond where we did the cut around. And I guess I gotta go through it backwards. And so I just put in 4-wheel drive just in case, but the bottom's pretty hard, so I don't see a big issue. So let's see how it goes.
It's too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be.
We got the truck in here. Now we gotta see if we can get this spun around and then on the back of the truck and take it up to Dave's tomorrow because we need to get it fixed for our weekend outing. So hopefully Dave can work some miracles. But look at the size of that stump. This is all I hit. I hit this part of it. So it hit that part of that stump right here, and it just must have just come right up and got me. And I ripped that right out of the ground. I hit that, and I got 2 red spots on my leg.
How's your phone?
It's fine. It was still there.
Oh, really? Great mount.
Okay, don't want it 4-wheel drive.
Yeah. I'm sure you're not on.
I think I might have bent these handlebars too.
Oh, really? A double handlebar bend. Yeah, get Alex on the wheeler.
I'll go back here. Sorry. Now we just drag the front of it that way.
Yeah.
We can find points that.
There's not a lot of places to grind.
I mean,
We need to go over.
All the way.
This is worse than mine. This is worse than mine was.
what
Look,
happened?
the ball joint's right here. So
Oh,
that
yeah,
should be all the way behind here.
Yeah.
A lot of broken pieces in there. Watch your fingers.
Well, you know what? I just took the winch out and cleaned it.
Perfect. It's gonna get dirty again.
That's handy.
And you know what we can try out?
The remote.
Fancy.
Fancy. Okay, so let me turn this on. I'm still shaking a little bit.
You break your helmet?
No. but I just had first time I ever had it out. Like my other one was loose because it was too big for me. That one fits. If I wouldn't have had that, if I would have had the other helmet on, I'd still be probably laying there. There we go.
Ready?
Yeah.
Is that wheel okay on that side?
Yeah,
One sec. Yeah,
Oh.
keep going.
I thought that was metal.
1 sec. Whoa.
Yeah, because this has got to stand up. It's not going to clear this.
We're gonna need to lift it and pop the wheel back. Stand on.
Okay, Alex, come here. I don't know if you can.
1 sec. Okay.
When we go in,
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a little first. Okay, that's not going to clear that.
No, the wheel's gotta pop back in. Any more room over that way?
Not really, no. I mean, a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, we got more. I take it all you got over there.
Yeah, let's move it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah, lots of room over here now.
Okay, let's. It'll ease in after. Give it a try. Okay.
I can't believe it.
And it hasn't started to rain yet.
Do it right from the handle.
I mean, the winch is already holding it on one.
If the motor runs, we're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I already emailed Matt the pictures and said I'll be up tomorrow. I got to film this weekend.
Yeah. So when you were tightening it, you were pulling it this way?
Yeah. On the way out.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Like
Actually, you got a rip in the shirt.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, in the bottom here. So you may want to check. You may want to check your back here tomorrow.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Yeah.
I'd have your wife repair that because that shirt now is totally worthy.
This is gold.
Yeah.
Totally worthy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank my lucky stars, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get myself one of those.
Thanks for coming.
No problem.
Let's get her up. Less than 72 hours, the guys at Dave Sports had me back and better than ever.
Other than the fact that it was all apart. We had to do a little repair up here in front. We did arched arms, lift kit, and tires. The axle was apart, but it was fixable. It was just a clip that we had to change. Beyond that, we washed it.
So it wasn't real bad then, really?
No, in the grand scheme of things, he lucked out pretty good.
Locked out was right. Thanks.
No problem.
Great service. Appreciate it.
Glad we could help.
Thanks to the Trekker crew for the rescue and Dave Sports for getting us back so fast. Back to Martin Head. What continues to amaze me are the ranges of vistas you can see here in New Brunswick. It never grows old.
I never have been in Atlantic Ocean before, but I can't resist this wave sounds. This is remind me about a lot of memories in Egypt, and I want at least to wet my feet.
It was so great to have Hamdi along for our ATV adventures. Originally from Egypt, now his family are Canadian citizens, and we are lucky to have him. I hope you stay forever. Nathan was dared by the crew to jump in the Atlantic freezing ocean. Frigid. Nathan rarely turns down a challenge, especially where water's involved. In my travels, I have never been to a place like Martin Head. It is illegal to drive on the shore. We parked our bikes and hiked over to the island. In rubber boots, it was a grueling hike. Next time, I'm going to pack my hiking boots.
Actually, it's a long trail. It's very smooth, and I had a feeling that I am feeling very humble. I'm very small in this world. It's a big world, and yeah, the water here, the beach. It's Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. What else I can say?
The biggest reward for starting Trek It is to see people like Hamdi discover new places and new things about themselves that they may never have experienced if they did not get dragged into one of these crazy adventures. Martin Head once had a lighthouse, as you can see the remains here. Nathan, always pushing the boundaries, wanted to take a look over the edge. Makes my legs like jelly.
Oh, this is so cool. It's straight down on both sides. I feel like a king up here.
I want to see Mr. Groom come out here and just see how far he can get.
Rodney knows I hate heights. He's always torturing me.
Jeep.
That's it. I'm turning around. Move that camera guy out of the way before I throw him over the edge.
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. And oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits, so I keep.
Where we just left was called Friar's Nose. It's steep and only Rodney rode the bike up to the top. I need to go back and do that. Many ATV trails are on private property, and the local ATV clubs work hard to get permission so you can ride on these epic trails. So the trails and the surrounding property needs to be treated with respect, as private owners can pull access anytime. A big thanks to all the private landowners that grant permission. You are a big reason we can ride anywhere in this province. Hats off to you.
Well, I have to do a little bit of trail maintenance here. Somebody keeps stealing our signs. Now, not only does it cost the club a lot of money to replace the signs, at some point it could jeopardize somebody's life if they steal the right sign at the right place. So I'm just going to replace the sign that they stole. It's actually for a scenic spot that we're heading to here.
After this stop, we are heading to Poley Mountain, skiing in the winter and a great ATV lookout in the summer. Volunteers like Jeff are what makes sites like this possible. So next time on a trail, remember to respect the land and please don't litter.
Alarm goes off at 5:15. Roll out of bed, rub the sleep from my eyes. Throw on a shirt and some jeans and my boots, and then it's time to make that morning drive. Work all day till I'm totally beat. Get back home and fall right to sleep. Alarm goes off in the morning and the cycle's complete. Work, sleep, repeat.
This farm is a manifestation of kindness. They let the ATV trail go right through the farm. The cows mooed, the workers waved, a super smooth trail, and even have ATV direction signs. Only in Sussex. We headed up Holy Mountain to get a view from the other side of the valley. It's great to see places like a ski hill and ATV clubs to work together to build awareness for tourism. But this location had something special in mind. A massive lookout tower. Not only are you on the top of a mountain, now you even get a better view. To get the tower to the top, due to the slope and dirt roads, they needed a bulldozer to help the truck carrying the tower up the hill. They also needed to help the crane up the hill. You can see this is giving the dozer quite a workout. Congratulations to the Sussex ATV Club. This is spectacular.
Well, I didn't fill up when I had the chance because it said I had 5 bars, but now I have 2 bars, but I think I'll be able to get back.
I did not fill up with gas when I had the opportunity, but what I'm arguing is this whole range anxiety thing separates the boys from the men. We're at 90 kilometers so far today. I think I'm fine. I'm showing a quarter of a tank. Onward.
So everybody made it back to Adair's. No one ran out of gas.
So this was 11 hours of driving on the trail over about 110 kilometers today. Now we'll get clean.
So we cleaned up, packed up the bikes, and said goodbye to Sussex and Adair's. To find out more about Trekit TV, please visit Trekit.com. Find us on Facebook at facebook.com/TrekitAdventures. Follow us on Twitter at Trekit TV. Thanks for watching. Safe treks and happy trails. We'll see you next time.
Charlotte County has amazing volunteer drivers helping people get where they need to go. Every drive has a story.
I'm John Kestel, and I'm a longtime volunteer with Charlotte County Dial-A-Ride program. I've been a driver since day one with Dial-A-Ride, and one story I'll give you is a young fellow, he was about 3.5 years old and diagnosed with autism. And his mother had found out about a therapy program that she could take him to, but it was 2 communities over and she had no transportation. She heard about Dial-A-Ride. And I was the lucky guy that got to drive with this mother and her son. First ride over to the therapy, no eye contact, no communication. Each day there was a little bit more opening up, and after about 2 weeks, when I'd come to pick him up to take him over, he'd come out with his arms open and say, "John," and give me a hug. And to see that tremendous change in this young fellow's life, he's now, I think, 19 or 20. He's graduated from high school. He's done quite well. And it made such a difference to this mother. She joined our board of directors to help us for a while too. All these things are very rewarding. It's worth more than money to me to be able to do things for people that way and know that it makes a difference in their lives.
You can have a story too. Contact your local community transportation service.
He's American.
And he's Canadian.
Somehow the show works.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays, 8 o'clock on CHCO.
You may know
I could not have gotten sober and stayed sober without the women at Sophia Recovery Center. When I walked into Sophia, I found myself surrounded by women who understood, who had walked in my shoes and were blazing a trail for me to follow. At Sophia, I attended regular 12-step meetings, completed a Woman's Way Through the 12 Steps program, participated in book studies, dropped by for a cup of tea or to chat when I was having a particularly bad day.
Hello, and welcome to St. Andrew's Community Channel. I'm Chris Fleming, and on behalf of the channel's board of directors, I'd like to...
It was a labor of love from the beginning. People were committed, and I think they still are, and that shows. And as long as that continues, CHCO will continue. Broadcast television is still a meeting place for people. It's where people come together to experience as a cohesive unit.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
The Windsor House is a Loyalist sea captain's house built in 1798. Today, she welcomes hungry, thirsty, weary travelers. The entire house is decorated with an eclectic array of art and antiques. The library bar offers an intimate space to enjoy great conversation, food, and drinks. The choice dinner menu is delicious, local, and seasonal. The garden courtyard exudes casual elegance, perfect for dining under the stars. 3 bedrooms are well appointed with comfortable beds and private baths. Our reviews tell the story. Come create memories at the Windsor House.
I'm Dr. Mackenzie. Welcome to Mackenzie Orthodontics. We're so excited to welcome you to our brand new state-of-the-art dental office located in St. Stephen. I'm an Invisalign Diamond Plus provider, and we offer braces and Invisalign for kids, teens, and adults. The office is equipped with an intraoral scanner and digital x-rays, and you can comfortably do all of your orthodontic appointments here. My team and I are excited to welcome you to our new office.
There's a whole new world of natural beauty waiting for you in your own backyard. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
Hi, my name is Noah. I use my computer to speak and I also use sign language. Today I will teach you to sign church. 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 Thank you for learning to sign with me today.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality, Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857.
My Hometown is brought to you by AJ and the Menagerie. Available now at Amazon.com or your local bookstore. AJ and the Menagerie.
Oh, this is a good horse.
Thomas, don't rub too hard on her bones. You might hurt her.
What do you know? She likes it. Look at her face. Look at that little face.
No, she doesn't, Thomas. Animals have feelings too, you know. They know when you're not serious about taking care of them.
She knows I like her. Just go back to your goldfish. Ah!
Whoa, it's okay, girl. Don't worry, he's just a boy. We'll have a talk later. We'll just forget about it.
Man, she sure is way with animals, huh?
That's because I want to be a vet when I grow up.
Okay, Trace. Now put your hand out slowly and there.
Whoa!
Ah! No, go ahead now. Pet it on the nose. I bet you can pet it on the nose. Go ahead.
Nice looking bike, huh?
Man, that's the kind of horse I want to ride.
I wouldn't hold my breath for that if I were you.
Who's your best friend now?
There's a place that I can keep in my heart, full of people I can count on. Wherever I go, I keep their light in my life. And every time I watch the sun go down, I think about the dreams I have found in my hometown.
Just so much fun.
Hey, it's not so bad. We'll be starting our outdoor training run soon.
Yeah? Well, this, my friend, is the only kind of spring that I want to get to know.
Sure, in like 10 years.
Really? Well, you'll be running. I'll be right in. Take a look.
You don't have a chance to win. What about all those city kids?
I'll be knocking on every door in Maplewood.
And that's why you're here?
No, I'm here because Mom has some pretty strange ideas about fun. Woo! Hi.
Maybe Mom wasn't so wrong.
Maybe. I take the odd numbers, you take the even numbers.
Okay, and you let me ride on it?
Okay, look, if you get, say, 10 customers, I'll let you ride on it once every day.
You mean we'll share it?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Hey, what are you guys so excited about?
Oh, nothing. We're just doing a survey for the newspaper, and it's going pretty well, right, Simon?
Yeah. Very well.
Really? Tell me, what's the subject?
You wouldn't be interested, you know, especially, busy with the radio station.
And your fan club?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I shouldn't be hanging around with a bunch of children all day.
Well, take a look at what this child is gonna own soon.
You're trying to win a motorcycle.
Oh, we're not trying. We're gonna win, right, Simon?
Well, we have got a lot of names.
That's great. So I guess you'll be letting me borrow it sometime?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna wonder what Mom's gonna say about this.
Mom's not gonna say anything because she's not gonna find out, right?
So I'll be borrowing it?
Yes, you win.
See ya.
What was that all about?
My mother hates motorcycles.
Oh no, here we go again.
And why do we need to talk to Mr. Jones? Well, I just thought I've always found him to be a very interesting man. Didn't you, Simon?
Yes, positively intriguing, I'd say.
Actually, I feel that we should always make an effort to reach out to all members of our community. Don't you, Simon?
Exactly my thoughts.
What? Are you two losing it? Tell me, what's up? Nothing. We just gotta talk to Mr. Jones. But what about his crazy dog? Oh, I've got him figured out. That's what you said every day we've passed by here, Thomas.
Lisa, dogs are just animals. Can't be that bad.
Yeah, but this animal has been winning for the past 5 years. No animal could resist this. Check this out. What'd I tell you? Piece of cake. We could pay for subscriptions ourselves.
I could afford one, I guess.
How about cheating to win? Look, are you gonna help? I need names here. Boys and toys. So predictable. Anyways, I can't think of anyone who doesn't already subscribe.
It's too bad. My dad was always such a good customer.
But the deadline's in a week. Why don't you just ask your dad to buy you the motorcycle? Oh no. You are gonna tell your parents, aren't you? I mean, what if you do win the motorcycle? What are your parents gonna say? Lisa, it's not like that. You see, right now it's a big secret. And we'll deal with that later. Always looking for trouble.
Time for my favorite show.
We watched one of those shows last week.
And you watch your dumb cartoons every day.
Dumb? Monster Fighters is an epic story about the struggle between good and evil.
No, Sea Lion's story's epic. Not some Mr. Monster's stupid heroes. Duh.
Well, Miss Little Animal Lover is gonna have to wait because she ain't gonna see her little sloppy sea lion today.
And you're not gonna see deadhead mutants.
What about monster sea lion fighters? Now that would be one heck of a story. Duh.
Way to go, Beanhead. Wait up! I'm gonna tell Mom!
Tracy, why don't you go to your animal friend to take you to school?
Very funny, Thomas.
Ooh. Tracy, no. I said no. No! Tracy, no! Tracy, I said no! No, Tracy! Tracy, no!
Oh, you're such a big baby, aren't you, Rolf? Yes, you are. Yes.
Little girl's got away with animals, I guess.
Yes, she certainly does.
So, you want me to subscribe to that rag of a newspaper of yours?
Well, yeah, sir. The newspaper certainly has good...
I haven't read a newspaper in what? It's got to be 20 years.
20 years. Sir, the newspaper has changed.
The news hasn't changed. I mean, we got wars, we got famine, we got flood. You tell me what's changed. Why bother? That's what I say.
Guess you have a point.
Of course I've got a point! What's wrong with you? I mean, history always repeats itself, right? Right?
Guess you're right.
Now you like animals?
Yeah.
I got something out back that you're really gonna love. Why don't you come with me?
Come on, Ruff.
This is worth it.
I haven't seen this pony that happy since I picked it up at an auction.
You're just so pretty, aren't you? And Ralphie's just so jealous. Yes.
Tracy, we're gonna be late for school.
Don't worry.
About the subscription, sir, I'm sure that...
Hey, you know, kid, all of this makes me real happy and generous. So I will take that subscription from you.
You will?
Yeah?
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I knew it meant this much to you.
Oh.
Look, why don't you fill it out? Just,
Me?
Yeah, no, really, just go ahead and fill it out. I'm sure you got better handwriting than me. Just fill it out.
But please, Dad. Come on, my birthday's coming up. Oh, it wouldn't cost that much, and I'd take care of her.
Be reasonable, Tracy. Where are we going to keep a pony?
Well, there's always Mr. Summers' farm. Keep her there. Go see her on weekends.
Yeah.
Well, since when did you become a farm lover?
Yeah, and who's going to be driving you out there?
Well, I'll have my license soon.
Right. So if you can wait 2 years, then Alex might get his license.
2 years?
Come on, guys. It's too much to handle. Just think of how much money it would cost to house and feed a pony, even at Tom's farm. I said that you could have a pet. Didn't say you could have a zoo.
Mom, you look incredibly nice today.
Uh-huh. Tracy, you know you can't always get what you want. Isn't that right, boys?
Right, Mom.
Right, Mom.
But you know, I was thinking maybe it'd be okay if Tracy got a different kind of pet.
Okay.
Yeah!
I suppose it's a reasonable idea.
Tracy, get the rabbit in the backyard. He's gonna run away.
He won't run away.
Hey, I'm looking for Thomas Thompson.
I'm Thomas Thompson.
Oh, yeah? Well, it looks like you just won yourself a brand new motorcycle.
I won? I won!
Mom, Dad, Thomas just won a new motorcycle!
I won! It's great. Isn't it supposed to be a little, bigger?
Well, this is the second prize, kid. That's all I got. What do you want me to do, take it back?
No. I'll keep it.
We'll see about that, young man.
Good luck, kid. Seems like you're gonna need it.
Come on in, you two. This won't take long. First, congratulations on winning. Second, why didn't you tell us that you were entering a contest where you could win a motorcycle?
Well, I didn't think it was important. I mean, lots of kids have motorcycles.
Oh, so that's what you found out in your survey, is it?
No, but since I already had the bike.
Your mother and I aren't so sure you should keep the motorcycle. You could sell it and put the money into your school fund.
Sell it? I can't. That's so unfair. Alex and me, we could share the bike. He's almost 16.
That is a possibility.
Oh, well, I'd be really, really careful, Mom.
I don't care. The fact of the matter is, as long as you're living under this roof, there will be absolutely no motorcycles. And that's final.
My dad would have done the same thing.
Yeah, well, you're a girl.
I'm gonna ask my dad to buy it for me.
What? Traitor.
I mean, only as a last resort, because then you could ride it with me.
Yeah, okay, but that's not gonna happen because I'm gonna work this out.
So what? You're gonna sit here all day?
What else can I do?
Anyways, I gotta go. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Bye. Oh, no. The scavenger.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, heard you were trying to get rid of this old motorcycle.
Well, it's not really that old now, is it, Mr. Jones?
It's brand new.
Kind of small, isn't it?
Well, that means just perfect for running around town.
Yeah, well, then how come the kid isn't keeping it if it's so perfect, eh?
Yes, why not, Dad?
Because your mother doesn't want you driving it, that's why not.
And for that reason, I'm willing to offer you, say, $300.
300? It's brand new, brand new. It cost 1,100. That's ridiculous.
Thomas, the price tag says 900, but we will listen to any reasonable offer.
Well, suit yourself. Of course, maybe we could do a trade. Say, 2 air conditioners and a saxophone.
Saxophone?
Yeah, in the back of the truck.
Ooh, saxophone is a very expensive instrument.
Dad!
Well, maybe we'll just wait on that for a while.
Well, like I said, suit yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think that bike would suit me, Mr. Thompson?
No, I might, but I'm not sure your father would think so.
Exactly.
Guess I'll find out. See ya.
Tracy! You and that dumb rabbit of yours better get off my bike. You're gonna break something.
Fred is not dumb, and it's not your bike.
Thomas, are you selling this motorcycle?
Yes, he is.
Oh, what a nice little kitten. How much is it? $9,000.
Actually, it's $900, but that's just as expensive.
That's the asking price. We're willing to consider any reasonable offer.
Isn't it a bit small for you, sir?
Well, it's a bit smaller than the motorcycle I had in Paris just after the war. Yes, did I never tell you kids about that? Well, myself and my brother, we bought it. And boy, did we have some fun.
Oh, that's great, sir.
We drove that machine everywhere. And we didn't even bother with license plates.
Hey, this one doesn't even have plates yet either.
My brother and I, we used to take turns riding in the buggy on the side. Unless, of course, we met a girl, that is.
It's called a sidecar, but...
Yes, but where's the buggy on this one?
This model doesn't have one.
Oh, well, then you better reduce the price. That's a nice little puppy.
My dad pretty well said no, and it wasn't about the money.
Well, Simon, you could pay installments over 3 or 4 years.
He says that your mom is an intelligent woman. And if you're too young to ride it, I'm too young to ride it.
Great. Another party pooper.
Maybe you're looking at this all wrong.
I saw that piece of junk on your front lawn.
I want it.
Oh, well, it's just too bad your mom's making you sell it. Because she says you're too small.
Small, say, like Jacques Villeneuve?
No, small like in a little kid. So how much you asking for that little kiddie bike anyway?
Too much for you to find, Eddie.
Yeah, try me.
The firm price is $1,500.
You're kidding me.
Hey, it's a special edition.
The only special thing about it is that you don't want me to have it.
Hey, you read my mind.
Well, I'll come by with my dad and we'll see about the special edition price.
Don't rush.
Thomas, did you put away that motorcycle?
Yes, sir, it's in the garage.
I just want to tell you that if it was up to me, I'd let you keep the bike.
Really?
Yeah. Please don't tell Alex, but I think he's just about ready to ride it, and then he could pass it along to you when you get a little older. The only thing is, I still have to convince your mother.
But Dad, Eddie said he'd be back tomorrow.
No, I'll have to see what I can do.
As we said with Dad, there's only one solution in keeping the bike between us. And that's if I get it, right?
Maybe.
Well, then I should take her for a, test ride around the yard. You know, to show Mom how safe it is.
Dad never said it was fine with him. So, for now, give it up.
Well, if someone doesn't ride it, we'll never know how good it is, right?
Thanks, pal. But he doesn't even know how.
It's a scooter. Anybody can drive it. It's not like a bicycle.
It's not a scooter. It's a motorcycle, right, Thomas?
Right. Okay, go ahead. Just don't scratch it.
No problem. See? Everything fits.
place. Hello.
Thomas, it's Alex.
Where are you? You're in so much trouble.
I had an accident.
Oh, no.
Dad?
You okay, Alex?
Yes, sir. Sorry about this. I don't know what I was thinking.
We'll talk about that later. Just as long as you're all right, the rest of it can wait.
And Thomas, I'll pay for the damages.
Don't worry about it. Man. Just as long as you're okay.
Come on, can you walk?
Yeah.
Honey, I'm glad you're home.
Me too.
Fred's missing.
No.
Yeah, of course we looked everywhere, and Tracy's beside herself.
Oh, right. You know what I think we should do?
What?
Let's look for Fred tomorrow, because I think he's going to be okay. Besides, I got something to talk to you about.
You do?
Yeah. Really yourself.
Thanks for not telling Mom, eh?
Hey. I'm sure you would have done the same. Right? She'll find out soon enough. Get some rest.
Thomas, what are you doing up at this hour?
I don't know what to say.
Just... I think maybe we shouldn't say anything this time. It's just that I guess we're lucky that nothing serious happened. Okay, look, come on. You have school tomorrow.
Love you, Mom.
I love you too.
Thomas!
Oh, come on, Dad. You don't like horses either?
In my hometown.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Hi, welcome to Maker Fun Moments powered by Brilliant Labs. I'm Nellie, and I'm so glad you could join us today. Did you know that there's junk floating above the Earth? It's estimated that there's about 8,000 metric tons of space debris up there. That's like having about 4,000 elephants bouncing around the Earth. The more things they would hit, making more debris or junk. Can you calculate how much one elephant weighs if 4,000 elephants are the same as 8,000 tons of space junk? If space junk hits new satellites, and if there's enough of it, it could cause cell phones to stop working, and you wouldn't even know what to wear tomorrow because space junk could take out the weather satellites. And you'd better learn how to use a map, like a paper one, because GPS, global positioning satellites, you know, the maps that are on your mobile device, well, they wouldn't work either. To help make space and our Earth a better place and easier to navigate, the United Nations has created 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let's consider goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This means we need responsible, safe manufacturing, good, strong buildings, bridges, and homes, and to solve problems in new ways by making with fewer resources and using sustainable and responsible innovation. Today, we're going to learn all about space and how what happens up there affects us down here. We'll think about space junk and imagine what we could do to help clean it up. Then we'll become explorers and travel through time, learning about the history of space and innovation and science. We'll learn about rays and measurements by making a constellation scope and get answers from an expert who knows a lot about space and Canada's role in it. Now let's get making.
Hello Brilliant Labs viewers! Most recently I've been observing nature by going out on my back deck and looking at the stars above. Now, luckily I'm positioned such that my viewing angle is west-southwest, and what this allows me to do is view the constellation Orion, the hunter, rising above the horizon just enough so that I can barely see the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Now, I find this simplistic star formation inspiring for the mobile that we are going to build today for our Maker Fun activity. As I consider my design, I want to try to be empathetic to all components of this mobile. What if my perspective from Earth is only one of infinite different perspectives and infinite different numbers of mobiles and designs of mobiles? The issue is we are limited right now by space travel. How are we supposed to position ourselves such that we can see a new formation of Orion's belt and create a new mobile? Well, what if we could travel to a point in space and time where 2 of those stars that are closer to Earth, Delta and Zeta Orion, are in formation directly behind one another. You see, Epsilon is 1,975 light years away from the surface of the Earth, and Zeta and Delta are on average 700 light years away from the surface of the Earth. So how far would I actually have to travel through space and time such that I can see this new perspective of Orion's belt where these 2 stars are directly behind each other? So for this thought experiment, I thought I would design a little model, not to scale, of our own solar system. Here's the Sun and Mercury and Venus and Earth and Mars, and you're gonna see that I ran out of room to draw all of the planets, and that includes our forgotten about dwarf planet Pluto. Even though this illustration of our solar system is not to scale, it's going to help us figure out just how far away different reference points are from this star system of Orion that we were talking about. For instance, did you know that the distance between the Sun and our forgotten friendly planet of Pluto, the dwarf planet, is 4.8 billion kilometers? Now, we've been talking about something called the light year, or a light year, and the distance between Earth and the two stars in Orion's belt that we're interested in, Zeta and Delta, is 700 light years. What that means is you would have to travel at the speed of light for 700 years just to be in the vicinity of this star system to understand this new perspective. Perspective is particularly difficult when we're talking about distances that if 1 square of this paper was 4.8 billion light years, I would actually need 78 of these sheets of paper lined up side by side to even begin to draw a scaled model of our solar system, let alone a light year or 700 light years away. So that leads me to think, let's say that space travel to Orion's belt is possible so that I can see this star cluster and form a new mobile. So let's say that we have this incredible intergalactic garage, of which is occupied by 4 space vessels, 2 of which are fictitious and 2 of which are very real. The Falcon Heavy from SpaceX and NASA's space shuttle that did many missions back in the 80s. You can see here that those 2 very real ships only travel at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per hour. I say only, but that is still very fast, but nothing compared to the fictitious vessels that we see below them, the Enterprise D at a warp factor of 9.9, and if you believe what Han Solo says to be true, the Millennium Falcon at 25 light years per day. That is fast. The great thing about being a maker is that we can engage in these thought experiments even though they are very hypothetical. Well, the idea about space travel to a star system 700 light years away is hypothetical. These experiments, though, of thought, they bring about these questions that are very important, such as how significant are our actions here on the planet Earth? And what if a change of perspective 700 light years away, or even 1 light year away, or even a kilometer away from our community? What if a change of perspective is really what we need to consider our actions in our community? Well, bonne nuit, stay brilliant, et soyez créatif.
filled with science, math, and stories. Check this out.
The early examples of aerospace engineering dates back to the 1480s. A man by the name of Leonardo da Vinci observes birds flying and begins to build flying machines. These inventions operated by simple machines, pulleys, levers, gears, and were meant to mimic how a bird would flap his wings. Although they never took off, it marks the beginning of aerospace engineering and innovation. Fast forward 100 years and we arrive in the Netherlands, where Hans Lippershey and Zacharias Janssen, two octuple device makers, have competing patents for the telescope. Galileo hears about the telescope. Within days, he has designed improvements, increasing magnification 20 times, and points it to the sky, revealing details of the universe that had not been previously known. Fast forward another few hundred years, in the early 1800s, Sir George Cayley, thought of as the forces of flight: lift, drag, thrust, and weight, and becomes the first person to fly a glider. The 1800s are marked with many significant moments. With the Sikorsky rocket equation, the first photograph of the moon, and observations of other galaxies, the addition of steam power on gliders, Sikorsky proposing a space elevator, Otto Lilienthal was experimenting with 2,500 gliders, and his first scientific institution created by Edward Sabin, an electromagnetic observatory at the University of Turin. All these events led to the Wright brothers. In 1903, invent, build, and fly the world's first successful motor-operated airplane. The first successful power flight in Canada was the Silver Dart, flown by the Canadian Aerial Experiment Association out of Quebec, Nova Scotia.
Exploring the history of space science was a lot of fun. Now let's consider today and the future of space innovation by talking with an expert about space and Canada's role in it.
Hi Isabel, welcome to Maker Fun.
Thanks for calling, Grace.
I recently learned that the Canadian Space Agency was created more than 30 years ago to help Canadian innovation and exploration. My papa showed me a picture of the Canadarm. He said it was a robotic arm that was used to support astronauts during their spacewalks. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. It helped astronauts during their spacewalks and did so many other things, like maintaining the space station, capturing cargo vehicles, fixing satellites like the Hubble Space Telescope.
What was your favorite subject in school?
Oh, I really loved art and everything that was science and math. But I must say that if there would have been a subject about the future, that would have been my favorite subject. I was fascinated by the future, but also technologies of the future. I thought that they looked like magic. They were so advanced. And I was reading science fiction a lot. And art allowed me to imagine the future and draw what I imagine would be the future. And in studying math and science, allowed me to understand a little bit of how science, how the technology works. I really like to understand how things worked and to solve problems. That I really liked.
What kinds of drawings did you draw as a kid?
Oh, I was drawing future spacecraft. I really loved space exploration from a very young age. So I would draw rockets, spaceships, satellites, very complicated satellites with lots of instruments and features. I was also simulating spacecraft, so building in the basement some spacecraft and imagining that I was on a mission and I would travel to space. But I would draw what I imagined my future could be as well. And I dreamed about becoming an aerospace engineer. I dreamed about contributing to space exploration from a very young age, because for me, that was a projection in the future. I thought space exploration was the future, and that's why, and that's what I would draw and imagine.
What's the future of Canada in space?
Oh, it's so exciting. So exciting for your generation, actually. So if space is something that you'd like to work on, it's really, really exciting to look forward. For example, Canada announced recently, just a bit more than a year ago, a couple of years ago, that we would participate to moon exploration. So we will build the Canadarm3 for a station that will, a smaller station than the International Space Station that will orbit the moon. So it will be an intelligent arm. It will use artificial intelligence and be more sophisticated and more autonomous. So we will do this. So we're just starting to build Canadarm3. And we will also contribute other technologies for moon exploration. So this is very exciting. And the moon is really a stepping stone. It's just a step on the way to exploring Mars. So the next destination will be planet Mars. And we hope that humans will soon travel to Mars. Soon, I mean, soon is maybe around 2030, 2040, something like that. So just in time for you actually to be part of it.
What is your role at the CSA?
I'm the director for astronauts, life sciences, and space medicine. What that means is that I'm responsible for Canada's participation to human spaceflight missions, so astronaut missions, and also utilization by Canada of the International Space Station to do research. And we focus on health research, which is very useful because the knowledge we acquire in space, when we try to understand the effects of the space environment on human health, is applicable on Earth. So we get to better understand health that is useful for everybody. I would say also that this is something that was always important for me, was to have an impact. So I described the Mars mission before. So for me, studying Mars was a way to better understand the Earth as well. So comparing the two planets, maybe we could better understand how our planet can evolve. We can better protect it. We know that climate change and our planet is evolving, and I wanted to understand that. So it was very useful. Working on the telescope, helping scientists to understand how the world works. When we acquire new knowledge, then we can find new solutions and new applications. So this is for me something very important. And now that I'm responsible for health research on the International Space Station, then I can see how we can create benefits for everyone. For example, if we understand better the effects of inactivity, because astronauts in space, they don't work a lot, they don't work with their bodies because they're floating. This affects our physical condition, and understanding that better can help us also do the right thing on Earth to stay healthy, exercise, and also solve some health issues.
When are humans going to Mars?
That's a very long trip. Just going to Mars one way can take between 6 months to a year. So if we go one way, let's say 1 year, and then we stay on the surface and we come back another year, it's a 2 to 3 year trip, round trip to go to Mars. Very, very long. And it's important before we endeavor in such a long trip to understand what are the effects on human health. That's sending humans is at the heart of the challenge, at the heart of the problem, is how can we keep humans healthy physically, psychologically, socially on such a long trip? How can we reduce the risks and make sure that the mission will be successful?
It sounds like you have a lot of problems to solve. Thanks to Isabel and happy innovating.
Thank you, Grace. It was a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
I hope you had fun making today. I know I did. What was your favorite part? Did you make along with us? We want to see your Maker Fun project. Share it with us. Visit us at brilliantlabs.ca to learn how. Stay brilliant, and we'll see you next time. Can you calculate how much one elephant weighs if 4,000 elephants are the same as 8,000 tons of space junk?
Hi there, Maker friends. Do you remember that we had a math question at the beginning of the show? And that question was, how much does one elephant weigh if 4,000 elephants are the same as or equal to 8,000 tons of space junk? To solve this math problem, we're going to use division and check our work with multiplication. So the cool thing is that when we have numbers such as 4,000 and 8,000, we can actually simplify them down to 4 and 8. So now we have an easier way to do our math. So again, we want to know how many times does 4 go into 8? Well, I do know that 1 times 4 is 4. And then if we go 8 minus 4, we are left with 4. So how many times does 4 go into 4? Once. And 1 plus 1 equals 2. So we have to be careful because the question was dealing with thousands. So if we know that 4 goes into 8 2 times, or 8 divided by 4 equals 2, we have to remember to go back and add our zeros. So that means that an elephant weighs as much as 2,000 tons. That, my friends, is a pretty big elephant. Thanks so much for joining us for a wonderful episode, and we look forward to doing more math problems with you.
What we're trying to do is say there are systemic racist activities that people don't realize.
Learn more on NBWA, New Brunswickers Want Action, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5:30 on CHCO television.
I don't care what the law is. I will never be a slave. That word, I hate it. It rests on my tongue like rot.
Peter, how does it feel to get paid for your work?
There are rumors freedom's coming for us all.
Freedom, you know that's all I want.
Chloe, careful. Real men would rather sell you across the river to America than let you go free.
Then I'll run.
I've run before. Maybe this time for good.
No! No! Just get her into a boat. No! Chloe?
Chloe, no!
Let me go!
Word of Chloe Cooley's resistance led to Canada's first legislation limiting slavery. After 200 years, slavery was abolished in Canada in 1834.
Take in the unspoiled beauty and explore the endless beaches of this island gem, waiting right in your own backyard. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
Making your community a better place to live. Southwest New Brunswick Service Commission provides exceptional services by working together.
Welcome to Lana Sarah Hall. Our landmark heritage house is a safe place to call home. The landscape grounds are lovely. Inside, beautifully restored and updated, all rooms are en suite. Our home-cooked meals, housekeeping, laundry, cable, and Wi-Fi are inclusive. Try our fresh-baked rolls. Our caring staff is always on hand. At Lana Sarah Hall, enjoy your independence. Imagine your new carefree life. When are you coming by to see us?
Thanks again for the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Once approved, you'll receive an access card. There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time.
Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca.
When it comes to drugs, how much freedom is too much for kids?
Drugs are out there. Will my teen feel free to say no around other kids?
I didn't live drug-free when I was younger. Can I admit that to my kids?
Drugs worry me, but how can I feel free to talk about it with my kids?
Questions about drugs and kids? Drug-Free Kids Canada.
This summer, experience an island like no other. Drive across the ocean floor. Explore the summer estate of railroad legend Sir William Van Horn, now a National Historic Site of Canada. Hike over 20 kilometers of pristine ocean headlands and forest trails. And attend a Sunday Island concert on Ministers Island, St. Andrews, New Brunswick.
Drive a tidal road across the ocean floor to an enchanting island of storybook beauty, just around the corner. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
When I arrived in Canada, there were not many women who looked like me. Not everyone was welcoming. But my husband made a new life here in this distant country. And I thought here I could belong. And many others could too. As the years went on, our town flourished. Our community worked together and took care of each other. Our children grew up with a true sense of belonging. Here in Baldi, we built our home, and we wanted others to do the same.
Established by South Asian immigrants in 1917, the mill town of Baldi, British Columbia was one of Canada's first inclusive multicultural communities.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
to the NB Debrief, where we cover stories from across the stolen territories of the Wolastoqey, Passamaquoddy, and Mi'kmaq. I'm your host, Tobin Haley. Today we are going to be talking about Policy 713, the policy on sexual orientation and gender identity, which sets out minimum requirements for school districts and public schools to create, quote, a safe, welcoming, inclusive, and affirming school environment for all students, families, and allies who identify or who are perceived as LGBTQ. These requirements include ensuring LGBTQ+ students are free from harassment and discrimination, that there are positive representations of queer folks in the school environment, and that students can participate in extracurricular activities in a manner consistent with their gender. The provincial government has come under fire for their announcement to review Policy 713, which was only put in place in 2020. Days after the government's plans were made known,
could I ask the Minister to commit to tabling a full inventory and report on the complaints received?
The Minister of Education, Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair. I'd invite the member, if she wants to see what I've received, then she's certainly welcome to submit an RTI.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what we have to understand here is what the basic principle of what are the rights of the parents and what role do they play in education. And I think if we want to ask a question, then the Leader of the Opposition should say, you know, does she believe that schools should have greater authority over parents? Does she believe parents play any role in the school, in the upbringing of their children? And in the policy, in Policy 713, it's clear what it says in relation to not informing the parents, and in the philosophy in the schools is if parents come in, that things would be removed so that they weren't identified. But Mr. Speaker, I think what's important also to realize is that there is a mechanism in place that children can have a privacy and a conversation with school guidance counselors. And if there are issues at home, Mr. Speaker, there's a mechanism in place that ensures that child has an ability to have the parents in the situation evaluated. That's how our system works, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Hundreds of New Brunswickers poured onto the lawn of the New Brunswick Legislature to show their support for this affirming policy.
When is it not the right time to teach love, kindness, respect, and acceptance?
Joining us to talk about the review of Policy 713 and the implications of the review are Gail Costello, a co-chair of Pride in Education and a retired educator, Dr. Casey Burkholder, Associate Professor of Education at the University of New Brunswick, and Amber Chisholm, Associate Director of the nonprofit Public Legal Education and Information Service of New Brunswick. We will first go to Gail Costello. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
So I think the very first thing we need to tackle is, what is Policy 713? How did it come to be, and what was it meant to address?
Policy 713 has been in the making for quite a while. It sort of originally started with a Pride in Education policy way back when we had like 26 districts in the province. And down in the south, Pride in Education wrote a policy called E9, and it was trying to address homophobia in the schools, and it was trying to ensure that teachers and staff and bus drivers and custodial, everybody was getting some training on that. Mm-hmm. It was carefully created. It was stringently reviewed and vetted. It went out to all the principals, and then it became official.
And it was consulted on by a number of experts, right? Educators, longstanding educators who are also experts in the needs of queer children and queer youth. Yeah.
Yep. And of course, I know that Premier Higgs keeps saying, well, parents didn't know about this. Well, it's not standard that you run policies through parents.
Right.
If you stopped any parent on the street and said, name me 3 policies at the Department of Education, they wouldn't know any of them.
We can name one now.
Yeah, we can name one.
Yeah.
But they sort of made it sound like this got slipped in without parent advisory. All policies are created in the exact same way.
Right.
They don't do mail outs to parents or have public meetings every time they create a policy.
Right.
This policy was created in the exact same format as any other policy was, and they keep talking about how there was no parent involvement. The policy writers are parents.
Right.
The EECD employees are parents. The teachers are parents. Pride in Education is parents. Some of the LGBTQ2IA+ folks that vetted it are parents. So it has gone through all sorts of different parents. So that information is misleading.
And so just picking up on the theme of misinformation and myths, there are many myths circulating about what is not a very long policy document. You know, it's concise, it's to the point, but there are a lot of myths circulating about it, from the ridiculous about litter boxes in schools to just factually incorrect assertions about it, including something about drag story times. Can you just talk about how, like, Pride in Education and sort of queer educators and allied educators are combating these myths?
Well, like you said, it's a pretty easy read. I think it's 5 pages, and that's kind of including the references at the end. It's very clear. It's a very easy read. There's really not a lot of ways you can misunderstand it. So whatever information is out there, I would call it disinformation as opposed to misinformation. I think it's intentional. I think it's fueling people who have no idea. They've never read the policy. They don't even know what the policy's about. But there's a whole bunch of, it's come up from the States. There's a whole bunch of trigger words that are out there that are associated with the trans community, you know, the whole grooming thing and, you know, what are you promoting, and the kitty litter. That could really be quickly and easily dispelled, but that's not what's happening. Our leaders are repeating these things and saying them, and so the people who have no education whatsoever on this topic are taking what they're saying and saying, see, we're right. And it's really dangerous, it's reckless, and it's really, really unprofessional, and it's harmful.
And I think that's a really important place to end. And thank you so much for your time today and for all your work you're doing on this.
Yeah.
Joining us next is Dr. Casey Burkholder, Associate Professor of Education at the University of New Brunswick. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So you're an expert in education, and you do a lot of work on queerness in education. Can you talk about the value of Policy 713 for New Brunswick's public schools?
Yeah, for sure. So Policy 713 just sets the minimum requirements that public schools are supposed to offer in terms of a gender-affirming and queer-affirming space, mostly for queer and trans students, but also for workers, including staff and teachers and administrators.
And so it's just the minimum standard.
Just the minimum standard.
And we heard from Gail Costello earlier, who talking about how it's just like it's a 5-page document. Like I reviewed it. It's quite short.
Yeah, it's actually really easy to review, and I would really recommend for people who are feeling quite nervous about what 713 encompasses to take a look, because it sets it out very clearly. Again, it's just the minimum requirements that schools are meant to set up for an affirming space for queer and trans youth.
And what do you think is animating the government's decision to review Policy 713?
I would suggest transphobia and homophobia. I mean, certainly we've seen in the news recently Kelly Lamrock's report that showed 3 emails sent over several months. And then also I was reading in the news just today that there have been 0 complaints relating to the issue of young people who are trans who are on sport teams.
Right.
So again, we're not seeing any evidence that people in the public are calling for change. So what I suspect is happening is transphobia and homophobia in action.
And certainly the Minister of Education, his interview with Information Morning Fredericton, where the language of biological males was used to talk about trans women and girls, was quite shocking.
Shocking, but also not surprising, because we see this kind of rhetoric coming up to New Brunswick from America. And so these are sort of conservative talking points that really have no place in our schools or in our government.
Right. And so we would be looking to leaders to sort of bring an end to that rhetoric.
No kidding, which is what Policy 713 seeks to do.
And it's so new.
It is
Yeah, it hasn't even got a chance to get its legs underneath itself.
In fact, if we're looking for recommendations, perhaps including more training for staff and teachers in order to action Policy 713, those are things that would be useful in terms of reviewing.
Yeah. Deepening its commitments.
Absolutely. And then giving people the confidence to create those spaces that workers and young people need in schools.
And so what are the implications then for students with this review?
Well, I mean, we have to wait and see. I feel quite nervous about what this review could encompass. Certainly what we've heard in the news from Minister Hogan, but also from the Premier, are discussions about washrooms, as you made mention of. We heard about sport teams. But again, there's no evidence suggesting that these are spaces where New Brunswick students or families or teachers or administrators are calling for change. And so I feel very nervous about what any kind of review, not based on research, not based on public outcry, what could this be, and what kind of, what a challenge might be for a young queer and trans youth in schools. And it's already not a great space. This policy sets up an opportunity for young people to be respected in schools.
Right. That's it.
That's it.
Just not harmed.
And like honestly harmed less.
Harmed less.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what about for teachers? I mean, certainly the implications of this review announcement for teachers, I think we're seeing some of the effects, the protests out in Handwell. I mean, what are you hearing about in terms of implications for teachers? And you train teachers.
I do.
Future teachers.
I will say that my pre-service teachers are furious, and they are certainly in support of Policy 713. We've explored the policy in my classes, like looking at how the policy takes up the notion of space, like where is 713 operating in schools? I think students are very excited to think that through. But then also thinking about the implications of 713 in terms of teachers are trying to create these inclusive and warm and safe and affirming spaces. And so to try to take away a policy that seeks to do that makes no sense, or to revise it in some kind of nefarious way.
Right. And just to end, just for viewers who may not be as knowledgeable about the language around affirming and safe, can you just quickly explain what is meant by affirming in that policy?
Yeah, so I think what the policy sets out in terms of affirming is to create spaces where queer and trans youth feel okay in their bodies, included in school spaces, but that includes things like the bus, it includes washrooms, it includes classrooms, it includes clubs and extracurricular activities. So in all of those different kinds of schooling environments, to feel comfortable, to feel affirmed or good in their bodies and in themselves and in their identities, and to feel a part of a school.
Yeah, so they can thrive.
Truly.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time and expertise. We really appreciate it. And we're going to be watching this closely.
Yeah, me too.
Our final guest today is Amber Chisholm. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
In your view, what is animating this review of Policy 713?
Well, we've been told that it's based on complaints that have been received by the minister and the department. Based on what we know about the nature of those complaints and the controversy around how many they've received, I think we can safely say that it's misinformation that's driving the review. Misinformation about what's happening in schools, what kinds of things we should be prioritizing from policy perspectives, and misinformation about the nature of the policy itself.
And what children need.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, you are a lawyer. Do you foresee any situation where the government could find itself entangled in another costly lawsuit if Policy 713 were revoked?
Very likely, yes, absolutely. I mean, lawsuits and human rights complaints are costly and lengthy processes, and they exist for a reason. They exist when people's rights and dignity are not being respected. And what Policy 713 does is enshrine in writing exactly how people's human rights and dignity should be respected on this particular topic when it comes to LGBTQIA+ youth, or youth who are perceived as LGBTQIA+. So those rights don't go away when the policy does, but when the policy doesn't exist and the mechanisms that allow people to enforce their rights through the policy no longer exist, your next choice is to go to somewhere like the Human Rights Commission or a lawsuit.
And could just the sort of removal of it, that act of removing this affirming policy, elicit any complaints? Could that elicit a human rights complaint potentially against the government for removing the policy?
It could, very likely. Again, especially if the removal of the policy removes certain abilities for students to actually enforce their rights. For example, going by the gender pronouns and name that they wish to be referred to by, being able to access respectful and private washrooms that conform to their gender or don't humiliate them in front of other students. The policy establishes those rules. And without the policy, and by revoking that policy, there is a tacit kind of message being sent that we don't necessarily have to respect those rights if the policy is revoked. And that very likely leads to implications where students are going to be in a position of potentially having to make a human rights complaint. Human rights complaints have to be made on the grounds of something having happened. But these things happen in schools all the time. We already know that students are bullied. We already know that students aren't always necessarily affirmed or respected when it comes to their human rights. And a policy gives them an option to go to administration and go to higher ups and help work towards how we can respect those rights. Without that policy, it is really the Human Rights Commission that is going to have to step in when major problems start arising.
Yeah. And now the conversation has shifted to the rights of students versus the rights of parents, and some leaders saying that parents have a right to know, or teachers have an obligation to tell parents what pronouns students are using or what name they're using at school. And so it's being pulled into this conversation about competing rights. What's your take on that?
It's such a tricky situation and such a tricky question to parse. The way that I like to talk about parental rights when it comes to rights in regards to their children, not in regards to the state. Parents have rights when it comes to how the state wants to intervene with their child, or take action, or take away children, or tell them how to parent their children. Parents do have rights from that perspective. When it comes to the relationship between a child and a parent has responsibilities and not so much having rights. Parents have a responsibility to keep their children safe. They have a responsibility to nurture caring relationships with their children. They have a obligation to provide for their children and make sure they're not neglected. I don't see how a policy like this actually pits the rights of children against the responsibilities of their parents. There is absolutely a debate and a question to be had around what happens when a child is not comfortable disclosing their name, their pronouns, or their sexuality to a parent. And that, I think, is a very, very, very tricky thing to unpack. I do appreciate that schools have difficulty navigating those situations. The policy is written the way it is for a reason. Children under 16 have the right to change their name and pronouns within school records with parental permission. If a school wants to contact a parent to ask for that permission, they have to speak to the child first. This is a safety and a safeguarding issue. Arguing that there's a proactive duty on schools to inform parents about a child's, whatever name they're going by, whatever pronouns they're having their friends call them, or whatever sexuality they might be saying they experience if they're an older child. I personally have a very hard time understanding that argument. I think that there are many other lenses we can look through to examine whether or not schools have a proactive obligation to disclose the social life of a child to a child's parents. Who is the child hanging out with? What kind of cultural or religious background do they have? What kind of, art are they?
It gets dicey.
It gets very dicey. And I really do have a hard time understanding why a child's identity is somehow treated as being in a separate, distinct category in that way. And I think that the reasoning for that is fueled by the misinformation and the panic. The idea that these topics aren't appropriate for youth, or that youth aren't really trans or LGBT, and that they've been influenced in some way, and therefore parents need to be informed so that they can correct that or guide that.
This idea that it's this, what's the language we've been hearing around grooming?
Grooming, exactly.
It's just so problematic.
It's a repackaging of the exact same argument that was made in the 70s and 80s about, gay teachers or gay people in locker rooms. It's the exact same argument, the exact same thing, just around gender this time. And it's very dangerous, as we know.
Yeah, for students and youth and families, right? Who, like queer families whose kids are in the school. I mean, these are folks that should be welcomed in the community and celebrated.
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously we would love to see situations where parents and children can be open and honest with each other and can explore a child's identity together. But when that isn't safe, I do think that adults have a responsibility to consider what the child's needs are and consider what the child's wishes are, and maybe consider letting them explore that without proactively having a parent interfere on something where maybe the child's just figuring themselves out in a social setting.
Or a safer setting than home, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then I guess the last question is, as a parent with a child in the New Brunswick school system, I'm alarmed that schools will become less affirming and inclusive of LGBTQ plus students. What can the community do? What can we do? There was the huge protest at the legislature, which was beautiful and lovely. What else? What else can we do?
The biggest thing that I think we can do right now is contact our elected representatives and contact the Department of Education, because one of the major reasonings that we're being given for this review is that they're being contacted by people who have problems with the policy. And if they're inundated with people who have support for the policy, that argument begins to hold less water, especially when those complaints are full, we already know, of misinformation, of allegations of grooming, the kitty litter argument, which again, in my mind, is a repackaging of the same argument that if we allow same-sex marriage, people are going to start marrying their dogs.
Right.
If we allow people to identify as trans, it's just one step away from identifying as an animal.
Right.
That's not how this works. It's another way of kind of latching on to the panic and the misgiving that people who don't have connections to this community might have and giving it credence. So people should be reaching out to the Department of Education and to their elected representatives and explaining, why this policy is wanted and why it is important. We know, for example, that students report having better outcomes mental health-wise and socially in schools where they know that they have a policy that protects them.
Yeah, and academically, if your mental health and social welfare are taken care of, you're going to be more likely to thrive academically.
Or even attend school.
Yeah.
We know that students avoid school when they're being bullied.
Well, it's not safe.
Exactly. So telling the people in charge that this policy is important is really a huge part in this. But to support youth directly, I think that a lot of it is going to be community building. Reach out to the people in your community who are already doing work with youth and see how that can be supported. Tell the youth in your life, that they matter to you, and that if there's anything they need to talk to, that you are open to that and not going to guide them one way or another, just being there to listen. And helping them find the communities that they might need. If a youth comes to you and says, I'm having these feelings, I'm having these worries, and I don't know who to talk to, there are groups out there that are there to support trans and queer youth and can connect them with the community that they might be craving.
Would you be able to name one just for the viewers?
I would recommend Imprint Youth Association. They're on the board. I'm on the board. They're in the Fredericton area.
Totally Googleable.
Chroma NB is another one working in St. John that does really good work.
Say that again, please.
Chroma NB.
Chroma NB. So Imprint and Chroma. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time and expertise, and we'll be following this very closely.
Thank you. It's so good to hear. It's very important.
And that is our show. Be sure to join us next time. The New Brunswick Debrief is a partnership between the NB Media Co-op and Charlotte County Television, two independent media outlets.
Where'd you go? Did you move away? Over fisherman's lane? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Was it the carrots or the endless salesman? Grabbing records in his skates? Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, I know.
I ran into the garage and I danced around and flashed my cards and they were just looking at me. They didn't know what to say.
I was shaking, I wasn't crying practically.
It was excitement.
Man, it was so amazing to have CHCO there, to have bingo for the community to play.
Play TV Bingo this Tuesday at 7 on CHCO Television.
Hi, my name is Noah. I use my computer to speak and I also use sign language. Today I will teach you to sign church. 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 Thank you for learning to sign with me today.
Hello, and welcome to St. Andrew's Community Channel. I'm Chris Fleming, and on behalf of the channel's board of directors, I'd like to...
It was a labor of love from the beginning. People were committed, and I think they still are, and that shows. And as long as that continues, CHCO will continue. Broadcast television is still a meeting place for people. It's where people come together to experience as a cohesive unit.
Drive a tidal road across the ocean floor to an enchanting island of storybook beauty, just around the corner. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
When it comes to drugs, how much freedom is too much for kids?
Drugs are out there. Will my teen feel free to say no around other kids?
I didn't live drug-free when I was younger. Can I admit that to my kids?
Drugs worry me, but how can I feel free to talk about it with my kids?
Questions about drugs and kids? Drug-Free Kids Canada.
We're here in St. Stephen, finding out why people like to shop local.
Five Kings is really nice, and sometimes I get Chinese food from the little Chinese food place there.
So it's good to support friends and family and neighbors.
Everything I need I can get right here in St. Stephen. It's great to support the local economy.
Everybody says hello, whether they know you or not.
I don't care what the law is. I will never be a slave. That word, I hate it. It rests on my tongue like rot.
Peter, how does it feel to get paid for your work?
There are rumors freedom's coming for us all.
Freedom, you know that's all I want.
Chloe, careful. Real men would rather sell you across the river to America than let you go free.
Then I'll run.
I've run before. Maybe this time for good.
No! No! Just get her into the boat. No!
Chloe? Chloe, no!
Let me go!
Word of Chloe Cooley's resistance led to Canada's first legislation limiting slavery. After 200 years, slavery was abolished in Canada in 1834.
There's a whole new world of natural beauty waiting for you in your own backyard. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
Thanks again for the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Once approved, you'll receive an access card. There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time.
Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality, Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857. Making your community a better place to live. Southwest New Brunswick Service Commission provides exceptional services by working together.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Focus on Wellness is brought to you by our Simply for Life locations in St. Stephen, West St. John, and Sussex. It's a lifestyle, not a diet. Hi, I'm Jesse Dunfield, and this is Focus on Wellness. Today we'll be talking to Ashley Rotour, an acupuncturist in St. George. But first, life is like a 10-speed bicycle. Most of us have gears we never use. Today we are talking to Sean Kelly, owner and operator of Coastal Bicycle here in St. Stephen. Sean, tell me what got you interested in biking.
As a kid, summer evenings, just biking around town and having that much further you could go and explore. So I think what I originally loved biking was the autonomy, how it opened up new worlds to me. Later on in life, I probably took a pause, and then probably in my mid-20s, got a bike again, and really loved kind of how it let me see the world.
I can imagine there are different types of bikers, different types of tribes, if you will.
There's lots of different ways people love to bike. There's the people that love to have performance as a focus, and they love to go fast and they love to go long distances. And of course, if you want to go long distances, you have to be focused on, you have to take in performance as an element. So they wear streamlined clothing, their bikes are as light as possible, they're aerodynamic, and those are the people that you'd see out on the one, biking alongside the highway, alongside cars, which it's great you can do here in New Brunswick. You've got the mountain bikers, which are in the forests, and they normally call that single track, where they're going on a small path through the forest, lots of dips, lots of turns, lots of hills, lots of tight corners. You generally have a lot of suspension for that because you're taking a lot of bumps, and you need to cushion that. You've got and then you've got people that they like to incorporate biking as kind of their everyday, and that's where I would fall in. I love to just have the bicycle part of my everyday life. So whether I'm going to the grocery store, whether I'm going to work, whether I'm just biking around town to a friend's house, that's how I love to bike. I love my bicycle to get me places functionally.
Tell me about the bike shop. What do you do here?
Well, we're the only bike shop in Charlotte County. So we keep a full stock of almost everything you could get. I would say probably 95% of all bikes that come in, I can source the parts right here in my inventory. So one, you don't have to take a trip to St. John or Fredericton. Two, you've got someone who's based in the community who you know you're going to see around.
What are the benefits of biking to health and wellness?
I mean, there's so many benefits. There's the obvious physical benefits. Anything physical is going to be good for you. It's a low impact, so you don't have to worry as much about your knees. It's easy to do. It's accessible to do. It's relatively inexpensive to acquire a bike, to maintain a bike, and to keep biking. So on the physical aspects, there's numerous things to physical health. Mental health, I think there's just as many, if not more, aspects of that. Because when you're out on a bike, you're in your community. So when you see people walking in the community, you say hi to them, and even if you don't say hi to them, you see them, you're walking around. The more people out and about, the more I think you feel attached and rooted and centered in a community of people. So I think biking really has a chance, or really connects you to the physical world, as opposed to driving places. You're closed off. Sometimes you have the windows open, but it's still not the same as when you're biking. You're really that much more present in the world around you. There's the environmental benefits, which also I think benefit mental health. If you know what you're doing is contributing to a better society, a better environment, that feels good. I love the feeling. The bicycle is just really central to my life. It's kind of something that grounds me, that in a really changing world, the bike is something that has stuck with me and that stayed with me, that I've continued to have be a part of my life.
Sean, I've really been looking forward to this interview today because I brought a bike in. I just purchased it. It's a used bike, and I can't wait to see what you have to say about it. Why don't we go have a look?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Excellent. So Sean, this is my bike. I just bought it used. When you're buying a new bike, what should you look for?
Well, if you bought this used, you got a really good deal, because this thing looks like it was barely used. So when you're buying a used bike, the main things you want to look for are the most important safety features, being the brakes and the drivetrain. So first thing I would do is I would just take the tire and I would just spin the tire. And I'd listen to see if there's any rubbing on the brakes. You don't want a little bit of rubbing, is pretty common, but you don't want a lot of rubbing, and especially you don't want it to really stop too prematurely. Then you want to test the brakes out. Make sure that both brakes, when you press the brakes, they're both going in, they're both coming out. And you'd probably want to do that on the front and on the rear. Make sure the wheel's spinning well. Why don't you try those brakes? It'll be the brakes. Yeah, right on your right hand side. Yep. Do it again. Okay, look at that. Yep. And both of those are coming off. That's good. You want to make sure that it's going through all the gears. So you want to put it in the smallest cog in the front or the largest cog at the back, and you just want to take it through the gears.
And you can see it switching.
I can see it moving.
Right.
You know what? This one has a few. It's not doing super well. So it tells me that there is a little bit of a shifting issue. And then you'd come to, if I can just move this alongside, you'd kind of start to look at how the derailleur's hanging here. And you'd want to see if there's an obvious bend to it. Because that would affect the shifting. And maybe this derailleur's got a little bit of a bend to it, maybe not. It's hard to, I don't see anything really that's standing out going, yeah, this is definitely going to be a problem. So
this bike has 6 gears. How much of those gears do you use typically? Do people use all 6 gears, or?
Well, typically you'll stay in about 2 or 3 gears. You also have 3 gears on the front. So it's actually 6 times 3, which would be 18 speeds total. And that's the smaller ones on the front chainring will make you pedal faster. It'll be easier to pedal. So when you're going uphill, you want to be in a smaller chainring on the front. And a larger chainring when you want to go faster if you're going downhill or if you've got a lot of momentum.
So when you get on a bike, what gear do you start at?
I start in a lowest gear as possible.
Okay.
I started in easiest to pedal gear as possible, so that when you start, your revolutions are fast, and then you can gear up as you're going faster.
So as you go faster, you keep gearing up.
Yeah.
And then if you're going uphill, you're gearing up at the top, or
so as your
the highest number. Or?
Well, as you're going up, so don't necessarily think of it as high number, low number. Think of it as you'll intuitively know. I turn this in one direction and it gets harder to pedal. I turn it in another direction and it gets easier to pedal.
Okay.
When you're approaching a hill, you want to get as much speed as you can into the hill, and then as you've kind of if you've gone as fast as you can, you want to kind of lay off for a second and bring everything down so that you're at a pace that you can comfortably go up the hill. There's a bit of a science to it.
How often should you get your bike maintained?
That's a great question. Really, typically, if you learn some basic things that you need to take care of, Generally, you don't need to bring your bike in until you start noticing a few things are out of whack. The gears will go out of whack, and out of whack. They won't shift right, they won't hold right. That's a good time to bring it in for a tune-up or to get the gears adjusted. You'll notice the brakes, the cables will stretch, and over time, it'll get closer and closer to the handlebars, and it'll decrease the braking power over time. Those are good things to get adjusted. A lot of people can do those things on their own. And one thing that I think everyone should do is oil their chain. Yeah. But you want to understand that there's two main kinds of bike oils to put on your chain. There's a thicker one called wet, and then there's a thinner one, less viscous, but it also washes off very fast. The wet goes on thicker, stays on longer, but it attracts more grime. So if you do riding with in a lot of dusty areas on dirt roads, you might want to consider getting a dry, because you'll have to apply it more, but it won't get that grime. And a wet is more suited to conditions where you're biking a little bit in the rain. So in a perfect world, if you had all the time in the world, you would go to each link and you would just drop a little bit of lube on each link. Right. I don't have time for that, and I doubt you have time for that, but some people might have time for it. So in that case, instead of doing that, we would just do a nice quick line, nice even, and you're just getting it on the inside there. You're getting in between those links, and you've gone all the way around. You want to take off any excess lubricant that you just put on there, because anything that you can take off doesn't help you at all anyway. So anything on the outside of the chain where it's only helping is on the inside in those little pivot joints.
So what is the major thing that goes wrong with bikes? What is the one thing that everybody should look for?
Well, I think the most important thing is that you have brakes, because brakes are going to allow you to stop, and you should have well-maintained brakes. That's probably the most important thing to make sure is in working order, are the brakes.
Do you consider a bike seasonal? Is it just something for summer months? Is it something that people can use all year round?
You can absolutely bike all year round. I bike all year round. I buy studded tires. I put them on my bike. I get groceries. I don't really bike when there's probably any more than about an inch of snow on the ground. That's kind of my cutoff point. But they have fat tire bikes that can go on packed snow. Biking is definitely a year-round event if you want it to be.
If you want it to be, you can bike any time of year.
Not during a snowstorm, not during an ice storm, but you can definitely bike year-round.
That's great to know, because I think a lot of us think we invest in a bicycle and we can only use it for 3 or 4 months out of the year. But from what you're saying, it definitely is something that you can start to expand and do more often. So,
absolutely, but I will say that biking in the wintertime will prematurely wear down your bike.
Right.
So the salt will have a corrosive effect and a deteriorating effect on your bike.
Like your car.
Yeah, exactly, like your car.
Thank you, Sean. This has been really informative. I've learned a lot about my own bike and also about cycling in general. I really appreciate the contribution that you're making to the community here with your bike shop, and I really appreciate everything that you showed us today. Thanks again.
Thanks, Jesse.
My pleasure. When we come back, I will be needling my way into relaxation with acupuncturist Ashley Vautour.
The Windsor House is a Loyalist sea captain's house built in 1798. Today, she welcomes hungry, thirsty, weary travelers. The entire house is decorated with an eclectic array of art and antiques. The library bar offers an intimate space to enjoy great conversation, food, and drinks. The choice dinner menu is delicious, local, and seasonal. The garden courtyard exudes casual elegance, perfect for dining under the stars. 3 bedrooms are well appointed with comfortable beds and private baths. Our reviews tell the story. Come create memories at the Windsor House.
When I arrived in Canada, there were not many women who looked like me. Not everyone was welcoming. But my husband made a new life here in this distant country. And I thought here I could belong. And many others could too. As the years went on, our town flourished. Our community worked together and took care of each other. Our children grew up with a true sense of belonging. Here in Baldi, we built our home, and we wanted others to do the same.
Established by South Asian immigrants in 1917, the mill town of Baldi, British Columbia was one of Canada's first inclusive multicultural communities.
Hi, I'm Jesse Dudfield, nutrition and wellness coach at Simply for Life. Today we are in St. George talking with acupuncturist and reflexologist Ashley Vautour. Ashley, I am so excited to be here to talk to you about acupuncture. I've been one of your clients before and I had an amazing experience, so I've really been looking forward to this.
Thanks.
So tell me, what is acupuncture?
So acupuncture is a kind of an ancient Chinese holistic medicine. It's using disposable sterile needles and placing them throughout the body at really specific pressure points, and it helps with a multitude of conditions and issues that people are dealing with.
So tell me, what was your journey to acupuncture? What got you interested in doing acupuncture?
Yeah, I grew up doing a lot of natural medicines growing up, specifically allergy elimination. And there was an acupuncture component in those treatments. So yeah, I did lots of that growing up to help with loads of issues, hormonal, allergies, all that good stuff. And when I had graduated, I really didn't have a direction that I really wanted to go in. So I figured I would kind of jump on that opportunity that came up to me to sit in on a class. And yeah, I loved it ever since that.
What are the benefits of acupuncture?
Yeah. So I see a whole variety of issues. The most common thing that I see would definitely be pain. So if you're having any type of pain, inflammation issues, it definitely can help with that. I see a huge variety of digestive issues as well. Really helps regulate all the digestive organs, make sure everything's moving properly. I also see a lot of mental health conditions as well. And it does a lot for that as well, helping relax the body and everything.
I understand that acupuncture can be really good for anxiety. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I see lots of anxiety, depression, ADHD, and I find pretty much all of my clients that have come in for it have found it to be very beneficial.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are people receptive to acupuncture?
Nowadays, yes. I find it is kind of the social norm. It's very much accepted now versus when I started this whole kind of journey about 10 years ago. It was definitely a little more taboo. People didn't really know what it was or was really skeptical versus now, yeah.
What is the biggest change you have seen with the acceptance of acupuncture in the last few years?
I think a lot of people thought it was like almost like a witchcraft kind of thing, or
very like woo-woo.
Yeah, like really energy, like I'm meditating or something. I still kind of get that every once in a while, but it's really uncommon. People definitely are a lot more receptive to really what it is, and I think it helps.
Yeah, and I think that would probably be because so many people have had great results with it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So they're telling their friends, they're telling their family, I've done acupuncture and it's really helped me a lot.
Yeah.
What would you say or would you be able to give a couple examples of people that you treated that really helped?
There is this one client. I still regularly am seeing him, but he had an issue with, he had COVID and lost all of his sense of taste and smell. And after just 3 sessions, I believe, he had gotten it back pretty much consistently. And of course, we have to kind of maintain that. But it was pretty cool since I've never really seen that before COVID.
Right.
To really be able to see those kind of results was very interesting.
Amazing. So how often should people go for acupuncture?
Yeah. So initially you do want to come a little bit more frequently. Generally, I see people kind of a condensed treatment. So like 4 times in about 2 weeks or 4 times in a month, depending on the issue. And typically around that 4 times, things should be improved quite a bit. And then we'd start to space out the appointments and get people to kind of a maintaining schedule, which I usually see people every 4 to 6 weeks for maintenance.
Right.
But yeah.
And it's covered by insurance now, is it not?
Yeah.
By a lot of people's insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge majority.
I understand that you also do reflexology. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so reflexology, I do foot and hand reflexology. So it's basically a hand or foot massage, centering around the reflex areas, so the nerve endings of the body. So those areas will reflect certain organs or body systems. I often use it for a lot of diagnosis tools as well, just to kind of see if there's some kind of mystery thing going on. It's also great for, of course, dealing with any foot pain or hand pain. That's quite common as well.
With acupuncture, it works with meridians. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the, what do you call it? That's the fundamental principle of it. Yeah, so working with energy channels, the meridian channels that run up and down the body. Yeah.
So you told me something about when you were doing acupuncture that you could almost feel the indentation. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it takes a lot of practice, of course, but it's not about so when I'm finding a point, it's definitely about knowing the location measurements, but it's also about the feel. So I'll often feel for either like a hot spot or like a bit of an indentation, and that's usually where an acupuncture point would sit.
Oh, wow. It's so fascinating that you can actually feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to do a little bit of acupuncture on me.
Sure.
And just so that we can show people what is involved.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that?
You definitely can.
Okay.
All set, Jesse?
All set. I'm feeling very relaxed. So what is the first thing that we do?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disinfect the areas that I'm going to place the needles in. And then I'm going to place them.
Excellent. So how many needles does somebody typically have put in a session?
So it really depends on the condition or area of concern. But I usually see I probably do anywhere from 10 to 15 during a session.
And how long do they stay in for?
Yeah, so they stay in for about 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and most people do fall asleep. It's quite a relaxing treatment.
I could see why. I'm falling asleep now.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a few pins throughout your body.
Okay, I'm ready. Wow, is that in?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even feel it.
Yeah, it's quite painless.
It sure is. What is that center point for?
Yeah, so that point specifically would be for promoting relaxation.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm already relaxed. I'm going to fall asleep for sure.
Yeah.
And what is this point for?
This point is also for relaxation. I find the combination of the two work really well together.
I gotta say, you can barely feel it.
Good.
I would not know that I have needles in my head right now. Go ahead. What is the limit to how many you would put in at one session?
Well, usually I like to just do about maybe a max of 20. But I mean, I've seen lots of different practitioners do more, or even a lot less. So it really just depends on the practitioner.
Right. So 20 needles, that seems like quite a bit.
Yes, it's not common that I do that many.
As a nutrition and wellness coach at Simply for Life, I have a lot of clients that are managing menopause symptoms. And when I was talking to you the other day, you were telling me that this can be fantastic for menopause.
Yeah.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I see a lot of women with going through menopause, and a really common symptom that I see is hot flashes. And I do find that acupuncture works really, really well at getting rid of hot flashes permanently, really.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, Jesse, so we're all set up though here, okay? So I'm going to let you relax for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come check on you.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I feel very relaxed. I can see why people fall asleep when they're doing this.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even feel the needles in.
Good.
Yeah, it just felt like I was feeling peaceful. The time went pretty quickly.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, this has been wonderful. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Focus on Wellness is brought to you by our Simply for Life locations in St. Stephen, West St. John, and Sussex. It's a lifestyle, not a diet.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Few sounds are more beautiful than the rivers, lakes, and wetlands of New Brunswick. But will they be protected for the enjoyment of future generations? Help give New Brunswick waterways a voice. All across the province, there are local watershed groups working to improve water quality, increase biodiversity, and maintain sustainable fishing and hunting. Join the watershed group in your community and give the waterways of New Brunswick a voice for generations to come.
I'm Gagwege. My name means everything.
Tom Longboats!
I am Wolf Clan, Onondaga Nation. I've run many different races. I've run to survive and to be free. I've run to win for honor.
His people might be lazy, but this one's damn fast.
My people respected our runners, people who carried important messages from village to village.
I need a guide to the next post. Dispatch carrier, sir. I can get you there.
God's sakes, man! Slow down. Who do you think I am, Tom Longboat?
No, sir. I am.
Running makes me feel alive. It's everything.
Tom Longboat was the first Indigenous person to win the Boston Marathon. He ran his way to international fame and became an inspiration to generations of athletes.
This summer, experience an island like no other. Drive across the ocean floor. Explore the summer estate of railroad legend Sir William Van Horn, now a National Historic Site of Canada. Hike over 20 kilometers of pristine ocean headlands and forest trails. And attend a Sunday Island concert on Ministers Island, St. Andrews, New Brunswick.
You may know I could not have gotten sober and stayed sober without the women at Sophia Recovery Center. When I walked into Sophia, I found myself surrounded by women who understood, who had walked in my shoes and were blazing a trail for me to follow. At Sophia, I attended regular 12-step meetings, completed a Woman's Way Through the 12 Steps program, participated in book studies, dropped by for a cup of tea or to chat when I was having a particularly bad day.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Fundy Tidings. I'm your host, Jay Reamer, and with me today is Laurie Collins and Debbie Cooper. Welcome to the show, ladies.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here.
They are here today to talk about a great new program in St. John called the Big G program. So we're going to hear all about it and how we can become volunteers. So, this is so exciting. Thank you so much for coming down. So, would you like to give us sort of an introduction as to what Big Brothers Big Sisters is, and what this and how they fit into the program, and and the other groups that fit into this new conglomerate? I think it's so exciting.
Right. Well, Big Brothers Big Sisters has been in the St. John area for 50, actually this year is our 50th anniversary, and we also serve this area as part of our service district. So we do serve people from Sussex all the way down here to St. Andrews and St. Stephen. So in this particular project that we're talking about, we're talking about matching young people with volunteer mentors. And we are very excited when that happens, when we get a chance to match kids with some adult role models in their lives, and a great opportunity for folks to get to know each other. And so our Big Brothers Big Sisters programs focus on matching young people who face adversity in their lives, which we know there's a lot of young people out there that definitely need some positive role models, especially since the pandemic has really cut some people off from their regular circle of friends and circle of folks who support them. So what we try to do is fill in some gaps. So kids who aren't necessarily able to find role models in their lives, or maybe don't have enough positive role models, that we can kind of help fill that gap. So we screen, train volunteers, match them with young people in the hopes that with coaching and support from our mentoring coordinators, some like Debbie's role in the agency, that they can develop what's called developmental relationships, and those are matches and relationships that help to build skills and expose kids to new things and to give them opportunity to be the best that they can be. So that is our role for most of our programs. Is we're trying to build social emotional competence with young people, to improve their mental health and well-being, and also to help kids feel more engaged in their school and in their community. So that's kind of how what Big Brothers Big Sisters does. I don't know if you want to add to that, Deb?
I just want to talk about from my own personal perspective from Big Brothers Big Sisters, in that Laurie heard I retired about 6 years ago. So she picks up the phone and says, "Do you want to join the board?" So I said, "Yeah, okay, I'll join the board." But in order to serve on the board, I felt that it was necessary for me to learn about the programs of the Bigs. So I became an in-school mentor, and I had my eyes opened as to how valuable 1 hour a week can really help that child. And my little one was in grade 1 at the time. So I was with her for 2 years, and then because she changed schools, we changed over into a traditional match of a big sister, little sister. So I have had that experience of being an in-school mentor, and then as a big sister, little sister. So it's kind of nice to bring that into this role, a new role that I now have as a mentoring coordinator. And this new program that we're going to be talking about is to add the senior component of working with the young children in various roles and various ways of reaching our seniors along with their children.
You know, it's really come to be sort of more of a public conversation, the importance of making connections, especially intergenerational connections. So when I found out about this program, I thought, well, this is perfect. It's really cutting edge. How long have you been working on this concept?
Well, this particular program has been done in different regions of Canada. Like our national organization has put some work into developing resources for the intergenerational piece of mentoring. And we've been trying, well, we've kind of been dabbling a little bit for the last year, trying to get the program off the ground and to find enough volunteers who are, I mean, they're 55 plus, so people, I'm 55 as of yesterday, so thank you. So I don't not consider myself a senior, of course, but in the 55 plus is the age range that we are targeting folks to be volunteers with this program. So we did receive some funding from the federal government through their New Horizons for Seniors program, and they are funding in part this project. So their focus is on improving the well-being of and resources and connections for seniors, because the pandemic has caused a lot of people to be disconnected or to be isolated from other people, or even afraid to go out and about. So we're really starting to push it now because we did receive the funding this year. And so we do have a couple of matches that we've been able to make of people 55 plus. We do consider Debbie's match with her little sister as one of the success stories of the program. Debbie is 55 plus. Plus. Yes.
Well, we all are.
We are, yes, that's right. And we all get there.
And none of us are seniors, though.
No, definitely. So yeah, our focus is, the intergenerational piece of trying to get folks who are 55 plus, who have lots of life experience and lots of skills that they could teach young people. And in return, the young people can also teach us a lot of things that we don't know about, or we can learn about their family and support each other. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of a great concept in that matching seniors with young people where everyone benefits.
Well, that I think is wonderful because it also improves the community in which people live, right? So you find out more what's going on if you connect with people, and if you can do it intergenerationally, because really, historically or traditionally, we, at least in my lifetime, the only intergenerational activity was really either within your family or at school with your teacher. Right. So this expands that, because, and I think it's so important because there are many broken families where positive mentoring just doesn't exist. Right. And there are lonely seniors who benefit from contact with any other people, and to be doing something helpful just must brighten their day.
It brightens everybody's day.
Yeah,
sure.
I just think I think it's fantastic. Now, so how do we find out more about the Big G program if we are interested in becoming volunteers and working with youth?
Right. Well, you could contact any of the phone numbers for the agency. Our main office is out of St. John, but we do have a satellite office in both St. George and in St. Stephen. Mm-hmm. We do have staff members working there. But our website is easy to find. So we are bigbrothersbigsisters.ca/St. John.
Okay. Well, that is fantastic. I think it would be interesting to kind of talk a little bit about the importance of volunteerism, because I think that we all are coming out of the isolation of COVID, and we're all feeling still a little shell-shocked and kind of feeling our way a little bit. I've written lots about volunteerism and the importance of it because of the connections, but from your perspective, how have you experienced volunteerism, either as a volunteer or as managing volunteers?
Right. well, two very different roles, I guess. One,
Yes.
of managing volunteers is there's a lot of support and coaching that goes into our particular matches. Because we do, once they're matched, provide lots of ongoing support and supervision. So we do help with coaching with different scenarios, or if they need some different resources for their match, or some ideas on things to do that they could do with the young person. A little bit different than being an actual volunteer and in that role. So Debbie has a great story about her little sister and how they've kind of what kinds of activities they do, and her match is really intergenerational because it's kind of, we've got some great stories to share there. So on the volunteer side of things.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. I just think that as a voluntary organization, as a nonprofit organization, volunteers are the backbone of the organization, and it just keeps us going. We have a very small staff, so we couldn't possibly provide the level of program services to the number of children that we serve, which is over 400 children.
Wow.
With a small number of staff that we have. So volunteerism is first and foremost what we need to be able to do to recruit volunteers. And one way that we've done it with my little sister is that I've exposed her to my circle of friends who come to the table with lots of different backgrounds, passions, ideas. And one friend of mine has an older parent, up in her 90s. So we're actually doing a 3-generational thing in that the young lady is 12. And I'll be a middle one, and then the one in their 90s. But she is able to talk about growing up in rural New Brunswick and what it was like as a child back then. So you can imagine the historical perspective and all of that, what she's learning. And my little is very craft oriented and very artsy and very creative. So she's able to take her learnings and teachings from the older lady and apply them to some of the things that we do on a weekly basis, be it knitting, sewing, baking, you name it, felting. She's using a lot of the traditional kinds of things as part of.
So so do you meet with her once a week?
Yeah, now that she's getting a little bit older, it's not always once a week, but definitely 3 or 4 times a month for sure. And we spend longer time. Number of hours. Like we were together this last Saturday for about 5 hours, so we spend longer in time.
Lucky.
And it's flexible for each match too. Like,
yeah, it is.
We do ask for like a weekly commitment, but sometimes it's every other week, or because it depends on their age and how involved they are. Like if they play sports or something, I might limit you to once every 2 weeks.
Right. So as far as the training goes, if I was to call you up and say I want to be a big brother,
right?
How is there a lot of training involved? Does it take months, or does it take an afternoon, or how does it work?
Right, so it doesn't take months, thankfully. The whole process might take about a month because we do start with an application. And once those are filled out and returned, then a mentoring coordinator will meet with you, and you'll be kind of through an informal interview process, and then there's some reference checks and some background checks and those kind of things. What we call our pre-match training, which is a child safety training for volunteers, for the little people, and for their parents, of what healthy relationships look like, and what are some signs of potential boundary breaking, and how do we keep everybody safe in the match. So that particular training takes 30 minutes, 45 minutes in there. And then we do have a new process called developmental relationships training, which I mentioned earlier, is basically how do we get the most out of the match for the little in particular, is how can we help them develop skills and knowledge that they need to be successful in life. So our mentoring coordinators coach on those pieces of developmental relationships, and that's like sharing power, providing different opportunities for kids, letting them lead some of the decisions on what we're going to do today, and letting them take a leadership role and those kinds of things. But So that training takes probably about the same, about a half an hour. So not that long. I mean,
Really?
for working with kids, a child, one-to-one, once a week. So we want to make sure everyone's safe and everyone's prepared. And we do go through the process because we do want to make sure everyone is safe and also provide it with, opportunity to learn how to work better with a child. Yeah.
And so how do the children become part of the program? So if you, for instance, if I had a child who I was struggling with, or the relationship wasn't working well, how would I become part of the program if I thought, you know what, I think I can't do this, somebody else needs to help me?
Right.
Is that a scenario that's real?
Potentially, yeah. We have kids who become part of the program for a wide variety of reasons. Whether they come from a really large family and they don't really have any one-to-one time with their parents because there's so many needs in the family, or we have single-parent families. We have two-parent families who maybe both work, and the kids don't necessarily get an opportunity to do a variety of things, so many different reasons. But the way to do it, if we want to be involved in a school program, is the school would be the referral source for people to get involved. So they would ask their teacher at school or the principal, somebody that would know, how to get in touch with our organization, so they can refer a child to us if it's a school program. For what we call the traditional, or the big sister, little sister, community-based program, those applications have to be done by the parent. So again, they can find one on our website, or they can give us a call in any of our offices, any of the 3 offices, and we can get them the application and help get it filled out, and then get started like that. That's the easiest
So what
way.
is the demographic of the volunteers generally? Is it mostly women? Is it half and half with men? What are you kind of looking for?
Right. I would say 70% female volunteers. We'd like for that to be more of a 50-50, because we have most of the kids on our waiting list are young boys looking for a male role model. We find men often volunteer to be hockey coaches or in those kinds of roles. So may not even think about this type of a role, but we're hoping to recruit men and women because we do have males and females on the wait list.
So what is this wait list all about? How many people would be on your wait list?
It's a rotating list. So like if somebody would apply for their young person, they would technically just go on the waiting list for a little while until we had the right volunteer that came along, so we can finish processing a volunteer to get them ready to be matched. So they technically sit on the wait list for a little while, just till we get the right volunteer ready to go.
But is this a short-term wait list? I mean, is this like a couple of months, or can this go on like
it could be a couple months.
Department of Health?
Oh, I hope not. I hope not that long. So one thing about Big Brothers Big Sisters and how we match is it's an intentional matching. So the way the wait list works is a child could go on the list, but if the right volunteer, like if somebody lives in St. Andrews and we get a volunteer who applies from St. George, then that wouldn't, because the person probably wouldn't want to travel every day or every once a week to meet with their child. So we have to wait for somebody, and we try hard to recruit somebody in their area so that we can get the match. So some kids wait a couple months. Some kids, yes, unfortunately, have a longer wait. But really, the holdup on the wait list is volunteers, because we need people. We need volunteers to commit.
So as a volunteer, you don't really require any special skills. You have to pass your checks.
Yes.
But what would be the time requirement to be a really useful volunteer? Like a couple of hours a week, a couple of hours a month? How would it work?
We used to look at it as saying one time a week kind of thing. But now what we're saying is that whatever time you have available is it doesn't have to be an hour a week. It could be one visit. It could be a visit every second week. We know that volunteers, adults, are busy. We know the senior population are busy in their retirement. So we're willing that during the application process is to speak with the potential volunteer is all part of the application to see what they do have available for time and to match them, as Lori says, it's intentional matching. Because some of the children and in their family situation, they may only be available once every couple of weeks. But it's critical that they have this volunteer in their life who can provide the mentoring and coaching in their life, because even once every couple of weeks is life-changing for these children.
Yeah.
So it's not so much as an hour a week, it's a quality of the time being spent. So this is all about recruiting volunteers.
Right. So what is the some of the outcomes of this that we can convince the viewers are like the magic to this, you know?
Yep. The magic is, I know you can speak to this very well, but the magic I see is in kids coming out of their shells after, you know, being matched with someone. Maybe they would go to McDonald's and you order my food, I can't order my, and then eventually they're just going to the counter and ordering their own food and being more confident in themselves. So building those kinds of skills of being, like I mentioned, social emotional development, so relationship skills, learning how to get along with peers, learning how to lose at a game where maybe they weren't good at losing, and that's why the teacher wanted them involved in the program, because they weren't good at losing. So learning to lose is a skill that's often overlooked because it happens in life, and some kids have trouble dealing with, you know, that kind of a loss to them could be a big.
So
a big
that's
thing.
where an older person could come in and explain to them that the upside of losing.
Right.
You know, because losing is not necessarily a negative.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine that a number of these kids come from tricky backgrounds. So there's trauma involved in their past lives.
Not all, but some for sure.
Yeah. Well, I would say that I don't know anyone who has not experienced severe trauma when they were little.
Yeah. Well, we've all experienced trauma, right? It's just.
And it's a trick is it can be healed, and I think that's one of the big functions, actually, or maybe it is one of the byproducts of a program like this, is that so much healing can take place.
Right.
Do you find that to be true?
Well, I find kids building skills and learning to be more confident and learning to handle adversity is a tool that will serve them their entire lives. So being able to handle, you know, setbacks and those kind of things for a child is really important, because you go through life and you learn those lessons. But the earlier we can help kids process different things that are going to happen in their lives and how they can overcome adversity is an important part of what we do.
So Big Brothers Big Sisters has been around for 50 years or so.
In this area, yeah.
Are you beginning to get feedback from early participants becoming volunteers sort of later in life and being grateful for their experience?
Oh, absolutely. We hear from so many people. We've got
a young man on our board.
Yeah.
Tell them about him.
Yeah. No, you can go ahead.
we because the organization has been around for 50 years, we're now seeing young people who were littles, either little brother or little sister, who've come up through the organization and have grown up to become big brothers and big sisters, and who are now giving back in that capacity, but even move it forward, who have gone to university and who have come onto the board of directors, but move the bar even another 10, 15 years ahead, who have stayed in touch with their big, and their big are going to their weddings and standing up with them. These are the stories that exist, that are there with the alumni. Like, these are the impact stories that people have that are happening in children's lives.
I think that this is a great opportunity for seniors, because I talk to seniors a lot.
Right.
So many of them say, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I want to do. And I encourage people to volunteer. in wherever their passion might be.
Right.
But connecting with other people is something that we
So
all
important.
need
Yes.
and we all love. And so I think that this program is very exciting. And so it's the Big G program.
Yes.
And it's based in St. John.
Well, our main office is in St. John, but this program is available in St. Andrews, St. Stephen, St. George.
Any of the Big Brother, Big Sister
Yeah, we serve from
offices.
Sussex all the way down to Charlotte County, so it's available in all of the southwestern
So
region.
anyone interested can just contact one of those offices
Absolutely,
and get
yep.
plugged in. I think I've actually wanted to do it myself and everything.
We'll sign
And then-
you up.
And then I run in. You know, that's
Do you
right.
have time, Jay?
That's
Well,
right. Yes.
Everyone has time.
Everyone
You can
has time.
You can make it. Yes, you
It's
can make
the
time
truth.
for it.
It is
Absolutely.
the truth. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you, as we become seniors
Mhm.
and voids develop in our lives,
Right.
we have to fill those with something.
Correct.
And what a great thing to just spend an hour or two a week doing
Yep.
something so beneficial. Great for the neighborhood and the community.
And great for the schools
and great
too,
for the
'cause
kids.
It's available in the local schools. You can go into a school and meet with a child, you know, for half an hour, 45 minutes out of their school day, and it's during the day. So, it's a good timing for older folks who might have to go to bed earlier.
There you go. So we have about a minute left.
Oh, okay.
And I just want to give you an opportunity to make a final, sort of statement about what you really want people to walk away from this show with.
Want people to understand that they can make a really big difference in a lot of kids' lives, or in one child's life, one child at a time. We say an hour of your time a week would be very beneficial to a young person and the community.
Pick up the phone, call the office, have a chat, talk with one of us, and we'd love to hear from as many people as we possibly can, because that's what this program's all about, is recruiting, especially seniors 55 and older, for the Big G intergenerational program.
Fantastic.
Pick up the phone.
Thank you so much for coming down and being on the show. It was very enlightening, and I learned a lot, and I think our viewers did as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
And thank you for viewing the show today, and I look forward to seeing you on another episode of Fundy Tidings.
Hi, I'm Michael Depp, host of Inside the Media, the show that looks at the business of the news and the people who make it. Watch it on CHCO television Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8:30 p.m.
Hi, my name is Noah. I use my computer to speak and I also use sign language. Today I will teach you to sign church. 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 Thank you for learning to sign with me today.
I'm Dr. Mackenzie. Welcome to Mackenzie Orthodontics. We're so excited to welcome you to our brand new state-of-the-art dental office located in St. Stephen. I'm an Invisalign Diamond Plus provider, and we offer braces and Invisalign for kids, teens, and adults. The office is equipped with an intraoral scanner and digital x-rays, and you can comfortably do all of your orthodontic appointments here. My team and I are excited to welcome you to our new office.
There's a whole new world of natural beauty waiting for you in your own backyard. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality, Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here. I've got your back.
when you want to talk, I'm here.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Hi, and welcome to another episode of Submersed in Science. I'm your host, Jamie Steele, and today we're here at the New Brunswick Community College in St. Andrews, and I'm with Carolyn Graham, who is an instructor in the Aquaculture Technician program here at the college. So we're going to spend a little bit of time talking to her and talking to some of her colleagues, visiting with some students, and finding out a little bit about the program here at the college. And so first off, how long have you been here?
I've been here for 5 years. This will be my 5th graduating class.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
And did you take the program here? Or?
I did not. Actually, when I finished university, I tried to get into this program and it was full. So I began working in the industry and took some other courses. At that time, we were offering courses in the evenings at MBCC, so I was able to take a course or two that way. And, and gain lots of hands-on experience. Yeah.
And then decided you wanted to teach.
I did, and my first boss in the industry was Nelson Allward, who is now our department head. He was my very first boss in the aquaculture industry. And as many people know, he was an instructor here in this program and was looking to move on and do other things, and asked me if I'd be interested in teaching. So it was a big stretch. It was not anything I'd ever done before, but I've really enjoyed it. It's really it's fun. It's a great.
Well, spending a little bit of time with you, you can see your enthusiasm. So it's great. And thank you for having us here and providing all the necessary things that we need to put a program together.
Yeah, well, welcome to MBCC. We're thrilled to have you here as well. We think it's a great opportunity to showcase what we do and what our students learn.
Right, so tell us a little bit about the program.
So the Aquaculture Technician program has been in existence since about 1978. The industry in New Brunswick, the salmon farming industry, began about that time, and our program developed alongside it to provide trained individuals that could work in the aquaculture industry to look after the fish, but also to look after the environment that the fish live in. Our program today is a 40-week program, like most MBCC programs, and combines classroom learning with hands-on learning, like you'll see in the hatchery later on this morning. So we have 40 weeks of training. Our students also spend 6 weeks doing an applied workplace learning experience, so practicum basically.
So important, yeah.
Yeah, so they spend 2 weeks in the fall term, they spend 2 weeks in the winter term, and then 2 weeks in the spring term in industry. So they can choose wherever they'd like to go, whatever's of interest to them, they can actually spend that time there. And a lot of students see that as an opportunity to gain experience that employers are looking for.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about practicums really is that experience so important. I mean, it's one thing to have hatchery on site here in the school, but it's a
Yes.
whole different thing to be out in the industry and interacting with people who are working.
Exactly, exactly. And we've had employers say to us that our students are the most prepared to go to work because they do have that hands-on experience. So you mentioned the hatchery. Every day our students are responsible for looking after a group of fish that we have there and making sure the life support system is functioning properly.
So typically in any given year, how many grads are you are graduating? And over the course of the length of the program, the number of years that it's been going, how many have you graduated?
It is a one-year program aligned with the school year, so begins in September and ends in June. Most classes at NBCC are small, with a capacity of anywhere from 16 to 20. Our students, or our capacity is about 16. And so over the course of the 30-some years that we've been in existence, we've graduated over 600 individuals.
Wow.
That are now, some are leaders in the aquaculture industry.
Right.
Yeah.
And you track, I imagine you track where many of those students have gone, where they are
We
now.
try to, we try to, and so it's hard sometimes to track people's movements, but but we do.
And they've come not only from Charlotte County, but I would imagine from everywhere.
Yeah, we are a unique program. So we're the only aquaculture program at NBCC in all of its 6 campuses. We are the only aquaculture technician program here in St. Andrews, but we're also unique across Canada in that we're one of, as far as I know, we're the only one-year training program for aquaculture across Canada. So we do have a tendency to bring in people from other regions of New Brunswick, other parts of Canada, and we've even had people from other continents. So we've had people from Asia, from Europe, from South America. Last year we had a student from Turkey and a student from from the Caribbean. So it really makes a nice mix of students in our classroom. We tend to have anywhere from someone that's 18 up to 60, and typically a good mix of male and female. So we have a nice diverse class.
Have the students ever received any international training, or has there been any of those kinds of links?
Not necessarily. We have had students come here to take our program, but we haven't had the reciprocal kind of arrangement. However, during the applied workplace experience, students, if they had the means, could definitely go to other countries to do that experience.
Can you give me an idea of the stuff they're learning day to day, what sorts of courses they're taking?
Yeah, so we have quite a gamut of courses. There are 15 courses in our program. They range anywhere from biology of fish, handling fish. That's a big course for us. Our students learn a lot of handling principles and how to humanely and properly handle fish. We talk about water quality. We have a course on land-based aquaculture, a course on marine-based aquaculture, feeding and nutrition. We're just starting fish health, alternate species, and then we end the course with an applied research project. So the students actually have to come up with their own research, conduct that research, and then present it to the class in June.
It's a one-year program. That's a lot of stuff to pack into really into a 10-month period, I guess, including placements. Every semester for a couple of weeks. What if someone wants to, continue doing some academic study, or is there a link between, other institutions, for example?
Well, for example, we have an agreement, I guess, with UNBSJ, so University of New Brunswick and St. John, where our students can apply for a credit transfer for our program. So that can account for almost 1 year of a 4-year degree at UNBSJ.
Probably
in biology, marine biology or environmental studies, that
Yeah.
type of thing. And we do have a student that did that a couple of years ago, so she's continuing on. Yeah. So that's a nice link.
Do you get other, people coming sort of the other way who may have had training? Well, I mean, you, I guess, have had training. You did a university degree and then got involved in the aquaculture industry.
And that's another neat, development, right? So somebody that has the theoretical knowledge and then wants to gain that hands-on experience and learning, and that we have had students like that who have had degrees and then have come here to specialize in aquaculture and then go out and find jobs.
Yeah. And what about programs right here in the college? Are there linkages with other programs? Like, I'm thinking about the culinary program, for example. Here we've got all these fish being grown in a hatchery, and there we have a kitchen and a dining room. Do you guys collaborate in any way?
That's a very good question. We do several projects with the culinary program. We start in October. Our students learn about some processing techniques and quality control and quality assurance, and then we send the products that we create to our culinary students, and they cook them up in different ways and invite us into the kitchen to taste those products.
Bonus.
Which is awesome. The beer battered salmon is the best. That's always my favorite, but that's a nice linkage.
Right.
And we've done some other types of I guess joint projects with the culinary and hospitality students. Yeah, we've also, just last week actually, we had a group of environmental science students in from Fundy High, and our students at this point in their academic career are able to start teaching others about aquaculture. And so they had about 30 high school students that they designed a classroom activity, a lab activity, and then a hatchery activity. So that was
nice.
That was a fun thing.
That must be kind of neat, because I would imagine that a certain number of students every year in the program are locals coming from Charlotte County, and if you have Charlotte County schools coming in, there's there's that link that younger students in high school can see to older students, what they're doing, where they've gone. They've come out of their own backyard and are continuing their learning in a place like NBCC.
Exactly, and surprisingly, even though aquaculture is a huge economic driver in New Brunswick, not many people know about it.
Right.
And some of the stuff they hear might not be positive. So for us, it's a way to share the knowledge about aquaculture, what it is, its value, not just here in Charlotte County, but also around the world as a way to feed our people.
Now they've learned all of this stuff over the course of a year. And they graduate. What's the outlook like for them? Are they being placed in real jobs? No?
They are. An example from last year, 87% of our students last year had jobs at graduation. Many were employed even before they finished graduating. So we have several companies that come here and recruit. And so many of our students had job offers and had jobs waiting for them. So basically, the day they graduated, they were going to work.
Right.
And that's a stat that's common amongst NBCC graduates. Approximately 87% are hired when they graduate.
Right. I've also heard that there have been developments along the research front here, that the college is now taking another step, and the possibility of being involved in some applied research.
Yes, it's quite exciting, actually.
Yeah.
NBCC now has an applied research division and has become quite involved in research in other sectors. Not so much in aquaculture, however, the opportunity exists for us to become involved in research as well. Now, aquaculture is a science-driven, research-based industry, and our students definitely, on their practicums, are participating in research projects with different industrial partners or organizations.
So is there anything else you want to add to what we've talked about?
What I'd like to reiterate, I think, is that our program is very unique, and we're very fortunate to be based here in St. Andrews, in southwestern New Brunswick, which is really the heart of the salmon farming industry in New Brunswick. We have ample opportunity to visit some of the operations that are here in Charlotte County. The industry that exists here are always so welcoming to us and open their doors to our students to come in for tours. We also have access to some experts in aquaculture that are working here in Charlotte County and come in and teach our students, some of the stuff that they're doing. So it's a great opportunity, and we are so fortunate to be here in St. Andrews.
Right.
Yeah.
No, great. Well, I think we're going to have opportunity during the show to see a couple of those students on practicum at one of those institutions. I think we're going to go to the Huntsman and follow a couple of students for a little bit and see what they're doing. And we're also going to have the opportunity to go and, to talk with Rod Carney, a colleague of yours, another instructor, and talk a little bit about the hatchery that you have, the facility that you have on site here, and what the students are doing on a day-to-day basis right here at the college.
Right, we can't wait to show it to you.
Yeah, so we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll be back shortly. Here I am with Rod Carney, an instructor in the Aquaculture Technician program here at NBCC St. Andrews. And Rod's been here for how many years?
17 years now.
17?
Yep.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Man, time flies. And you have a day-to-day interaction with the students here at the college?
Yes.
Yeah. And we were in the hatchery a little bit earlier, and I just want you to give us an idea of the routine that the students go through every day when they're in that hatchery situation. It's sort of a practice hatchery, or actually raising fish in there, but in order for those fish to maintain their health and to grow properly, as you want them to do in a commercial setting, those kids have to learn how to do a number of things to help maintain fish health and good conditions. So tell us a little bit about what they do.
Yeah, so that's right. It's a training hatchery, and we crank the hatchery up in about October each year. We bring in new fish inventory, and the students are involved with the growing, the nurturing of those fish until harvest date, and that'll be sometime before the academic school year finishes up. So the fish are in there for several months. They need lots of care. The equipment needs care in there, the systems that deliver water to the fish, all that sort of thing. So we've got a routine going where each morning before we come to class, the students are in the hatchery, and we go in there and they look, they listen to make sure everything sounds okay, and they break into their routines. They do their water quality, they look after the systems, they backwash filters, they look after screens and other such things. The last thing they do in the morning before they come to class then is to feed the fish, because once the systems are taken care of and water quality is good, and we know that, we don't have to make any adjustments, then we can feed fish and know everything's working well.
Right. So are they there just in the morning? They come back anytime during the day, or?
Yeah, the morning is probably the most intense. I mean, that's when they've been left alone all evening, sort of thing. So we're going to come in and make sure everything's running well. And then throughout the day, a designated person who we call the hatchery manager, who takes on the duties for a week, 7 days, including weekends, will after the routines are done in the morning, that person will continue to look after the hatchery for the rest of the day.
Okay, so they go in on a periodic basis, or?
Yeah, in breaks between classes at lunch hour, and then they put them to bed, so to speak, before they leave for the day.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're responsible on weekends as well?
They are, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So they're in on their own, or would they could bring a classmate in with them? Or?
Yeah, the schedule is set up so that there's a manager and a first assistant sort of thing.
Right.
And so they train together. And when the manager has completed their duties for that 7-day run, the assistant moves into their position, and then there's someone training behind them again too.
Right.
So, yeah. And so it's great because, it is farming.
Right.
We are working with livestock, and it's not, we can't close shop on Friday afternoon and come back Monday morning.
Right.
So,
yeah. So I noticed kids are taking, some water samples and doing some water quality testing. They're measuring for pH and carbon dioxide levels and a variety of other things, I guess, oxygen levels. So what would happen in a case if any of those were out of whack? What happens?
Yeah, well, we'd have to mitigate that. If it's a temperature thing, we don't have a lot of control over that. We don't have chillers or heat systems, but the season that we run the hatchery, temperatures stay conducive to very good fish health, so that's great, for salmonids, that is.
Right.
The oxygen, we have an oxygen system there. We have backup oxygen supplies, so if that was ever to show up as a low reading, then we can certainly take some action against that. And one of the more, if I've learned anything, it's oxygen. Always know your oxygen levels, and temperature is important too, but carbon dioxide too in a recirculation system can reach levels that can cause some discomfort to fish. And so there's a couple of things we can do to mitigate high carbon dioxide levels, and that's we can introduce a lot of air to the water to kind of strip off the carbon dioxide. We can also add some chemicals to the water if we need to do that. So those are the things we try and stay on top of.
Right. So in the hatchery right now, and is this pretty typical of what's usually there? You've got some salmon, you've got some rainbow trout,
right?
And you've got some brook trout.
Yes.
Right? Is that kind of a typical range?
Yeah, it is. We're a freshwater hatchery,
right?
And with the temperatures we have to work with, we kind of stay within the salmonid family. We also do that because that reflects really the majority of fish that are grown in New Brunswick are salmonids, so we kind of focus on that as well.
Okay. And fish come to you from a local hatchery, or do you go through the whole process? Do you take them right from egg to?
No, we don't raise broodstock or hatch eggs out, but we do bring them in as young fish, probably 8 to 10 grams.
Okay.
And then we grow them for a season. And we source those fish from different suppliers in New Brunswick.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And kids, I mean, obviously that hands-on training is what kids are really looking for and wanting in a program like this, and huge benefits, I guess.
Well, I think so for sure. It complements the classroom work sort of thing. When we can go over there and get our hands wet, we can talk about working with fish and measuring fish and anesthetizing fish and blood sampling fish. But if you've got those right there and you're teaching hatchery to work with and do that, then I think that's a great complement to the academic portion of the program.
Right.
Yeah.
So they get an opportunity to do some blood sampling.
Oh, sure.
And anesthetization
and
whatnot. All
yes.
Of that?
Yeah. We have a course in our program called Handling Fish, and that's what that's all about.
Okay.
Yeah. All the different procedures you'd use with fish. Yeah.
Yeah. So the students have and gain experience here in the hatchery at the college, but then they go out to do practicums in various locations, whether it be another hatchery out in the real world, or a cage site, or sometimes at a research facility like the Huntsman, right? So,
yes.
Yeah. So these students, where have they gone? Do you know, or where are they going?
The students, from year to year, we leave it up to them to choose where they might like to go and do their practicum, and we can set that up with them.
Right.
They've been to the Huntsman, the biological station, marine sites.
Right.
They've left the province to do practicums. They've done,
oh, really? Whereabouts?
Nova Scotia, and Ontario.
Yeah.
And
anywhere there's aquaculture, I guess.
Anywhere there's aquaculture, they've done, they've done practicums. Have participated in practicums in freshwater sites, marine sites, different species of fish, wherever their interest lies, and they'd like to go a little further and learn a little bit more, then that's where they tend to migrate to on their practicums.
So this experience in the hatchery here gives them a sort of a foothold, a good grounding in what they might be doing elsewhere.
Oh, for sure, yeah. At least in the freshwater part of things.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Well, we've been fortunate because we've been able to follow a couple of those students on a practicum here at locally at the Huntsman Marine Science Center, and we're going to go there and see what they're up to. Hi, here we are at the Huntsman Marine Science Center, and I've got a couple of NBCC aquaculture technician training students with me. We've got Shauna Thompson and Stephanie Totten, both in the program and both here at Huntsman doing one of a number of practicums that they have to do during the course of their program at the college. So I'm just going to talk to them a little bit about that and find out what's involved, at least here at the Huntsman, and maybe some insight into some of the other things that they've done. So Shauna, how many practicums do you guys do during the course of the program?
We have 3 practicums throughout the year.
And this one is
our second one.
Second one, okay.
Yeah.
And what sorts of things have you guys been doing here?
We've been feeding seals, taking care of sac fry, which is first feeders as well.
Feeding them kind of like food we buy in the store for tank fish, or
no?
Is it bigger?
No.
Well, for them, it's almost like a powder feed.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're just starting to eat.
Okay. So this is your second practicum to date. What did you do in your first one?
I came here to the Huntsman Marine for my first one too.
Doing some of the similar sorts of things?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And Steph?
I was at Oak Bay. I got to spawn fish and help clean out some tanks.
So Oak Bay is a hatchery, right?
And then I also did egg picking.
What's involved in egg picking?
You pick out all the dead eggs that are in the tank, because if not, they can grow fungus and kill the rest of them.
How do you tell a dead egg from a live egg?
The dead ones are usually fully white, and the live ones are a nice orange color.
Right on. Great. So these practicums, you're here for, you have 3 of them. How long are each of them?
They're 2 weeks each.
Okay. And do they take place one right after another, or are you guys sort of spaced out throughout the year?
Yeah. There's one in October, one in February, and one in May.
Right. So what do you expect you'll do in May?
I'm hoping maybe to go to a sea cage to see how that is.
And you, Shauna?
I'm gonna try another hatchery, but I'm not quite sure where yet.
I'm here with Sue Hodkinson, the Aquaculture Operations Supervisor here at the Huntsman Marine Science Center. And Sue is involved with the practicum experiences of the Aquaculture Technician Training Program of NBCC. She's, I think, oversees all of that as well. What value do you see in having students come here from the program to work at the Huntsman facility?
Well, students bring a certain energy with them and see the newness in everything that we do around the site, and they inspire the crew a little more, and the crew gets to teach, all our technicians get to teach what they're doing, and I think it reaffirms to them the value of what they're doing day to day.
So how many students would you have through the run of a year?
I think we've had up to about 9 through. We've had 3 practicums usually a year, and maybe 1 student. We've had up to 3 each practicum that we've had, the 2-week ones.
Right. And do you see any of those students coming back here to Huntsman to work?
We've hired 2 from the program, and we've had many come and visit and say hello, and usually it's just timing. There's plenty we would definitely hire if we had the opportunity.
So the focus here at Huntsman is a little bit more research-based than commercial.
So we're here for industry. So we're not to the levels of production the industry is, but we have systems that would mimic in a smaller way what the production facilities see. So we can do small scale research, as well as we have some larger programs, the breeding program right now that is for industry.
We talked a little earlier with Shauna and Stephanie, who are current placements here. Both of them are women. Is that, and you're a woman, which is wonderful, but is that becoming more and more common occurrence in the industry, seeing lots of women take part and become part of it?
I find in the hatchery level, you'll find it's a probably larger percentage female. I don't know if it's more detail-oriented and it maybe draws women too, but a lot of hatchery work I've found has been females that like it better.
Great. And you feel, you say students come back to say hi and visit the site after they've been here on practicum, so I guess you feel that they've gotten a lot out of their experiences here and you've helped them on their road to success.
Well, we hope to, and definitely it's a lot of varied activities they get to do here, being a little bit more research. They see different sides of things, the sea lice research that we do. They get to see how they hatch and develop and see what the infections do and get to really look at the fish under the microscope. And I think it just brings a broader spectrum to what the industry faces with issues as we're doing the research to figure out how to make those better and make the fish healthier.
Right on. Great. Thanks for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us for this episode of Submersed in Science. We were here at the New Brunswick Community College in St. Andrews talking to folks in the Aquaculture Technician Training Program. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope you'll come back in the weeks to come to see more of what's happening in this wonderful world of marine science here in Charlotte County.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV.
Few sounds are more beautiful than the rivers, lakes, and wetlands of New Brunswick. But will they be protected for the enjoyment of future generations? Help give New Brunswick waterways a voice. All across the province, there are local watershed groups working to improve water quality, increase biodiversity, and maintain sustainable fishing and hunting. Join the watershed group in your community and give the waterways of New Brunswick a voice for generations to come.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Fundy Tidings. I'm your host, Jay Reamer, and with me today is Matt Abbott, who is the Fundy Baykeeper. Welcome back to the show, Matt.
Great to be here, Jay. I always look forward to it.
It's been a couple of years since we last chatted, and the last time we were discussing the dam in St. Stephen and some of the challenges that project we're facing, and it's been a couple of years, and I think it's time for an update.
Yes. So it's been a really exciting year, a really exciting few years for the Schoodic River. Schoodic is the traditional name of the St. Croix River. It's fine to call it either as far as I'm concerned, but I just love the oldest name, the Schoodic, so I'll be using that. And, you know, I've been reflecting on it because I spent last weekend on a run with the Passamaquoddy Schoodic River Keepers, a group of Passamaquoddy citizens who've been real champions for the restoration of the river. And we do a run through Maine, but from the Passamaquoddy community near Eastport, Sapayak, all the way to Forest City to sort of mirror the route of the fish. And we do a relay run and we pass a piece of deer antler, and it's a beautiful event. And I was reflecting with some of the Passamaquoddy people I've had the pleasure of working on this restoration work, that, you know, the first time we did the run was in 2012. And you could think of it as a protest. There were at most 50,000 fish. When I talk about fish in this case, I mean alewife, river herring, gaspereau, a fish with many names. And this is a small fish about the size of herring. So similar size and biology to sardines that we eat, but instead of spawning at sea, they spawn or lay their eggs. They reproduce in rivers, so they come into our rivers every year. And we had about 50,000 in 2012, and we did this run as a protest, calling on the state of Maine to open access to the river for fish. There were fishways, but they were being blocked by the state of Maine, who didn't want the fish in the river. So we were reflecting that just 11 years ago, we were protesting, trying to get fish in the river. Now, we did the run last year. We've done it again this year. We're going to make it an annual event. And it's a celebration and a renewal of an effort. So, you know, things are going well when something that started as a protest has become a celebration. And, yeah.
So I just have a couple of questions
Yes.
That the audience is going to want to have an answer to. First of all, why would the state of Maine not want fish in the river?
So it's really a 200-year-old history. And so about 200 years ago, during the logging days, the logging booms, we started putting a variety of different types of dams in the river. And so we started to value things other than the fish that had always sustained us. So we started to value the ability of the river to move logs downriver. Right? And then we started to value the ability of the river to produce some energy, be it to power a cotton mill, be it to produce electricity. And we also sometimes value the ability of the river to hold water with dams. For instance, even now, many of the dams on the Schoodic River exist to hold water to dilute pollution coming out of a pulp mill.
Oh.
And so we started to value different things than we had historically valued and always valued in a river, which was its beauty, the abundance of wildlife it produced, the food that sustained our communities. And so once we started building dams, often to support either energy generation or the historic logging industry, we blocked fish, right? And one thing is that sort of my culture of European descent, I've noticed myself and a lot of my peers, we don't always have a very long memory. And I've noticed working with the Pescodormocati or Passamaquoddy Nation is that there's thousands and tens of thousands of years of memory in this place. And so 200 years ago, we blocked fish for a whole variety of reasons. And so then fish couldn't reach the lakes that they had always spawned in. So you get to 200 years later, and finally in the 70s and 80s, we started improving fish passage, and those fish returned. But the people up in those lakes in the top of the system had no memory of them. They had never seen those fish. Their grandparents had never seen those fish. Their great-grandparents had never seen those fish. In the life of a river, in the life of an indigenous nation, in the life of a community, 200 years is not a long time, but in the life of individuals and families, it can feel like a long time.
Yeah.
So that memory of what the river provided to us had been lost, and we had started to value other things further up in the river. So there was a high value placed on the smallmouth bass fishery, and there was fear that the introduction of these large numbers of fish that aren't new fish, that in the life of the river had always been there. 200 years is not a long time in the life of a river. But those fish appeared new to the people who relied on the smallmouth bass fishery, and both because of the fear that these new fish, even though they're very old fish and native fish, the fear that they would outcompete these bass, which are an introduced species, a non-native species, or and the fact that bass started to decline as the alewife reemerged. And the bass decline was due to, we've since learned, was really about dam management. So bass lay their eggs in shallow waters. You drop the water at the dam and the eggs dry out. And that's why there weren't as many bass. But it happened at the same time that alewife appeared. So there was fear, and the state of Maine and those bass fishing guides, through effective political lobbying and a variety of interests, convinced the state of Maine to choose bass over alewife, even though they weren't really in conflict with each other. And so from the late 80s, early 90s, until the early 2010s, we saw fish, alewife, river herring, excluded from over 99% of the spawning habitat in the river. So alewife have to get past the Milltown Dam, the Woodland Dam, which is beside the pulp mill in Baileyville on Maine, and then the Grand Falls Dam. And once they get past those three dams, that's where 99% of their spawning habitat is. That's where all the lakes are that I love to go camping and playing on with my family. And so that's why, so there was this political movement that in some ways was because of long family traditions, 200-year family traditions, but a short cultural memory of how the river really worked.
Okay.
And so in 2012, we were protesting, pushing the state of Maine. There was a really broad effort led by the Passamaquoddy-Schoodic River Keepers and the Passamaquoddy leadership to overcome this law in the state of Maine that was blocking fish. I went to Augusta in 2013 to present to a committee of legislators. Many, many others did. We packed the room. It was really powerful, and we actually achieved a 2/3 majority in the House and Senate in Maine to overcome the governor's veto. So the river has really been on a beautiful journey for the past 10 years. In 2013, we saw the fishways opened. But these are old fishways, and fish were getting past them, but it wasn't passing all the species that would traditionally exist in the river, that had existed in the river, and it's not passing as many of them as would have occurred in the Schoodic or St. Croix River historically. Now this little fish I get so focused on is called, you can call it Gaspereau, alewife. River herring is a term for the bigger grouping of fish. They're fish that live at sea and come into rivers to spawn. They run up rivers from North Carolina to Newfoundland and Labrador. And the Schoodic, the St. Croix, right here at home for us, has always, and which forms the Canada-US border around here, would have historically been the biggest run of river herring anywhere, because it's just got the best habitat. So depending what model you use, historically there would have been 5, 10 million, even up to 80 million fish coming annually to the St. Croix River, to the Schoodic. And last year we saw 700,000. The fish are running currently, and our existing fishways can only pass 2 to 3 million at most. And this is a fish that everything eats, right? When I'm talking, I'm a Beaver Scout leader. So when I'm talking to 5 to 7-year-olds, I talk to them about this fish as whale food, right? It's whale food, it's also puffin food, it's also raccoon food, it's also Matt Abbott food, it can be Jay Reamer food, I can hook you up if you want. And it's really a fish that feeds all. And one of the Passamaquoddy Schoodic river keepers, Vera Francis, the quote we have on the back of the t-shirts we wear when we're running says, "What happens to the alewife happens to us," right? And this has been a fish that's been at the center of Passamaquoddy life. It's a river that's at the center of the Passamaquoddy Nation, and it's really a symbol of the abundance that brought settlers here as well, right? There's a reason non-Indigenous people wanted to be here. It's because of the abundance and diversity. And this fish in this river is really central to that. So in the past 10 years, we've seen runs go from about 50,000 to about 700,000. And we've, working with the Passamaquoddy Nation, we've got a plan for the whole river. I brought one prop because this has become sort of the Bible of fish passage restoration. It's become a model that people on other rivers are using. It's the Schoodic watershed, so the St. Croix Strategic Sea Run Fish and River Restoration Plan. And I was very fortunate to work with the Passamaquoddy Nation. We sort of looked at every dam, but not only every dam, every culvert, every bridge, every little stream that used to have trees covering the bank that no longer does, or that maybe had rocks in the middle of it. And the thing is the damage we've done to this river is much more than we can see with the naked eye or understand as lay people. Because, when we were moving logs downriver, the big rocks in the middle of the river became a problem for us. So we pushed them to the side. Well, a big rock is where you rest when you're a fish. It's shade, it's less current, so you go hang out behind that rock to rest as you work your way hard upriver, pass through this strong current, up rapids and everything else. And so the restoration, yes, we're very excited that Milltown Dam is coming out. And I think of it as the restoration of Salmon Falls. Because for me, my sense of place here, it's no shade on the people who've done, done some really interesting engineering. Milltown Dam is one of the oldest hydroelectric facilities in North America. I know that historians talk about some of the wood and rope pulley systems that were involved in early power generation. There's lots of interesting stuff there, but my sense of place here is really tied to the river, right? And it's Salmon Falls is the rapid that's under the Milltown Dam. And so this year, fish are currently going up the fishway at Milltown Dam, as they have for quite some time. And next year they'll be going up the Salmon Falls, and unimpeded Salmon Falls, for the first time really in a couple hundred years. The Milltown Dam hasn't been there for 200 years, but we've had some sort of infrastructure in that general area for over 200 years. And for me, this is just a real celebration. And so when we look at the fish restoration, I said it's the whale food project. Everything eats this fish. We call it a keystone species because you imagine the keystone as the piece of rock that holds up an arch, right? That holds up infrastructure. So a keystone species is central to how an ecosystem functions. So I'm the Fundy Baykeeper. You introduced me as the Fundy Baykeeper. I'm doing a lot of work on one river that feeds into the Bay of Fundy, but that's because I can't go out and feed whales, but if I can help fish find their spawning grounds on the Schoodic River, then I'm feeding whales. And the other thing I say to little kids is imagine the throat size of a puffin. Puffin aren't actually that big, right? So imagine their throats. Now imagine the throat size of a humpback whale. Puffins and humpbacks both love to chow down on these fish, and every throat size in between, including ours, does really well eating this fish. And so, you know, I'm very excited, and what's happening on the Schoodic is such a testament to how, even in these really challenging times, we can make meaningful improvements, because where I came to this project, and where Fundy Baykeeper and the Conservation Council of New Brunswick came to this project, is we were looking at the ocean saying, what are they going to eat? The water's getting warmer. We're seeing pH changes, so ocean acidification. We're seeing real changes to the ecosystem. We're seeing a whole bunch of stress on these animals. We're seeing declines in other forage fish. So forage fish just means little fish that everything eats. So mackerel, herring, alewife, other river herring. And we're seeing declines across the board. Well, we have an opportunity to go from 50,000 fish to 5 million fish every year. And when we say 5 million fish going upriver, we mean trillions of babies coming back down, right? For everything to eat. And you can even have a throat size smaller than a puffin if you're gonna eat a baby alewife, right? And so for us, this was really, in some ways, it's restoration, but it's also how do we support this ecosystem that we're putting under a great deal of stress. The stats this year so far on ocean temperatures globally are heart-wrenching, right? The ocean is really warm, and everything in the ocean exists within a temperature range it can handle.
Right.
So everything's got a range, just like you and me, right? I think I have a constitution that was born in Scottish fog, and I notice that when I'm in the sun, right? I go from raw lobster to I go from raw scallop to cooked lobster right away, right? There's no shades in between. Those are my two shades. And every species has sort of a range that it can handle in terms of temperature. And we see the impact on humans of the heat waves we've had in Europe and elsewhere, impacts on the elderly, but others. And we can think in the same terms for animals in the ocean. They're very adaptable, only so much they can handle. While alewife are at the middle of the range, right? They exist in North Carolina, they exist in Labrador, so they're within sort of this same species experiences warmer climates, so it's a good candidate to manage to handle the stress of climate change, and it's also food for anything that's out there. So even if we say changes in the ecosystem, even if we see some of the species that we're used to seeing here not be able to handle the temperature and new things move in, those new things are going to be plenty happy to eat alewife because they're fatty, high nutrient fish that pretty much anything in the ocean and anything on land on the sides of rivers, bears, raccoons, as well as all the seabirds, they eat them. So we really came to this both because we should do right by this river, but also because this is how we do right by the whole bay. And this region, as we've talked about before, the Western Isles, so all the waters around Grand Manan, Deer Island, Campobello, here into Passamaquoddy Bay, over to Mesas Bay, up towards Point Lepreau. We refer to this at the Conservation Council as the cafeteria of the Bay of Fundy, or the cafeteria of the Gulf of Maine. This is where you have these nutrient-rich tides rushing in from the North Atlantic and Gulf of Maine, hitting the bottom of the ocean, being forced through the narrow channels, say between, if you've ever gone over the bridge from Lubec to Campobello, it's called the Narrows for a reason. It's a narrow area of water, and just imagine the tide being forced through there. What happens when you have these, what we call mixing zones, is all the food, all the nutrients in the water will sink over time. And anything in the ocean that moves nutrients from the deep water where there's no sunlight up into the shallow water where there is sunlight, the top of the water column, that produces plant growth. There's nutrients for the plants to grow on, and once you have all those little marine plants growing, everything else can happen. There's something for the tiny animals to eat, and then the big animals eat the tiny animals. So this whole ecosystem here is really, really productive. It produces a lot of food. We call it the cafeteria for a reason. It's cafeteria for humans, but also for many animals. And this is one of the best ways to sort of restock that cafeteria.
So one question that comes to
Yes.
mind is with the warming of the waters. Now the water here is still mighty cold.
Yes.
But I'm wondering about what the alewife eat. Is that affected by the rise of ocean temperatures, or
it can be. I'm not as much of an expert on alewife, what they eat specifically, especially at sea. But like all forage fish, I think they eat a host of things. So they eat a lot of the little animals living in the water column, so zooplankton or zooplankton. And so that's your little shrimps, your copepods, you know, the same sorts of things that right whales and some of the big whales and basking sharks would eat. But then I'm sure they'd be happy to munch on small fish if they go down smooth. So they eat a variety of things, and they school in large groups. And they eat at sea, and that's actually another thing they do. Like all fish that run into rivers live at sea and run into rivers. That's one of the ways that we bring nutrients from the ocean back into our rivers, because rivers flow down into the ocean. Nutrients, food, plant life, everything is flowing down. The fish come up, they bring some of that nutrition back. What's left over from their eggs and their hatching becomes nutrients. Their bodies, when they're eaten by bears and other things, or if some of them die in the river, become nutrients to feed that system again. So it really is, we think of rivers flowing to sea, but the sea comes back and feeds the river in really interesting ways too. And in the Schoodic River system, alewife is one of the key ways that has always happened.
Yeah, I was just thinking that seems to be a barometer of the health of the river.
Yes.
And when they are deprived from spawning and so forth, I would think the overall health of the river would decline.
Exactly, and these rivers are systems that have evolved over countless numbers of years, and they've evolved to have alewife in them. And the interactions are incredible. There's a freshwater mussel called an alewife floater that hatches, and the young of this mussel ride the river out. They hitch a ride on the gills of alewife, that's why they're called alewife floater, and then they get back upriver, and then as they reach the right life stage, they settle down and they filter the water. So we have a freshwater mussel that's reliant on alewife. We have the other interactions are really interesting. The Schoodic River, sadly, is a river without sea-run natural wild salmon in it anymore. But if we want to think about getting salmon back, we need the alewife first. Because alewife are a food source for salmon, but they're also, alewife have always been more abundant than salmon. There's more individuals, and they provide what we call cover for salmon. So if you have 10 million alewife and thousands of salmon, or even tens of thousands of salmon, a lot more salmon, less salmon are going to get picked off by predators, because there's so many alewife to eat, right?
That's right.
And the alewife strategy is, let's have a lot of us so millions of us can get eaten and we'll still be fine, right?
Yeah.
They're a forage fish.
Yeah.
And so even to restore the next element of the system, if you're looking at salmon or shad and other fish, or even sturgeon or other things, or if we want to look at the health of our seabirds, it all comes down, that's why when we say keystone species, a lot more becomes possible when you have these species in the system.
So we have about 2 minutes left, and so I just wanted to let you know that, because if there are any key points, I will definitely have you back, because this is a great conversation to continue on with, and I think that our listeners, our viewers, are really interested in what you have
I would say, to leave with a key message, things are going well on the St. Croix. Take heart. I do. I think of this as it's sort of a hope project. I've been doing environmental advocacy here for a decade. There's a lot of stresses on the system. If there wasn't something getting better in such tangible ways that I can contribute to, I don't know how I'd feel right now, and I don't know if I'd still be doing this job. So take heart in this, and frankly, enjoy nature. right? Like, get out there. We live in a really, really special place. And get out there, enjoy it. Yes, we need to advocate for our marine ecosystems, but it all starts from a place of love and joy. I started this interview by talking about the run we do every year to welcome the fish home. That is an incredibly joyous event. I love it every year. Join us next year. Keep an eye on Conservation Council or Passamaquoddy social media. Get on email lists so you know what activities are going on. But we're putting a lot of stress on our ecosystems, but for us, and especially for our young people, we need to go and enjoy the things that are still vibrant and getting better to get that energy to continue the fight.
I think it's great, the work that you're doing and the
Thank
successes that you have had. And thank you for coming on the show.
And I'll just close by saying I've been very privileged to work with the Passamaquoddy Nation on this, and we would not be where we were without just really hard work and leadership from the nation. So this is Indigenous-led conservation, and I'm so grateful to be able to contribute to it.
Well, thank you for your work, and thank you for your extending this knowledge to us.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching the show today, and we look forward to seeing you another day on another episode of Fundy Tidings.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T's Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV. Woohoo!
Thanks again for the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Once approved, you'll receive an access card. There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time.
Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca.
Making your community a better place to live. Southwest New Brunswick Service Commission provides exceptional services by working together.
You may know I could not have gotten sober and stayed sober without the women at Sophia Recovery Center. When I walked into Sophia, I found myself surrounded by women who understood, who had walked in my shoes and were blazing a trail for me to follow. At Sophia, I attended regular 12-step meetings, completed a Woman's Way Through the 12 Steps program, participated in book studies, dropped by for a cup of tea or to chat when I was having a particularly bad day.
Welcome to Lana Sarah Hall. Our landmark heritage house is a safe place to call home. The landscape grounds are lovely. Inside, beautifully restored and updated, all rooms are en suite. Our home-cooked meals, housekeeping, laundry, cable, and Wi-Fi are inclusive. Try our fresh-baked rolls. Our caring staff is always on hand. At Lana Sarah Hall, enjoy your independence. Imagine your new carefree life. When are you coming by to see us?
Hi, my name is Noah. Today I will teach you to sign Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Thank you for learning to sign with me.
Take in the unspoiled beauty and explore the endless beaches of this island gem, waiting right in your own backyard. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
When it comes to drugs, how much freedom is too much for kids?
Drugs are out there. Will my teen feel free to say no around other kids?
I didn't live drug-free when I was younger. Can I admit that to my kids?
Drugs worry me, but how can I feel free to talk about it with my kids?
Questions about drugs and kids? Drug Free Kids Canada.
I don't care what the law is. I will never be a slave. That word, I hate it. It rests on my tongue like rot.
Peter, how does it feel to get paid for your work?
There are rumors freedom's coming for us all.
Freedom, you know that's all I want.
Chloe, careful. Vroom men would rather sell you across the river to America than let you go free.
Then I'll run.
I've run before. Maybe this time for good.
No! No! Just get her into a boat. No! Chloe? Chloe, no!
Let me go!
Word of Chloe Cooley's resistance led to Canada's first legislation limiting slavery. After 200 years, slavery was abolished in Canada in 1834.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Journalism has never been an easy profession. Reporters bear witness to some terrible things in the course of doing their jobs, and those things leave a mark. For generations, journalists have largely coped with these traumas on their own, sometimes self-medicating or often collectively gathering over sympathetic drinks with colleagues at the pub. But the stressors journalists face have been amplified in recent years. Cheered on by unscrupulous politicians and demagogues, people have become more brazen about attacking reporters directly while working in the field in both verbal and physical confrontations. And social media have made opportunities to attack and harass journalists so much easier and more anonymous. I'm Michael Depp, editor of TV News Check, and this is Inside the Media, the show that looks at the business of the news and the people who make it. This week, we're going to look at how journalists' mental health suffers in the course of doing their work, the dynamics worsening that problem, and efforts underway to help them through it. Today, I'm joined by Dave Seglins, a journalist with CBC in Toronto who is now also the organization's well-being champion. We'll explain what that means in just a few minutes. I'm also joined by Kate McMahon, a psychologist in Melbourne, Australia, where she was also the founder of the DART Centre Asia Pacific of Columbia University. She has been a consultant specialist in the area of journalists and trauma since the early 1990s. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate, you've been studying the effects of trauma on journalists' mental health for decades. What were those effects typically when you started looking at this issue versus how journalists are being impacted now?
Well, Michael, when we first started looking, we were looking very much at what we call primary trauma. So it would be, journalists going out into the field and seeing a car crash or a deceased child or war correspondent. And we'd look at the primary effects that would come from that type of exposure. Things have shifted incredibly in the last 20 years, and mainly due to social media and online operations. So with that has come online harassment, trolling, and also user-generated content that journalists are experiencing visually as well. So visual exposure online. And so the area has had to shift to take that sort of impact into account. Also the issue of what we call moral injury, which is another overlay.
And what is that?
So moral injury is where it was coined by Jonathan Shea, a psychiatrist mainly dealing with veterans. And in that time, Jonathan looked at people who were forced to breach their own moral compass by a directive from above. Then Brett Litz took it a little bit further and looks at where people choose to do something themselves, which actually breaches their moral compass. So they choose because of the pressure of the job or because of ego or because of a number of factors. So we're now looking at journalists who are not necessarily exposed to graphic content, but are thrown into situations where they're forced to do something that really breaches their moral compass. So an editor that might say to a young journalist, do not come back without that interview of that deceased and grieving family that had the deceased 2-year-old. And for some reason, that journalist feels that that's abhorrent to them, but they do it because of the job. And that would be a situation that would be what would be regarded as moral injury.
So this job has always been tough on one's mental health, but things have changed pretty dramatically in more recent years. You've described a kind of perfect storm of circumstances that came about to worsen things for journalists. So what went into making that perfect storm right now?
Sure. Look, I think definitely COVID has, I don't know whether COVID has just exposed a lot of the issues or whether it's been a causal effect, but COVID has certainly in Australia exposed the exhaustion of people to the job. The leaner newsrooms now, certainly in Australia, we've had cutbacks, and so you've got less people doing more. Then we've also got misinformation, disinformation, attacks on journalists, the change in society in terms of the view of journalism, where journalists have always been sort of attacked, certainly in Australia, but it's become incredibly vicious with the polarisation of societies the world over, I think. So there's been a real twist in the impacts of this type of stress and trauma on journalists, I think, as part of that perfect storm.
So Dave, you're a TV, online, and radio investigative reporter for the CBC, most recently as a guest host for its national show, As It Happens. I suppose now is as good a time as any to explain how your job expanded to include well-being champion and what exactly that means.
Well, because I asked. Look, this is over a career of 25 years. I've had my own run-ins with exposure to horrible stories. I've also experienced this moral injury that Kate speaks of. And I've also been living through, COVID and I think there's just information overload. We're all feeling it, not just in the media. The acceleration and pace and the multiple platforms, like the stresses within the industry have escalated. So I got interested in this because it was affecting me and it was affecting my colleagues. And so I said to my people at CBC, we need to get better at this. And so they said, okay, well, go off and, what do you think we need? So I started calling news organizations around the world. I started looking for best practices. I went and took some courses on trauma and mental health. And so I've created this little bit of expertise within our news service. And so I pitched a job and I said, look, I don't know what to call it, but I'm going to call it well-being champion. I still want to be a journalist, but I also want to elevate the discussion and bring greater literacy into our newsrooms. And they went for it.
In your experience and in the experience of your colleagues, how has the toll this job is taking gotten worse?
Well, again, I think it's about the pace, the work demands, the fewer resources. Those are certainly stressors. I just came from a training session today where it's new for CBC to be doing this, but I went and did a mental health and stress module within our hostile environments training for the people who go to conflict zones. In preparation for that, we do this specialized training. Most major news organizations will do this. But now we're adding a component of the mental health. And we sat there, and one of my exercises is, let's name the stresses in our job. And boy, does that open a can of worms for journalists who just love, we don't often in our jobs or our workplaces get time to reflect on it. But it's everything from the pace to the deadlines, to the multiple deadlines now, because we're all filing for online, we're all filing for TV or radio, and sometimes multiple times in a day if it's a developing story. And the pressures we're under in the eyes of the public, the scrutiny, we've always been under scrutiny. It's always been important to be accurate and fair and balanced. But in the context of the polarization of politics, and the hatred against the mainstream media and the increase in harassment we're seeing, all of these things are coming together to be an extra burden. It's like a perfect storm for journalists. And I think Kate is quite right that COVID it didn't matter if it was in the news industry, everywhere, we were all confronting mental health in a brand new way. And it really forced the news industry, which for a long time has been all about suck it up. It forced us to actually pause and reflect and realize, okay, we're going to have to get better at this.
And on the side of attacks, can you share some examples of abuse or targeting that the folks at the CBC may have suffered and how that played out, just to give a really specific picture?
Boy, so I'm doing research, talking to all sorts of journalists across the industry. So this isn't specific to CBC, but for instance, we did actually have a CBC reporter who was live on air one night, and some guy comes up behind him and sticks his tongue in the guy's ear and starts making these funny signs, while he's live on television. So that kind of just gross, bizarre harassment to the phenomenon. And I don't know if, and I will excuse my language, but the phenomenon of people stepping into the shot when women broadcasters are live on television and they scream out this obscenity of effer right in the blah, blah, blah. So those are kind of examples that my colleagues have been living through. Driving a marked van now in some parts of our country, Canada, we're now starting to see news organizations strip the decals off their van because I know of a colleague who had somebody cut them off, jump out of the car, start yelling and screaming at them. So that's some of the physical harassment. And then we go to the online and the kind of vitriol that is coming from largely anonymous Twitter accounts and targeting predominantly women and racialized journalists and media workers. It's really horrific. And there's been a real breakdown in all civility or respect for the fact that, the journalists are just people doing their jobs. It has become very heated and very threatening and very harmful to the people on the receiving end.
Hey, does this track with your experience in Australia? Is it fair to say that this is sort of a global phenomenon at this point?
It certainly is. I'm nodding away as Dave's speaking because it's certainly happening in Australia, exactly the sorts of things that Dave is speaking out of. But I also know it's happening around the world and certainly in our Asia-Pacific region. Maria Ressa, the recent Nobel laureate, has been tracking misinformation, disinformation, and trolling, certainly for herself, but right across the journalism spectrum. And it's immense. It is in the trolling factories that are out there. The deliberate attacks on journalists are immense. As Dave said, the sexualised, the racialised, it's happening in Australia, happening right across the world. Journalists everywhere are experiencing this.
So is it true that things have gotten so bad that people are basically walking away from the profession, which historically speaking, that would be pretty unusual, right?
We're certainly seeing that anecdotally. I know that in Australia. I haven't seen any research to that end at the moment, but certainly know anecdotally journalists that I know of are just saying, look, I've had enough. I just can't do this anymore. And there's not the support. The organisations, thank goodness for CBC and a few other organisations, ABC in Australia and a few others, but there's the lack of support. And we know that journalists can bear a lot if they get appropriate support from those higher. So there are certainly people walking out the door here.
Kate, it's not just reporters out in the field who are hit by these acute stresses, but they're newsroom managers too. Why? How are they being impacted?
Look, I think there's a whole reckoning that has to happen in the industry, not just about stress, but about what is the media now in this new polarisation of the world, global polarisation, really. So I think these stresses, managers who have moved up the ranks, usually from working journalists up into the field, haven't really been trained in management strategies, how to manage people, but are just going by the seat of their pants. They're taking the responsibility of sending people out, of overseeing people who are experiencing these sorts of stresses, these sorts of traumas, and they often just don't know what to do. So not only are they getting from the editor and further up, the publisher, directives and stress from that, very work-related stress, but then there is this fear and this lack of understanding of how to deal with staff who are experiencing these not new, as Dave said, but these incredible sort of traumas, really. So lack of information stress, if you like, lack of knowledge, and not having that sense of mastery of how to manage their staff.
Of course, to be fair to them, nothing out of the past 3 years has really been in any handbook for management, right? I mean, we're talking about some extraordinary circumstances that nobody would be fully prepared to handle. So somebody somewhere is watching this discussion and they're thinking, what snowflakes these journalists are. A lot of jobs are hard. Why can't they just suck it up? So Dave, what do you say to that person?
So I'm going to challenge that a little bit, because no one said that to my face. They might say it on Twitter where they're anonymous, but I don't really hear that from what I'll call real people, meaning people who are willing to sort of confront people in the normal way that we do have, normal discourse. I do hear people surprised at times. I've begun writing and speaking about this and trying to draw attention more to speak to my peers and my industry. But people outside the industry go, oh yeah, I guess I never thought about that. That's right. You are sort of first responders. You're kind of racing to the scene along with the emergency personnel kind of. I never really thought about that you could be experiencing vicarious trauma. And so, sure, if people want to dismiss this as a concern, fine. I think that people do have legitimate concerns about the role of the mainstream media and what a monopoly it has had historically and what it continues to have on information. And we in the mainstream media have a really big job to do to ensure that we are getting at truth and accountability, being transparent so that people can trust us. I think we have a major trust problem. But when it comes to attacking the individual journalists, I don't have a lot of time for it. And what I would say to somebody who thinks we're snowflakes is just, walk a moment in somebody else's shoes. We're people. We're doing a job according to a code and set of standards, which may be old school for you. Maybe you want to see the media change, fine. But we're driven by a sense of public duty and serving the public. And so if you've got issues with the mainstream media, make sure you're not taking it out on, the individuals who are just, like everybody else. We've got bills to pay and we're doing our jobs.
Kate, what is it that makes the job of a journalist uniquely hard relative to, say, somebody in the police, a fireman or a paramedic who's routinely exposed to things that can have a traumatizing effect?
Yeah, look, years and years ago, I did some research that looked at, in part, at that issue. And what I still think is true today is the issue of identity. A cop goes out or an ambulance officer goes out and they have a very defined role that they have to play when they go out to the scene of an accident. A journalist is there to observe and to witness and to document. And that can be a very, very awkward thing. I know journalists in my study didn't know whether they should, if they were first on the scene, should they be applying CPR? What does that mean in terms of their role? If they do, some journalists did, some journalists didn't. And interestingly, I found the journalists that were in the middle, that were sort of flummoxed about that, were the ones that experienced more trauma impacts rather than the ones that had a clear identity that as a human being I should help, or as a journalist I should not. So I think there's that identity issue, that role issue that's different for journos, which is different for ambulance and police, certainly. And also, as Dave's been pointing out, like the perception of the community when someone walks past a police uniform or an ambulance officer. It's happening a little bit more, unfortunately, in Australia, where there are attacks that are and abuse getting thrown at those people, but certainly not as much as a journo and a camera operator that is standing out the front of a court, say, who now get physically bashed with chairs and all sorts of things. So I think there's that twofold thing of the personal identity that comes with being a journalist and understanding what that means for me as a journalist, and also the external perception from the community also of journalists.
And Michael, if I may, I want to jump in there too. There's also this phenomenon, the most recent history of journalism has been defined by this idea of objectivity, right? Which is actually under great consideration because it's sort of written out of, journalism, the lived experiences of all sorts of people, whether they be racialized, whether they be women, but the notion of that a lot of journalists have gone in is that the story's not about me. I'm not part of the story. I write myself out of the story. So when we get into, covering people's trauma, we think, well, this couldn't possibly affect me because it's about the other person, and I'm going to write myself out of this. And relative to their trauma, I have no moral right to feel down myself because this poor person has had the worst day of their life and one of their relatives have died. And we do this moral relativism where we think we're not entitled as journalists to feel about the things that we're covering. And I think that's under reevaluation. I think we are naive to think that we go into, a lifetime of covering other people's trauma to not think that we come out of that with some emotional scars and baggage of our own. And so I think there's a really important discussion that we need to have collectively as an industry about what that looks like and what our responsibilities are to each other if this is what we're going to do for a living.
So, Dave, you convinced the CBC to create your position in part because you looked around the news industry and you were largely disappointed by a lack of resources to help journalists who are traumatized. So typically, what sort of help is available to them now?
Well, traditionally, we have had an EAP, an employee assistance program. So, and what that means is our managers for a long time have said, well, if you're being negatively affected by the work, go get counseling at the EAP. There are some problems with that. That has deflected the responsibility of having to plan for difficult stories and to do proper check-ins during difficult stories. It was sort of like, well, if you get injured, go deal with that outside of work. It's like an afterthought. So we're starting to reevaluate how we assign, how we monitor our people so that we're having a bit more of a conversation throughout so they feel more supported. That's one thing that is starting to change. The other supports, we have medical benefits. We're fortunate at the CBC, but I'm conducting a national study, and I can tell you there are lots of major media employers who offer very little with regard to medical benefits for psychological counseling and coverage like that. Traditionally, it's been largely about counseling. There is a shift going on, and there are all sorts of other practices that we're now starting to explore.
So in your estimation, top-down approaches to addressing these issues are often not effective. Why not?
Well, okay. So I'm not sure we've had many top-down approaches, if I may. Like, this is back to something Kate said. A lot of the people who've grown up who are now the more senior editors and assignment desk and managers have grown up through journalism. And they get promoted because they're excellent journalists. I've come to say we're really good at managing stories, not so great at managing people, because we didn't spend our time learning people management. Nobody signed up thinking they had to be a mental health specialist, so we're not experts. Our organizations have had a duty, and so they've gone out and they've got EAPs and they've got some counseling services. But the thing that I'm finding is that a lot of those, though well-intentioned and to some degree helpful, they don't necessarily understand the working lives of journalists, the unique demands of, shift work, working overnight, the high pace, the rapid decision-making that gets made, the exposure to trauma stories day in and day out. And so one of the things that we're exploring at CBC, I can tell you just in recent weeks, we have arranged specialized counseling with a company that is working with some major players in, I'm thinking about Reuters around the world. I'm thinking about NPR, Al Jazeera. They have access to counselors who are actually trained, I call them journalism aware counseling. They're familiar with the industry enough that when somebody's struggling, a journalist, and needs counseling, they get on the phone. They don't have to explain look, yes, this is the ridiculous work environment I work in. Yes, these are the bizarre, aspects of my job. I don't want to talk about that. I need to get through the next 24 to 48 hours. Can we talk about that, please? It sounds like a small thing, but it's really important that we start getting the mental health supports and the counseling services that are responsive to the unique needs of the news professional. So I'm really excited about that. That's a major thing and so your question is, top down. Look, I'm a senior journalist, so I'm sort of in the middle. I'm not a manager. I'm bringing to this exercise, trying to bring the goodwill of my colleagues along to meet with managers who want to do the right thing, but we're all looking to learn. And so I'm very optimistic about our situation, and I would encourage other newsrooms to try to cultivate champions within, because it will have great legitimacy if it's it doesn't have to be entirely employee led, but certainly employee engaged. Let's call it that.
Kate, from your vantage point, where do you see this sort of effort playing out next? Because all of this is happening at the same time that the profession is seeing a generational shift.
Look, I think what Dave speaks about, having journalist-aware counsellors, is really, really important, and I really applaud CBC for doing this. We've also got young people that are much more cognizant of mental health these days coming into the profession, so they're demanding more. So that sort of a resource is really important. I do talk about a top-down and a bottom-up approach within news organisations, and when I say top-down, it's about training managers about their duty of care responsibilities, really educating them and skilling them up to know how to support, what to say, even basic, giving them scripts in training. I've done that, of what to say if someone comes and says they're really struggling with depression or feeling suicidality. So what do you do in those scary conversations? So top down from that perspective, because the research shows us, as I said before, that if anyone, not just journalists, but military or whoever, if they are really well supported and feel that support by their organisation, they can deal with a lot of crap. But also a bottom up, where I talk about the importance of whether it be a formal peer support program or what I call a buddying system, where it's a sort of a peer light program, but where people are also given the skills to look out for their colleagues, how to pick up if someone's not travelling well, and again, what to do, not to feel awkward in terms of intervening. So I think it needs a whole system approach within news organisations, which is what I really advocate. And not a one-size-fits-all, that organisations know that just because counselling works for someone, it may not work for another person. So there needs to be a lot of spokes in the wheel in terms of supporting people.
And just lastly, I want to ask you both, to those viewers and readers who feel very cavalier about confronting or attacking journalists, either in person or online, what would be your message to them? Dave?
Don't. Look, we're people. If you've got issues, look, I think criticism of the media is vital. I think the media has to be transparent and held to account. But that doesn't mean cutting people off in traffic or coming after them with sexual abuse live on television, or filling their inbox with hateful racist messages. And that's the point that some of the extremes that we've gotten to. So here's what I would say. Look at a world that doesn't have a free media. And we can see that glaringly right now in the example of Russia. Is that the kind of information world that we want to live in? So people have to do their jobs. We play a very important function, and people should, even if you don't agree with the particular slant or the approach of the media organization, you have to understand that the people doing these jobs are doing it for the benefit of all of us. That's my view.
Kate, what would you say to that?
Look, I support Dave in totally. Just don't. And to think about the human that's there holding the microphone or behind the camera. Think of them as human beings, and also as Dave says, it's important to question media, and I'm really enjoying the push-pull now that we do have the opportunity as audience to enter into a dialogue, but to think about, are you contributing to that dialogue or are you just being a jerk?
Well, a good note on which to end. That's all the time we have for today. So I'd like to thank Kate McMahon and Dave Seglins for being here today. And thanks to all of you for watching. You can find past episodes of Inside the Media on Facebook and YouTube. See you next time.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T's Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV. There you go. That wasn't bad.
I am Gagwege. My name means everything.
Tom Longboats.
I am Wolf Clan, Onondaga Nation. I've run many different races. I've run to survive and to be free. I've run to win for honor.
His people might be lazy, but this one's damn fast.
My people respected our runners, people who carried important messages from village to village.
I need a guide to the next post. Dispatch carrier, sir. I can get you there.
God's sakes, man, slow down. Who do you think I am, Tom Longboat?
No, sir. I am.
Running makes me feel alive. It's everything.
Tom Longboat was the first Indigenous person to win the Boston Marathon. He ran his way to international fame and became an inspiration to generations of athletes.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Today on the Mark and Mandy Show.
Take your home theater outside. Mark and Mandy show you how to make an outdoor home theater movie screen.
Then,
Chef Rob gets creative with a delicious grilled halloumi cheese salad.
And
celebrity designer Carla Dreyer showcases an elegant, stunning dining room.
It all starts now.
Mandy, how are you?
I'm good. So I love looking at fashion magazines. I love seeing what's trendy.
Yes.
And I like to think I married a pretty trendy guy.
You think so,
Yeah. Have you always liked to follow the trends?
No, not when I was younger, honestly. Well, it's different. Like, we're in that industry now, so you almost have to keep up with all the trends.
You do,
But
and
when I
they
was
change
younger, I was
so
like very
quickly.
much like, I didn't follow the trends at all.
You had like your own, your own person, right?
So are you saying that I'm not my own person anymore? Just
You
because you
said
look
you
trendy.
follow the trends.
No, but you
follower.
No. I was like, I went through this whole like country boy phase. So I had
Ooh,
like the
like, did you
plaid
have
shirts, and no, I had like sort of like
sorta
like cowboy-looking shoes type of thing. So yeah, I had the whole like jeans,
like cowboy boots.
Yeah, and I only dated country girls. I never dated city girls.
What's the difference?
I don't know. They're just more down to earth. That's what my thought process when I was.
I was not a country girl.
I know, but I met you way later in life, and
When
then
you
I
had
changed
changed
my
up
ways and.
Changed your ways. You saw the error of your
Yeah,
ways.
the error of my ways. How city girls can be so much better.
Good, I'm glad. No, not that I agree we're better. No.
Yeah, did you go through any like phases?
I went through not necessarily like style of dressing, but items that were hot back then. I had the brand was called Mud. And when I was like 14
those like
to 16,
messenger things?
that was one of them. I was so proud.
My
I had
sister
my
had one.
Mud brand messenger bag, and it was like royal or navy blue with like some denim on it and that kind of stuff. And it's,
Denim.
yeah,
Oh my
it was
gosh.
just it was the hottest thing, and I loved that bag. I thought I was just like going to my private school with my uniform. I had my Mud bag. That was like my.
I feel like we wouldn't have gotten along when we were younger.
I was a major teacher's pet, and like suck up like
How
I was.
surprise. I'm shocked.
I was like the monitor for the younger kids.
Oh, wow.
And I did all the extra book reports.
Yeah, no, I don't think we would have been
going-
friends. I don't think we would have been friends.
I'd have probably been your tutor. Like, that would have been
When I was
me.
super young, I actually had, I don't know if you can see Mandy's dress, but it's like
Hello,
this color.
excuse me.
I just want to show this color. I actually had pants that were this color. This is before I actually chose
You
my
had a
own
dress?
clothes.
So what are you saying about what I'm
And then I had a shirt
today?
that was like something like, it looked like some of those Hawaiian shirts. I don't know. I have a picture of that. And I'm like literally going through pictures. I'm thinking to myself, like, what the
You
heck
know
was
what?
my mom thinking?
I think our parents just wanted us in clean clothes. They didn't actually care about how we were dressed.
Well, did you have like that one picture where you look back and you're like, oh my gosh, what were they thinking?
Oh yeah, all the
Yeah?
time. My mom's thing was our Easter dresses. Me and my sister always had the puffy curls
Oh
and
my
like
gosh, did you
Sunday.
have a perm?
No, my hair was naturally curly, so she just fluffed it out to here.
Just
It was-
hairsprayed the heck out of it?
Oh, completely. But yeah, we always had our matching Easter and Christmas dresses for going to church. Like
Oh,
that
wow,
was.
you were that cool, eh?
And the frilly pantyhose for kids. Oh, and the shoes. We were
Oh,
it.
my
And now
gosh.
that we have girls, I'm gonna do the exact same thing for them. It's fantastic.
You just want to torture them like that. You know
This
that's what they're
is
going
the
to do.
joy of being a mother.
You know
get
that's what they're
to
going to
that.
do. In 20 years from now, they're going to look at these pictures and say, what the heck were you thinking? Like, literally, you want to torture them like that,
But
don't
you know what? We hope your home trends stay a little more neutral than our clothing did as kids. And today we're going to check in with designer Carla Dreyer. She's touring a beautiful dining room.
Hi, Mark and Mandy. I am excited to show you this tropical-inspired dining room and how to achieve this soft, soothing look. The first thing we did to get this tropical-inspired dining room is we started with this wallpaper, which I think is so unique and so beautiful. You can see it behind me here, and it literally looks like someone came and painted a mural in watercolor on the wall, but believe it or not, it's wallpaper. It's huge in the pattern, which creates a bold look, but it's so soothing in the color in those soft greens. We then went with this beautiful wood table, and this holds at least 8 to 10 people in it, and the colors are beautiful with the warm tones. Now, a tip here when you have a wood table, people are often tempted to put wood chairs with them. I always say think in opposites. So with this wood table, we then decided to put these white leather chairs that were actually a different style. And I think that again warms it up, but also creates that cool tropical vibe we were going for. And then of course, you've got to add accessories, and going with the tropics, we went with this beautiful hand-blown glass vase and filled it with some fresh greens. I just love how this room feels and love being in it. I feel like I'm in a tropical oasis.
Stay with us, we got to take a short break.
Coming up, take your home theater outside. Mark and Mandy show you how to make an outdoor home theater movie screen.
Extreme Yawp hair, beard, and body wash with an exhilarating eucalyptus tingle. That's a nice little reward for being an adult.
Moving into your first place? Inspired to decorate? You'll love the no-no bracket. No tools? No problem. Simply slide, place, adjust. A simple way to accent any space. Visit us at nonobracket.com.
InstaHanker. Create 12 inches of instant close storage with practical plastic or attractive wood models. From the guest room to the foyer, every laundry room needs one. Lift it open, fold it down. InstaHanker. Creatively organizing great spaces and small places.
Innovative, trend-setting, and award-winning products. Advanced technology and lasting performance. 50 years servicing shower doors and bases. Flurco, a world of possibilities for your bathroom.
Sunspace Sunrooms, one of North America's premier outdoor lifestyle manufacturers. Whether under an existing porch roof in need of renovation or a new sunroom to be designed, we custom manufacture for your home, cabin, or business. Visit sunspacesunrooms.com.
Moving into your first place? Inspired to decorate? You'll love the no-no bracket. No tools? No problem. Simply slide, place, adjust. A simple way to accent any space. Visit us at nonobracket.com.
Watch Mick and T's Sports Report on CHCO.
Check us out anywhere from St. Andrews to St. John.
From Greenwich to Litchfield.
Those aren't even Canadian.
I know, they're in Connecticut. That's where I live.
Of course.
Hi, Mark and Mandy. I'm a believer in changing your hair every day, and you can do a lot of different things on a daily basis. On Monday, you can wear a middle part. On Tuesday, you can wear a side part. On Wednesday, you can do bobby pin detail, I call it. It's just a little something to do with your hair for a little different look. Right here, I've put the bobby pins, and all I'm doing is holding her hair back with these bobby pins. I am opening them up, and I'm using it as a detail and something that she can show. It's kind of like a barrette, but it's with bobby pins. You can use different colors, you can use different sizes, you can mash them all up together. Right now, I'm just putting them up straight and down. I'm alternating them as I open them. And essentially, it just kind of gives the Mackenzie's hair a little bit of style. I'm gonna fan them a little bit for something a little bit different. And now she has a different style than she did yesterday.
There's something magical about watching a movie outdoors, whether it's the stars overhead or the screen against the black sky. It is a special experience, and today we're going to teach you how to make your own screen for outdoors. How do you do it, Mark?
So basically what you do is you go to a hardware store, you can get some ABS pipe. So it's the same pipe that you for the drains under your sink and all that fun stuff.
And
right?
the nice thing is this piping is very lightweight, so you can easily move the screen back
Yeah,
and
you don't want
forth.
to have a screen that's so heavy you can actually move it in and out of the garage. That kind of defeats the purpose.
This looks complicated to me, but I take it it's not.
No, it's actually not. So you get two 1-foot pieces, and you get what you call a T-connector, and you glue them together. Then that's your foot, okay? So now what you want to do is you want to build up for your leg. You grab a 2-foot piece, and you glue it in the, you have one remaining hole out of that T, right? So you're building up, so that you basically create one big T. Yep. Then you get a T connector.
Another T connector.
Yeah, another T connector. You basically put it on, and then now you build another 4-foot up. So you got 2 feet, connector, 4 feet, and then you take a 90-degree elbow, that's what they call it, and then basically you put that at the top. You repeat that on the other side, and then all you're missing is your 6-foot lengths, and then that's what connects it together.
Are right here?
Yeah, right here
there.
and right there. The nice thing about it is I like not to glue the 6-foot lengths together because then you can take it apart.
And
so then when you're
easily store it.
Yeah, and easily store it.
Okay, how do you make the screen itself?
The screen's actually super easy, guys. What you could do is you grab a sheet. You can even go and grab some fabric. I like just doing a sheet, fold it in half, getting some grommets from a fabric store. And what happens with the grommet is it comes in 2 pieces. You put the fabric in the middle, and then you hammer it in. It creates a hole that won't fray. And then you grab some zip ties, again, from a hardware store, and you zip tie it in, and you actually created your screen.
And a nice tip with the zip ties, guys, once you got them in place, you can tighten them individually to make sure your screen goes nice and smooth. Now, as a mom, my kids always want snacks during a movie.
Oh my
so
gosh,
we set
yeah.
up this fun concession stand, and I love the idea of a snack caddy for each child. You let them pick out a drink like a juice box or a can of soda, a bag of chips, a candy bar.
And then also, like, if you have lots of kids, what happens, they're not fighting over, you know, this person got this and that person got that. Everybody gets a caddy with the exact same thing in it.
And it helps to contain the mess. And then seating is really easy as well.
Yeah, so you can do, if you're having a neighborhood thing, you kind of do like, you know how you have the, you know, bring your own beer type of thing? You can do, you bring your own chair. So
or
then,
pillow.
Yeah, or bring your own pillow and blanket, because then you can just have it on the grass and then all of a sudden you're nice and comfortable, right?
I can't wait to do this with our own kids. Guys, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Coming up.
So today I'm going to show you a brown-eyed makeup tip, and this is going to create that smoky look for us.
This episode of The Mark and Mandy Show is brought to you by Home Trends Magazine, Painters Make Green, and Snapped. Closed captioning for this program is brought to you by Unstick. Cleanup has never been easier. Available at a retailer near you.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality,
Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too.
Al-Anon
and
and
Alateen can help.
help.
Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Hey, what's more Canadian than donaires and poutine?
Probably just checking us out on Mick and T's Sports Report.
That's right, Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO.
So today I'm going to show you a brown-eyed makeup tip. Golds and bronzes, browns, they all look fabulous on brown eyes. So I'm going to create a beautiful bronze smoky eye look. So you want to start with the lid, and you're just going to pat the gold shadow onto the lid all over. When you're doing a smoky eye, it's really important that you leave your foundation last. Next, we just want to create a nice base crease color. So we're going to go in with a fluffy brush and a light brown color, and we're just going to blend it all over the crease. You don't want any harsh lines, so just make sure you're working with little circles with your big fluffy brush until you've got it blended out. And then we're going to go in with another fluffy brush and a darker brown color. And we're going to stay right close into the crease here. You can almost draw your line in, and then you're just going to work on blending it out. Little circles. And this is going to create that smoky look for us today. I've already put the dark black liner on, but it's good to know that black liner with brown eyes really makes them pop. There you go, a super easy smoky bronze eye.
Today's version of He Said, She Said, can money buy happiness? It cannot.
Of course it can.
No,
you know,
it can't.
of course girls are going to say that because you guys are judged on money.
Because you think that I need to shop to be happy? Is that
Yes,
it? Well, a
it's
little
called
bit,
shopping
but no, that's
therapy,
not it.
and you guys do it all the time.
It's called retail therapy, and you can window shop that.
When it comes to men, we are judged on how much money we have, what car we drive. Because when we're dating, you girls, the first thing that you guys do is you judge whether how much money we have, you look at our car, all that
When we were dating, I was driving this crappy little old whatever it was. You
Yeah, I
drove
noticed
Mr.
it.
Fancy in his sports car.
And I got you, didn't I?
You were thinking you needed that to impress me.
No, that impressed you because you're like, oh yeah, my boyfriend has this car, blah, 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 blah.
No.
So it does buy happiness.
No, it doesn't. Money can buy experiences. Experiences bring you happy, but money itself does not make you happy.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't.
So the thing is, it's like going to Disneyland and you can get in, but you can't actually go on any of the rides.
You know how I know money does not make you happy? Because when you win at Monopoly, you are a horrible person. That's how I know.
Not real money, you know? Sure, I can buy Park Avenue, but can I move into Park Avenue? No. If I could move into Park Avenue, that would definitely
You can have amazing experiences spending next to nothing, going camping or whatever little day trips around that you can do things like, yes.
Okay, so okay, camping doesn't cost a lot of money, and then sitting on a beach somewhere is a sandy beach with icy, I want to be icy blue Oh shit, I don't want this
You don't
muddy
like
swamp.
to sit on a beach.
And
who are we kidding?
And
Mister, I
squat
like to
and bury in the bush? That's not fun. That's not happiness. Like, I want running, plumbing. I want these things. That's what buys happiness.
You want running water and indoor plumbing.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? It does buy happiness because it buys
Campgrounds
experience.
have those facilities available.
Yeah, you're sharing with everybody. It's
But
not
no,
the
you
same.
hear so many people who happen to win the lottery. Like that, people say, "Oh, life would be so much better if I won the lottery," and all these things happen. But then they get hounded by family members and organizations, everything that just want a piece of the
because
pie.
they just-
and then they'll blow it on extravagant things and end up more broke than they were before.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not spending money on the experiences. They're not trying to make other people's lives better. They're unhappy because they want to keep it all to themselves. They're, what do you call that when someone
So then
is
they were
a
probably
hoarder, a money hoarder?
I imagine they were unhappy before they got the lottery. Just saying.
No, but the thing is you can actually, you buy experiences, you can make yourself happy. I think, Mandy, I think you're just thinking about it wrong. You're thinking it like, I don't know, there's something wrong in there. You're not thinking it right.
The woman's wrong in all of this, I'm sure. When
All the
has
time.
that ever been
All the
case?
time. I'm gonna say it on the record, you're wrong.
I don't know, guys. You tell us what you think on today's version of He Said, She Said. Hit us up at marketandmandy.com. We gotta take a quick break. We're gonna be right back.
Coming up, Chef Ron gets creative with a delicious grilled halloumi cheese salad.
Extreme yawp hair, beard, and body wash with an exhilarating eucalyptus tingle. That's a nice little reward for being an adult.
Moving into your first place? Inspired to decorate? You'll love the no-no bracket. No tools? No problem. Simply slide, place, adjust, a simple way to accent any space. Visit us at nonobracket.com.
InstaHanker. Create 12 inches of instant close storage with practical plastic or attractive wood models. From the guest room to the foyer, every laundry room needs one. Lift it open, fold it down. InstaHanker. Creatively organizing great spaces and small places.
Innovative, trend-setting, and award-winning products. Advanced technology and lasting performance. 50 years servicing shower doors and bases. Flurco, a world of possibilities for your bathroom.
Sunspace Sunrooms, one of North America's premier outdoor lifestyle manufacturers. Whether under an existing porch roof in need of renovation or a new sunroom to be designed, we custom manufacture for your home, cabin, or business. Visit sunspacesunrooms.com.
Moving into your first place? Inspired to decorate? You'll love the no-no bracket. No tools? No problem. Simply slide, place, adjust, a simple way to accent any space. Visit us at nonobracket.com.
He's American.
And he's Canadian.
Somehow the show works.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays, 8 o'clock on CHCO.
I'm Dr. Reese Malone, sexologist and sex therapist. Not everyone with cancer will have changes in their sexual or erotic template. However, for many, cancer can be the unwanted third partner in the bedroom. And as a cancer survivor myself, exhaustion and physical discomfort were my unwanted partners. But for me, that didn't mean that I was undeserving or needed to stop intimately and erotically connecting. Sex can still be an important part of people's lives. So my advice is to first and foremost, and at your own pace, learn about the new you, including rekindling or building a new relationship with your body. If you have a partner, discuss their experience with cancer in your lives and together set some boundaries in your relationship that separate caregiving from intimacy and eroticism. And finally, I encourage a discussion about expanding your repertoire of sexual expressions and activities. This can be an opportunity for erotic exploration and discovery. For example, How can you engage in all of the senses with a focus on touch, sensation, or whatever brings you pleasure? I often recommend to my clients to set pleasure dates where one is the giver of pleasure and the other is the receiver of pleasure. Then reschedule another date where the roles are reversed. While your pace may shift, cancer or any other chronic illness doesn't replace your sexuality or that you're a sexual being. Being open and being adaptive and exploring new possibilities can help maintain intimacy and connection. For more information, contact a sexuality counselor or sex therapist who can help support your intimacy process and journey.
I'm always looking for new appetizer and starter ideas, and Chef Rob is not going to disappoint, I can tell. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic.
I'm seeing, is this cheese?
This is cheese.
Oh, got my heart already. What are we doing with it?
Okay, so I need to describe this cheese first. So this is halloumi cheese.
Okay.
It's a semi-hard cheese made from goat and sheep's milk, sometimes cow's milk.
Excellent.
And it has a high melting point, so you can actually grill it.
Is that what we're doing with it?
That's exactly what we're doing.
I'm excited. So this is just, it's a simple salad that you've done, right?
Yeah, this is a simple salad, but the real magic is in
the grilling itself.
Grilling of the cheese. So
okay.
You can actually grill this on an outdoor grill.
I like it.
But you can also pan fry it. So we have a nonstick pan here.
Okay.
We've gotten it nice and hot.
Okay. You're not adding in oil, butter, anything like that?
Nothing.
I love hearing the good sizzle in there.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that pan is dry.
Okay.
This halloumi is...
Now I can see looks like it's releasing a bit of its own fats in it, right?
It does, so that's why you actually do not need to put any type of fat or anything in these pans. So you just make sure just get a good nonstick pan that is dry, your halloumi's dry, and...
I like it. Now, it looks like you've got fairly thick slices there.
Yeah, since this cheese will melt, we want to make sure that we're getting a really nice crust on the outside.
So it makes its own crust, right?
Yes. So you get it. So it's that crust on the outside and
the gooey on the inside.
Super gooey on the inside.
Who doesn't like a cheese, right? We're having a little bit of a cheese conversation in this. I'm excited because I've never actually tried halloumi, so it's gonna be a first for me today. Is it salty? Is it acidic? What's it?
It's salty.
Okay.
It can be very, very salty.
Does it come in a brine like feta does?
It is brined.
Okay.
You know, when you get it in a package, they usually package up with a tiny bit of the brine, but not like feta. Like it's not like swimming in it.
Super saturated. Yeah. Okay.
So
this looks like it won't take long before you've got a...
No, it doesn't. It honestly does not take long.
Oh, I see that already. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. So
now, once you've got this all fried up, I see you've plated it just, is that arugula that it's on?
Yeah, this is just a little bit of arugula, a little bit of fennel, some roasted tomatoes.
You just did those in the oven?
Yeah, just did them in the oven. And
do you put any kind of a dressing on this?
You know what, I like using a little bit of olive oil or grapeseed oil, and then just a squeeze of lemon.
Oh, so just keep it nice and simple and fresh. I like this.
Absolutely.
Now, this looks like it'd be like either starter or an appetizer.
Yeah, that's the great thing about this. It's so versatile. So I've done this in a salad form. You can do it as an appetizer and just kind of serve it individually.
Yeah.
And it's just so versatile that, you know, pretty much anything you really want to do with this.
Well, you know, I think we tend to get stuck when it comes to cheese. We get stuck in the, you know, cheddar and mozzarella and marble phases. And there's so many good things you can do with a really nice cheese.
Yeah.
People shouldn't be afraid to have fun with it. This is just phenomenal looking. I love how you said, yeah, it does create like its own crust on there.
Its own crust, and you do. You want to get it at a high heat.
Okay.
Not on full, but kind of, I guess, more like medium to high. Make sure your pan is very, very hot.
Stay with it.
Yeah. Stay with it.
Don't walk away from it. And so I see here over on the one that's already been finished, we got it paired with a glass of white wine.
Yes. So when you're pairing it like a cheese like this with wine,
which who doesn't love wine and cheese?
Yeah,
they naturally go together.
So I would do something like a Pinot Grigio, anything sparkling,
like a champagne or maybe a prosecco, that type of thing.
Sauvignon Blanc. So anything with some dryness and acidity to it is gonna pair very well with that.
And you know, it just tends to heighten the flavor of the other, right? That's why it's called a pairing.
That's why it's called a pairing. And
can I try a little?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna do a little squeeze of lemon on it.
Yeah, give it a squeeze of lemon because you're gonna need it because it is rich, so that acidity just cuts right through the fattiness of the cheese.
Excellent, guys. Well, for more recipes like this, you can visit markandmandy.com. That's all the time we have for today. We'll see you next time on the Mark and Mandy Show. Now, I am going to try a bite of this. Phenomenal.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's like a grilled cheese sandwich without the bread.
It is.
This episode of the Mark and Mandy Show is brought to you by Home Trends Magazine, Painters Make Green, and Snapped. Closed captioning for this program is brought to you by Unstick. Cleanup has never been easier. Available at a retailer near you.
What we're trying to do is say there are systemic racist activities that people don't realize.
Learn more on NBWA, New Brunswickers Want Action, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5:30 on CHCO Television.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
I was walking down my block and now the cops are stopping me. I said, what you doing here? Like, why you trying to talk to me? I said, officer, what am I doing wrong? Let me get just what I came for, I really won't be long. When I told him I had children, he was looking at me differently. Doing what I'm doing, why he gotta clench his fist at me. I came about the dirt, but they still mad cause of my history. I'ma keep on going to the top until they sick of me. Steady protest, but I don't even see a change. Always hearing BLM, but is it really in your brain? Gotta see what's going on, cause we ain't all treated the same.
I want to welcome you back to another episode of NBWA, New Brunswickers Want Action. My name's Dr. Timothy Christie.
And I'm Matthew Martin.
And as usual, here at NBWA, New Brunswickers Want Action, we have specific action items that we're calling on the government to produce in New Brunswick. The first is we think there needs to be a public inquiry into systemic racism in New Brunswick. We want critical race theory to be included in the education curriculum in a meaningful way. And we also think that racial discrimination should be made a crime under the Criminal Code of Canada. These are the action items that we emphasize every show, but today we have a very, very special guest with us. Her name is Dr. Elle Jones, and she is a poet, she is a journalist, she's an abolitionist, and she's a professor at Mount St. Vincent University. Dr. Jones, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Before we start with the questions that we have about your report that you've made, maybe you could take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to our audience.
I teach at Mount St. Vincent University in Halifax. I'm in the Department of Political and Canadian Studies. And I came to that department and the work we're going to talk about today on the report that was produced in Halifax on defunding the police. I came to that work really through a history of activism and advocacy as well. So for over a decade, I've worked very closely with people in prisons. We provide connections to legal supports, court support, a lot of the reintegration that we need in communities. So trying to connect people with housing, connecting people with culturally appropriate care, those kind of things. I also do a lot of work intervening in deportation and with migrant workers and other people. So at various sites of state violence. So the prison system, but also the other ways that people experience policing and criminalization at our borders, in forensics hospitals, women that are experiencing violence or abuse in shelters or other sites. So I really come to this work from that work through really a deep immersion in what the impacts of trauma are, the ways that people are criminalized, and the sense that the systems that we have set up right now are not doing anything to intervene in harm and are not helping people heal or help our communities actually be safe.
Looking at your report, I was wondering if you could provide kind of an explanation of what defunding the police means, but also in the report, there had been 36 recommendations. Of those, what would be the most important to start to look at defunding the police today? To provide a little context for our viewers, defunding the police, which Dr. Jones will explain, really started coming to light most of recently with the murder of George Floyd. And from there, a lot of municipalities and governments have been discussing and looking at ways of what defunding the police is, what it could look like. So again, if you could just explain what defunding the police is, but also of your 36 recommendations, what would be the important one to look at to start today?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I was the chair of a subcommittee that was appointed by the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners, initially to just simply define what defunding was, but we felt very strong in public engagement. In other words, it's one thing to say this is what it is. It's another thing to say, how does this actually take place in community? How do people feel about policing? How do we feel about safety? What actually keeps us safe? So we really wanted to try and engage in a broader way to think about those questions, because if we are going to think about defunding the police, as in removing resources from the police and placing them into other organizations or areas that can more effectively or appropriately do those tasks, we need to be aware of what those organizations are, what exists in our communities, what resources do we need. So some people, just to begin with, some people don't like the term defunding. That's one of the sticking points. A lot of people find that it sounds quite negative. So we can call it other things. If we want to think about it as, for example, reimagining what public safety means, we can think about it as detasking, which is really the heart of defunding, which is, as I said, removing tasks from the police that they are not equipped or trained to do and having more appropriate organizations do those tasks. Usually we think of this particularly in terms of mental health and decriminalization of substance use. And then it also has a second piece, which isn't just the removal of funds, but more importantly, the rebuilding of our communities. So as I said, that if we're not going to have the police do these things, obviously there needs to be other things in place that can step in and do those tasks. So if we want the police removed from mental health care, which is, you asked the question, what is the most important thing? That is the number one area. And even we had almost 2,500 survey responses. And even in people who would quite strongly say they didn't agree with defunding, they would say, no, I'm not for this. As we got deeper into the questions, a lot of people would say, but I don't think the police are really equipped to deal with mental health crisis. I don't think they should be there. And that is defunding, right? So that's one of the major priority areas. We know that the vast majority of fatal and non-fatal interactions with the police, so tasers, shootings, are people experiencing mental health crises, for example. 1 in 3 Canadians have some form of mental health struggle, and it is, of course, the leading cause of disability for people in Canada. So that is a huge area. And of course, it is not appropriate. And the police themselves will say this, that it is not appropriate for the police to be involved in what is a health matter. They are not trained to do this. They are not medical professionals. They're not social workers. They're not peer mental health support workers. And in fact, many of the things that are accompanied in doing mental health care when you're in the police actually divert the police from what most people would think are more necessary tasks. So for example, in our province, Nova Scotia, and you may have something similar in New Brunswick, under the Involuntary Psychiatric Commitment Act, police actually have to wait at the hospital until somebody is admitted. So that can be 12 hours that they're sitting waiting with somebody in crisis. And again, they're not really equipped to provide any support. And then they're just sitting in the emergency room for hours and hours. They find it stressful. They find it often traumatic to be involved in these things. As you know, when we talk to the National Police Federation, who do not support defunding, I don't want to suggest they support it, but they did say that they also agree that many social tasks have been downloaded onto them that would more appropriately be dealt with by resourcing social services. So that's really the heart of defunding. It's really thinking about, do we need the police called when somebody's living in a tent because there's no housing? What happens here? So we spend, millions of dollars clearing an encampment. We give people tickets they're never going to be able to pay. It involves them in a cycle of criminalization because they can't pay the tickets. So they end up breaching and having more on their records, which down the line can end up involving them in a cycle of incarceration. And it does nothing to put people into housing or to, promote safety of our neighborhoods. So that's an example of what is the point there. Why do we call the police to deal with something that is clearly a social issue? And many provinces are experiencing a housing crisis. If somebody is having a health crisis, why do we think the police are the most appropriate call when, again, the police are not trained to do that work? Also, of course, for example, sexual assault reporting, which is often more appropriately dwelling in another organization. So one thing we look at in the report is third-party sexual assault reporting, which means that rather than reporting to the police, you have another organization such as organization that specializes in dealing with sexual violence or domestic abuse that is able to talk to the person instead. And in studies that are done that, people have studied this practice, you get much higher rates of reporting, especially from people who may be sex workers, people who use drugs, racialized people, people who are scared that CPS is going to be involved in their families. Those are people that are unlikely to report. And when you remove the police, they are much more likely to go and get services. It allows us to get much better data on what's happening. We get a much better picture. And we also preserve the option that if the person does want to report, they are still able to do that and still involve the police later. So this is an example of detasking. And sometimes that can mean removing the police entirely. And sometimes it can mean having another option and the option to possibly have the police involved at a later point, as with sexual assault. So that's a very brief overview. And as I said, some people get quite uncomfortable with the idea of, saying defunding. Like, okay, so you just want to strip things away. You want to, have murderers running our society. This is going to be very unsafe. But what we're actually trying to do is replenish our society. Think about public safety differently. Think about how we live in community differently, and really try and resource the right places to deal with social harms, to deal with things that are caused by trauma or things that are caused by a lack of social resources, and try and resource those appropriately instead of relying on the police to do things that they really shouldn't be here to do.
Okay, well, let's follow up on that a little bit. I really appreciate your comments, and I couldn't agree with you more on the mental health thing. So we had two crises here, two tragedies here in New Brunswick last year, where two of our Indigenous brothers and sisters were shot and killed by police in two separate incidents in the same month, and they were both mental health. So one was Rodney Levi, where he went to the hospital in Miramichi. He was exhibiting symptoms of a psychiatric illness, but he didn't have an acute psychiatric disorder that needed to be treated as an inpatient in a hospital. So they didn't admit him through emergency, but he was still very unwell. So he called one of his friends. Him and a friend went to a local pastor's house, and the pastor was having a barbecue. And at the house, he asked them to call an ambulance. And before the ambulance arrived, the police did, and they shot and killed him before the ambulance could arrive. So it's a clear example of where, because of their inability to deal with a mental health crisis, their only recourse was to shoot and kill Mr. Levi. And of course, they will give us explanations for why they thought their life was in jeopardy and all of this type of thing. But at the end of the day, I work in the hospital sector. We have people come in mental health crisis all the time, and we never shoot and kill them. So there are other ways of dealing with people for that. But the other issue that I wanted to pick up with that I thought was very interesting is this idea of a broader idea of defund the police. So from my understanding, there are different camps. So there could be one set where they say, you know what, we should be taking so much away from the police that it's a fundamentally racist institution and it needs to be completely abolished, reconsidered, refigured, and completely done away with. In the middle would be people who say things like, well, maybe you should focus on detasking the police. So find out what are the core policing activities they need to do. Let them do that because they're trained in, they have the right skills to do that. But all of the other things, like we mentioned, mental health, sexual assaults, traffic enforcement, those types of things, you don't need armed police officers to do. On the contrary, though, we would have people who say, we can't have a lawless society. If you get rid of the police, then we're going to have rapists and murderers running around. We clearly can't have a society with that. And from my studies on this issue, it seems to me like currently we have very heavily funded police and we have rapists and murderers in our society. And the police don't really prevent those, they investigate them. So if one of these violent acts have happened, they might do an investigation, eventually find the person. So the only prevention they would do is if they find the rapist or the murderer, they can put them in jail, and then hopefully we've prevented future ones, but they clearly haven't prevented that one. So I guess my question to you would be kind of, what would you say to people who have this perception that defund the police means a lawless society, as opposed to a society where police are maybe doing proper policing actions? If you could give us some of your thoughts on that, please.
I mean, there's a few answers to that. One thing is that often the people that are the most strongly advocating for changing how we do policing, whether that's through, as you said, there's a range. So all the way up to people that are abolishing the police, to people that want to just reassess policing. But the people that often most strongly advocate this aren't people who are naive to violence and harm. It's people who work every day in these areas, people who work in domestic violence shelters, people who work with prisoners. So it's not about being naive to harm and being like, oh, you know, harm never happens. People just need hugs. It's actually about recognizing that what we're doing now doesn't work in any way. So to use sexual assault as an example, and I am a Black woman, so from a group of people that are highly vulnerable to sexual violence, right? Black women are very, very harmed by sexual violence in our childhood, all through our lives. So it's not that Black women are out here not understanding what sexual violence does to us generation to generation. And in fact, ideas of transformative justice that look at how to deal with sexual assault differently came from Black women who are victims of sexual violence and understand that involving the police doesn't actually get to the root. So right now in Canada, about 0.6% of any rape will end up in some kind of conviction. Only about 6% of cases even go towards a prosecutor, right? Or even considered or reported. We have incredibly small amounts of reporting. So what we're doing with policing isn't working now. Sexual assault is happening now. And as I gave you an example, when we remove police for reporting, for example, we actually see those numbers go up because a lot of people, particularly in racialized communities, are very scared of having the police involved in their family. It often ends up with child welfare being involved, and then you end up with more generations involved in systems, and kids in child welfare end up criminalized. It ends up, if you are from a Black community, we know that then the stigma that comes into your community, you get, you know, a bunch of surveillance and criminalization that doesn't actually help. So it's not about ignoring that sexual assault takes place. It's saying what we're doing now isn't working. The policing of sexual violence isn't working. We have zero tolerance on domestic violence now. And domestic violence went sky high during COVID because of particular conditions. So we really need to start working to look at the underlying causes and deal with those. Many families talk about when somebody starts being in distress or when they're concerned about a child and saying something's not right. You know, my child is going through these things that they can't get help. They call social services and they call the police and they're told, we can't do anything until a crime is committed. And this is how our system is working now. You mentioned Rodney Levi going to the hospital to get help and being told, we can't help you. So all these people, all these things, we have so many red flags often when trauma is happening, when violence is beginning to happen. And instead of intervening in it then, we don't have the resources. So we're waiting until a crime is committed and then saying, okay, you know, now we bring in the police. So the first part to say is what we are doing now is not working to prevent harm. It's not working to teach us how to intervene in harm in our families and communities, how to deal with conflict, how to actually address violence in our communities. Because, and especially if you're from like a Black or Indigenous community, the police aren't even from our community. They don't live within our community. They're not, you know, people that understand you. And what we find out is more effective is often having people in community that are able to do those interventions, that are able to come and support families, that are able to hold people accountable. So that's the first piece, that we know that what we're doing now isn't working for so much of how people are experiencing violence. The second piece I'd like to say is that Nova Scotia during COVID was actually in the first wave. We actually were one of the leading province in the country in terms of doing releases, because obviously during COVID, we know that pandemics, congregate settings, whether that's prisons, nursing homes, these are the places where COVID thrives, right? And then the workers who are coming in and out end up spreading the virus into community. And this happened with prisons all over the country, that the towns that prisons are in, the prison staff got COVID, and then you had massive outbreaks in the prison and outside the prison. So we were doing releases, right, to as a public health measure. In Nova Scotia, nearly 41% of people were released from provincial jail. It costs over $300 to keep one person in provincial jail for a day. It costs about $125 to provide that person with supportive housing, which included things like groceries, the support of a social worker, so less than half. And we didn't see a crime wave. You know, it wasn't like suddenly all these people were roaming our streets committing crime. There was no spike in crime. So what that shows us is we're so unnecessarily incarcerating and policing so many people. Our remand numbers on any one day are between 2/3 and 80% of a jail now. And we're spending all these resources to hold people who haven't been convicted of crimes when they actually can be housed in community with more supports that actually intervene in what is wrong, whether that's drug use and addiction, whether that's mental health, whether that's history of trauma. Some people are violent, obviously, that not everybody is just, you know, like, but there are also interventions into that. So I think it's also important to say that I don't think anybody thinks that, we could do this tomorrow, right? When we did the report, we didn't recommend a number. And there's a reason for that. We didn't say, take 50% or take 25% or take it all, because that would be irresponsible at this point when we actually haven't resourced, community groups. We don't know what we have because we haven't been resourcing them for decades. So we have to actually get into place the structures that could replace what we're using now. Right now, do you know who to call? If, there's somebody in your home is having a crisis, you don't, because there isn't a community mental health peer-led team that you can call right now. So we need to set those things up. And thankfully, there are models for this. So for mental health, there is the CAHOOTS model in Oregon that has done mental health interventions without police for over 20 years with no violent incidents. Toronto is piloting this now. Edmonton has agreed to pilot this. For sexual assault and domestic violence, there are other interventions. People have done things like accountability circles. People have worked on really intervening in cycles of trauma and violence in families, because we know this stuff is generational. So we really need to interrupt this. In Canada, for example, nearly 50% now of federally incarcerated women are Indigenous women. And over 90% of those women have histories of violence and trauma, sexual and physical abuse. So, incarcerating those women rather than actually giving them a place to heal and deal with that trauma does nothing for anybody. And again, just breaks families generation to generation. So in so many of these ways, we can imagine and think about and actually have at our fingertips other interventions, but we're taught to believe in police. So one of the things we talk about in the report, I think it's in our second chapter, is we just do a snapshot of data, right? Like a week of policing. And so what you realize is that a lot of people, because we watch a lot of crime TV, and between a third and 50% of fictional material that we watch in any one year is crime-based, so court dramas, true policing stuff. The news very overemphasizes violent crime. So obviously if there's a shooting, that's going to be on the news. So people have a sense that far more crime and violent crime is happening than is actually occurring. In Halifax, for example, I think we spend the second most per capita of a city in Canada on policing, but we're way below the national average of the crime severity index. There isn't a connection between getting more police and the crime rate. And in fact, the crime rate has been steadily dropping, but we've been funding the police more and more and more. And so there's no relation. We just fund the police, and there's no relation to what we're actually experiencing. So people kind of believe that the police are out here every day, catching serial killers, because that's what we watch on TV. In fact, it's bylaw, traffic. The vast majority of police salaries funding goes into salaries. It's not into what people imagine, like police walking the beat in your neighborhood. It's not. It's into salaries. Police dominate the sunshine list. They make huge amounts, especially in overtime. So this is not an efficient system financially either. And I think there is a gap between people's perceptions. So when you start talking about, do we need to fund the police? Do we need to give them this kind of budget? People's automatic response is, but murderers and sexual assault. But in fact, that's not the vast majority of what's happening at all. So we don't have a very accurate picture because of how we experience the media. And that is one thing that is very difficult, because we're fed so much of a narrative. So people genuinely believe that, if you get rid of the police, there will be chaos. And that's not really borne out by what the police actually do and how we spend our policing resources. And then the last thing I'll say on this is, we know that policing is inequitably distributed, right? Meaning that certain communities experience the police and certain communities don't. This is interesting when you talk about traffic, for example, right? So we recommended red light traffic cameras in our report, and people get quite angry about this. This has been a bit of a bugbear of conservatives, for example. They really dislike traffic cameras. And part of the reason is that now everybody, if you're speeding, it doesn't matter, right? There's no race involved in that. It's like either you're speeding or you're not. So when people start experiencing policing, they get angry that they're now being policed, with the implication often being that it's okay as long as we're being policed, right? So street checks, that's fine. Racial profiling, that's fine, because those people are dangerous and needs to be policed, but how dare you give me a traffic ticket? I will say, by the way, that when we recommend traffic cameras, that data should not be held by the police, because they can misuse that data. It needs to be held by the transit department, right? But that's an example of how often people's belief in the police isn't even about crime and policing. It's about a broader narrative around authority and control and discipline. So for Black people, there's an ongoing belief since slavery that we need to be disciplined and controlled or we will wild out and commit crimes, right? And this is a narrative that goes back to enslavement. If anybody's watched 13th by Ava DuVernay, it's a great documentary on this. And it talks about how once the control of slavery is removed, then you get a narrative coming in that Black people will rape Black men will be out here raping white women if they're not controlled by slavery. And this becomes a narrative that underlies the criminalization of Black people. And in fact, of course, the violence is not coming from Black people to white people. The violence was white people enslaving, terrorizing, lynching Black people, and then projecting that violence. So these kind of narratives are not about actually what the crime rate is or actually what keeps us safe. People may not understand this because they're absorbing the narrative, but it's very much about who is part of the public. Who do you think deserves to be safe and who is seen as other? So when we say we need the police to come and, find this person who's asking for change, that's about our discomfort with someone who's homeless, not about the idea that asking for change is actually criminal. When we want the police to stop somebody from sleeping on a bench, that is about our own discomfort. There is nothing criminal about sleeping on a bench. It does not make us unsafe, right? So this is about other narratives. Like, why do we criminalize drug use? There is nothing that says that it is effective, no matter how much you criminalize drug use. We're like 50 years into a war on drugs. George Floyd also was partially about the war on drugs, right? It was alleged to be on fentanyl. That was Derek Chauvin's defense in court. Well, he was high, right? He was on drugs, so he doesn't count. He can be killed. So criminalizing drug use has stigmatized drug users. It has prevented people from getting treatment. It has actually made the supply unsafe. And we know that safe injection sites, peer support, safe supply, these are things that actually reduce harm. So we're also very attached to narratives that are about, who has power, who is dominant, and who we see as not belonging to us. Queer people, trans people, sex workers, Black people, Indigenous people, people who use drugs, people with mental health, people who make us uncomfortable. And then we think, I need something to come and control that, and that's the police. So I think we also need to be really mindful of where our idea of policing and punishment comes from, and also try and dismantle that a bit. Because until we do that, we won't actually, as a society, want to effectively deal with reducing the scope of policing. The police are engaged in so many institutions in our communities, right? Inside schools, in hospitals, in all these places. Because right now we think of safety through this lens of punishment and not through other things like everybody having housing, everybody having food, accessibility of childcare, living in a racial bias-free society. So we also really want people to start rethinking why we call the police and what is it in us that believes that some people are deserving of incarceration or punishment and other people are deserving of freedom and other people, live a different kind of life.
Again, Dr. Jones, thank you for being here with us. For our viewers at home, if you have any questions, comments, or any topics that you would like us to discuss, feel free to send us an email at mbwa@chco.tv. My name's Matthew Martin, and Black Lives Matter.
I ran into the garage and I danced around and flashed my cards and they were just looking at me. They didn't know what to say. I was shaking, I wasn't crying practically. It was excitement.
Man, it was so amazing to have CHCO there, to have bingo for the community to play.
Play TV Bingo this Tuesday at 7 on CHCO Television.
Hi, my name is Noah. Today I will teach you to sign Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Thank you for learning to sign with me.
Few sounds are more beautiful than the rivers, lakes, and wetlands of New Brunswick. But will they be protected for the enjoyment of future generations? Help give New Brunswick waterways a voice. All across the province, there are local watershed groups working to improve water quality, increase biodiversity, and maintain sustainable fishing and hunting. Join the watershed group in your community and give the waterways of New Brunswick a voice for generations to come.
Hi, I'm Vincent Prager. Welcome to the Oppenheimer Prager Museum in St. Andrews at Dayspring, former home of Lady Beaverbrook. We have over 300 international works of art by my grandfather and mother, Joseph Oppenheimer and Eva Prager, including one of Justin Trudeau as a teen. In addition, you can view a large toy collection, a letter from Albert Einstein, and this, the only one in the world, and a new edition, Lady Beaverbrook's 1955 Land Rover. 1 block from the Algonquin Hotel on the way to Katie's Cove. Come visit the Oppenheimer Prager Museum, open Wednesdays to Sundays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
We're here in St. Stephen, finding out why people like to shop local.
Five Kings is really nice, and sometimes I get Chinese food from the little Chinese food place there.
So it's good to support friends and family and neighbors.
Everything I need I can get right here in St. Stephen. It's great to support the local economy.
Everybody says hello, whether they know you or not.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here. I've got your back.
when you want to talk, I'm here.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Focus on Wellness is brought to you by our Simply for Life locations in St. Stephen, West St. John, and Sussex. It's a lifestyle, not a diet. Hi, I'm Jesse Dunfield, and this is Focus on Wellness. Today we'll be talking to Ashley Rotour, an acupuncturist in St. George. But first, life is like a 10-speed bicycle. Most of us have gears we never use. Today we are talking to Sean Kelly, owner and operator of Coastal Bicycle here in St. Stephen. Sean, tell me what got you interested in biking.
As a kid, summer evenings, just biking around town and having that much further you could go and explore. So I think what I originally loved biking was the autonomy, how it opened up new worlds to me. Later on in life, I probably took a pause, and then probably in my mid-20s, got a bike again, and really loved kind of some how it let me see the world.
I can imagine there are different types of bikers, different types of tribes, if you will.
There's lots of different ways people love to bike. There's the people that love to have performance as a focus, and they love to go fast and they love to go long distances. And of course, if you want to go long distances, you have to be focused on, you have to take in performance as an element. So they wear streamlined clothing, their bikes are as light as possible, they're aerodynamic, and those are the people that you'd see out on the one, biking alongside the highway, alongside cars, which it's great you can do here in New Brunswick. You've got the mountain bikers, which are in the forests, and they normally call that single track, where they're going on a small path through the forest, lots of dips, lots of turns, lots of hills, lots of tight corners. You generally have a lot of suspension for that because you're taking a lot of bumps, and you need to cushion that. You've got and then you've got people that they like to incorporate biking as kind of their everyday, and that's where I would fall in. I love to just have the bicycle part of my everyday life. So where I'm going, whether I'm going to the grocery store, whether I'm going to work, whether I'm just biking around town to a friend's house, that's how I love to bike. I love my bicycle to get me places functionally.
Tell me about the bike shop. What do you do here?
Well, we're the only bike shop in Charlotte County. So we keep a full stock of almost everything you could get. I would say probably 95% of all bikes that come in, I can source the parts right here in my inventory. So one, you don't have to take a trip to St. John or Fredericton. Two, you've got someone who's based in the community who you know you're going to see around.
What are the benefits of biking to health and wellness?
I mean, there's so many benefits. There's the obvious physical benefits. Anything physical is going to be good for you. It's a low impact, so you don't have to worry as much about your knees. It's easy to do. It's accessible to do. It's relatively inexpensive to acquire a bike, to maintain a bike, and to keep biking. So on the physical aspects, there's numerous things to physical health. Mental health, I think there's just as many, if not more, aspects of that. Because when you're out on a bike, you're in your community. So when you see people walking in the community, you say hi to them, and even if you don't say hi to them, you see them, you're walking around. The more people out and about, the more I think you feel attached and rooted and centered in a community of people. So I think biking really has a chance, or really connects you to the physical world, as opposed to driving places. You're closed off. Sometimes you have the windows open, but it's still not the same as when you're biking. You're really that much more present in the world around you. There's the environmental benefits, which also I think benefit mental health. If you know what you're doing is contributing to a better society, a better environment, that feels good. I love the feeling. The bicycle is just really central to my life. It's kind of something that grounds me. That in a really changing world, the bike is something that has stuck with me and that stayed with me, that I've continued to have be a part of my life.
Sean, I've really been looking forward to this interview today because I brought a bike in. I just purchased it. It's a used bike, and I can't wait to see what you have to say about it. Why don't we go have a look?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Excellent. So Sean, this is my bike. I just bought it used. When you're buying a new bike, what should you look for?
Well, if you bought this used, you got a really good deal, because this thing looks like it was barely used. So when you're buying a used bike, the main things you want to look for are the most important safety features, being the brakes and the drivetrain. So first thing I would do is I would just take the tire and I would just spin the tire. And I'd listen to see if there's any rubbing on the brakes. You don't want a little bit of rubbing, is pretty common, but you don't want a lot of rubbing, and especially you don't want it to really stop too prematurely. Then you want to test the brakes out. Make sure that both brakes, when you press the brakes, they're both going in, they're both coming out. And you probably want to do that on the front and on the rear. Make sure the wheel's spinning well. Why don't you try those brakes? It'll be the brakes. Right on your right-hand side. Do it again. Okay, look at that. And both of those are coming off. That's good. You want to make sure that it's going through all the gears. So you want to put it in the smallest cog in the front or the largest cog at the back, and you just want to take it through the gears.
And you can see it switching.
I can see it moving.
Right.
You know what? This one has a few. It's not doing super well. So it tells me that there is a little bit of a shifting issue. And then you'd come to, if I can just move this alongside, you'd kind of start to look at how the derailleur's hanging here, and you'd want to see if there's an obvious bend to it. because that would affect the shifting. And maybe this derailleur's got a little bit of a bend to it, maybe not. It's hard to, I don't see anything really that's standing out going, yeah, this is definitely going to be a problem. So
this bike has 6 gears. How much of those gears do you use typically? Do people use all 6 gears, or?
Well, typically you'll stay in about 2 or 3 gears. You also have 3 gears on the front.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
actually 6 times 3, which would be 18 speeds total.
Oh.
And that's the smaller ones on the front chainring will make you pedal faster. Sorry, it'll be easier to pedal. So when you're going uphill, you want to be in a smaller chainring on the front, and a larger chainring when you want to go faster. If you're going downhill, or if you're getting you've got a lot of momentum.
So when you get on a bike, what gear do you start at?
I start in a lowest gear as possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I started in easiest to pedal gear as possible, so that when you start, your revolutions are fast, and then you can gear up as you're going faster.
So as you go faster, you keep gearing up.
Yeah.
And then if you're going uphill, you're gearing up at the top, or
so as your
the highest number. Or?
Well, as you're going up, so don't necessarily think of it as high number, low number. Think of it as you'll intuitively know. I turn this in one direction and it gets harder to pedal. I turn it in another direction and it gets easier to pedal.
Okay.
When you're approaching a hill, you want to get as much speed as you can into the hill, and then as you've kind of if you've gone as fast as you can, you want to kind of lay off for a second and bring everything down so that you're at a pace that you can comfortably go up the hill. There's a bit of a science to it.
How often should you get your bike maintained?
That's a great question. Really, typically, if you learn some basic things that you need to take care of, generally you don't need to bring your bike in until you start noticing a few things are out of whack. The gears will go out of whack, and out of whack. They won't shift right, they won't hold right. That's a good time to bring it in for a tune-up or to get the gears adjusted. You'll notice the brakes, the cables will stretch, and over time it'll get closer and closer to the handlebars, and it'll decrease the braking power over time. Those are good things to get adjusted. A lot of people can do those things on their own. And one thing that I think everyone should do is oil their chain.
Yeah.
But you want to understand that there's 2 main kinds of bike oils to put on your chain. There's a thicker one called wet, and then there's a thinner one, less viscous, but it also washes off very fast. The wet goes on thicker, stays on longer, but it attracts more grime. So if you do riding with in a lot of dusty areas on dirt roads, you might want to consider getting a dry, because you'll have to apply it more, but it won't get that grime. And a wet is more suited to conditions where you're biking a little bit in the rain. So in a perfect world, if you had all the time in the world, you would go to each link and you would just drop a little bit of lube on each link.
Right.
I don't have time for that, and I doubt you have time for that, but some people might have time for it. So in that case, instead of doing that, we would just do a nice quick line, nice even, and you're just getting it on the inside there. You're getting in between those links, and you've gone all the way around. You want to take off any excess lubricant that you just put on there, because anything that you can take off doesn't help you at all anyway. So anything on the outside of the chain where it's only helping is on the inside in those little pivot joints.
So what is the major thing that goes wrong with bikes? What is the one thing that everybody should look for?
Well, I think the most important thing is that you have brakes, because brakes are going to allow you to stop, and you should have well-maintained brakes. That's probably the most important thing to make sure is in working order are the brakes.
Yeah. Do you consider a bike seasonal? Is it just something for summer months? Is it something that people can use all year round?
You can absolutely bike all year round. I bike all year round. I buy studded tires. I put them on my bike. I get groceries. I don't really bike when there's probably any more than about an inch of snow on the ground. That's kind of my cutoff point. But they have fat tire bikes that can go on packed snow. Biking is definitely a year-round event if you want it to be.
If you want it to be, you can bike any time of year.
Not during a snowstorm, not during an ice storm, but you can definitely bike year-round.
That's great to know, because I think a lot of us think we invest in a bicycle and we can only use it for 3 or 4 months out of the year. But from what you're saying, it definitely is something that you can start to expand and do more often. So,
absolutely, but I will say that biking in the wintertime will prematurely wear down your bike.
Right.
So the salt will have a corrosive effect and a deteriorating effect on your bike.
Like your car.
Yeah, exactly, like your car.
Thank you, Sean. This has been really informative. I've learned a lot about my own bike and also about cycling in general. I really appreciate the contribution that you're making to the community here with your bike shop, and I really appreciate everything that you showed us today. Thanks again.
Thanks, Jesse.
My pleasure. When we come back, I will be needling my way into relaxation with acupuncturist Ashley Vautour.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Hi, I'm Jesse Dudfield, nutrition and wellness coach at Simply for Life. Today we are in St. George talking with acupuncturist and reflexologist Ashley Vautour. Ashley, I am so excited to be here to talk to you about acupuncture. I've been one of your clients before and I had an amazing experience, so I've really been looking forward to this.
Thanks.
So tell me, what is acupuncture?
So acupuncture is a kind of an ancient Chinese holistic medicine. It's using disposable sterile needles and placing them throughout the body at really specific pressure points, and it helps with a multitude of conditions and issues that people are dealing with.
So tell me, what was your journey to acupuncture? What got you interested in doing acupuncture?
Yeah, I grew up doing a lot of natural medicines growing up, specifically allergy elimination. And there was an acupuncture component in those treatments. So yeah, I did lots of that growing up, help with loads of issues, hormonal, allergies, all that good stuff. And when I had graduated, I really didn't have a direction that I really wanted to go in. So I figured I would kind of jump on that opportunity that came up to me to sit in on a class. And yeah, I loved it ever since that.
What are the benefits of acupuncture?
Yeah. So I see a whole variety of issues. The most common thing that I see would definitely be pain. So if you're having any type of pain, inflammation issues, it definitely can help with that. I see a huge variety of digestive issues as well. Really helps regulate all the digestive organs, make sure everything's moving properly. I also see a lot of mental health conditions as well. And it does a lot for that as well, helping relax the body and everything.
I understand that acupuncture can be really good for anxiety. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I see lots of anxiety, depression, ADHD, and I find pretty much all of my clients that have come in for it have found it to be very beneficial.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are people receptive to acupuncture?
Nowadays, yes. I find it is kind of the social norm. It's very much accepted now versus when I started this whole kind of journey about 10 years ago. It was definitely a little more taboo. People didn't really know what it was or was really skeptical versus now, yeah.
What is the biggest change you have seen with the acceptance of acupuncture in the last few years?
I think a lot of people thought it was like almost like a witchcraft kind of thing, or
very like woo-woo.
Yeah, like really energy, like
Right,
I'm
yeah.
meditating or something. I still kind of get that every once in a while, but it's really uncommon. People definitely are a lot more receptive to really what it is, and
I
how it
think
helps.
Yeah, and I think that would probably be because so many people have had great results with it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so they're telling their friends, they're telling their family, I've done acupuncture and it's really helped me a lot.
Yeah.
What would you say or would you be able to give a couple examples of people that you treated that really helped?
There is this one client. I still regularly am seeing him, but he had an issue with, he had COVID and lost all of his sense of taste and smell. And after just 3 sessions, I believe, he had gotten it back pretty much consistently. And of course, we have to kind of maintain that. But it was pretty cool since I've never really seen that before COVID.
Right.
To really be able to see those kind of results was very interesting.
Amazing. So how often should people go for acupuncture?
Yeah. So initially, you do want to come a little bit more frequently. Generally, I see people kind of a condensed treatment. So like 4 times in about 2 weeks or 4 times in a month, depending on the issue. And typically around that 4 times, things should be improved quite a bit. And then we'd start to space out the appointments and get people to kind of a maintaining schedule, which I usually see people every 4 to 6 weeks for maintenance.
Right.
But yeah.
And it's covered by insurance now, is it not?
Yeah.
By a lot of people's insurance?
Yeah. Huge majority.
I understand that you also do reflexology. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so reflexology, I do foot and hand reflexology. So it's basically a hand or foot massage, centering around the reflex areas, so the nerve endings of the body. So those areas will reflect certain organs or body systems. I often use it for a lot of diagnosis tools as well, just to kind of see if there's some kind of mystery thing going on. It's also great for, of course, dealing with any foot pain or hand pain. That's quite common as well.
With acupuncture, it works with meridians. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the, what do you call it? That's the fundamental principle of it. Yeah, so working with energy channels, the meridian channels that run up and down the body. Yeah.
So you told me something about when you were doing acupuncture that you could almost feel the indentation. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it takes a lot of practice, of course, but it's not about so when I'm finding a point, it's definitely about knowing the location measurements, but it's also about the feel. So I'll often feel for either like a hot spot or like a bit of an indentation, and that's usually where an acupuncture point would sit.
Oh, wow. It's so fascinating that you can actually feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to do a little bit of acupuncture on me.
Sure.
And just so that we can show people what is involved.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that?
You definitely can.
Okay.
All set, Jesse?
All set. I'm feeling very relaxed. So what is the first thing that we do?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disinfect the areas that I'm going to place the needles in. And then I'm going to place them.
Excellent. So how many needles does somebody typically have put in a session?
So it really depends on the condition or area of concern, but I usually see anywhere from probably do anywhere from 10 to 15 during a session.
And how long do they stay in for?
Yeah, so they stay in for about 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and most people do fall asleep. It's quite a relaxing treatment.
I could see why. I'm falling asleep now.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a few pins throughout your body.
Okay, I'm ready. Wow, is that in?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even feel it.
Yeah, it's quite painless.
It sure is. What is that center point for?
Yeah, so that point specifically would be for promoting relaxation.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm already relaxed. I'm going to fall asleep for sure.
Yeah.
And what is this point for?
This point is also for relaxation. I find the combination of the two work really well together.
I gotta say, you can barely feel it.
Good.
I would not know that I have needles in my head right now. Go ahead. What is the limit to how many you would put in at one session?
Well, usually I like to just do about maybe a max of 20. But I mean, I've seen lots of different practitioners do more or even a lot less. So it really just depends on the practitioner.
Right. So 20 needles, that seems like quite a bit.
Yes, it's not common that I do that many.
As a nutrition and wellness coach at Simply for Life, I have a lot of clients that are managing menopause symptoms. And when I was talking to you the other day, you were telling me that this can be fantastic for menopause. Yeah. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I see a lot of women with going through menopause, and a really common symptom that I see is hot flashes. And I do find that acupuncture works really, really well at getting rid of hot flashes permanently, really.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, Jesse, so we're all set up though here, okay? So I'm going to let you relax for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come check on you.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I feel very relaxed. I can see why people fall asleep when they're doing this.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even feel the needles in.
Good.
Yeah, it just felt like I was feeling peaceful. The time went pretty quickly.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, this has been wonderful. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Focus on Wellness is brought to you by our Simply for Life locations in St. Stephen, West St. John, and Sussex. It's a lifestyle, not a diet.
Hi, my name is Noah. I use my computer to speak and I also use sign language. Today I will teach you to sign church. 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 Thank you for learning to sign with me today.
Thanks again for the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. You pick up the car and drive it to your appointments to pick up groceries or errands. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca. Once approved, you'll receive an access card, which acts as your key card to drive.
Where are the cars located?
I picked this one up in St. Andrews at the arena, but there's other locations in Charlotte County.
Is it expensive to use car share?
There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time. the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Once approved, you'll receive an access card. There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time.
Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca.
Drive a tidal road across the ocean floor to an enchanting island of storybook beauty, just around the corner. New Brunswick. Getting away is closer than you think.
Welcome to Lana Sarah Hall. Our landmark heritage house is a safe place to call home. The landscape grounds are lovely. Inside, beautifully restored and updated, all rooms are en suite. Our home-cooked meals, housekeeping, laundry, cable, and Wi-Fi are inclusive. Try our fresh-baked rolls. Our caring staff is always on hand. At Lana Sarah Hall, enjoy your independence. Imagine your new carefree life. When are you coming by to see us?
When it comes to drugs, how much freedom is too much for kids?
Drugs are out there. Will my teen feel free to say no around other kids?
I didn't live drug-free when I was younger. Can I admit that to my kids?
Drugs worry me, but how can I feel free to talk about it with my kids?
Questions about drugs and kids? Drug-Free Kids Canada.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Your Town Matters is funded by the Government of Canada through the Local Journalism Initiative and supported by Cactus Media, Canada's independent community television association.
I'm Vicki Hogarth, and welcome to Your Town Matters. I'm joined today by the Mayor of St. Andrews, Brad Henderson. Thanks for being here today, Brad.
Pleasure to be back.
A lot to talk about today. I wanted to start off today's interview, though, by talking about the meeting that you recently had with municipal leaders and Chris Austin of Public Safety at the Algonquin Hotel. And I know that policing was top of the agenda. Can you give us just an overview of what that meeting was about?
Yeah, so policing has been a very relevant topic all across the region, all across the province, but specifically if you look at all of the communities in Charlotte County, it seems like there's been a little bit of a change of direction where property crime, drugs, a lot of problems in the unsheltered population doesn't necessarily mean crime, but there's relation there. It definitely seems like the last few years that it is growing at a rapid pace, unfortunately. So a number of the mayors in Charlotte County have gotten a little bit more vocal, including myself, where we actually asked to have a meeting with Chris Austin to discuss the policing situation in New Brunswick. And what came out of that is the minister decided he was going to go to every regional service commission across the province. So he just visited our region. The meeting was at the Algonquin in St. Andrews, and the meeting was on policing only. The RCMP was present, as were representation from every community. The primary invitations went out to the mayors and CAOs of every community. And then we had an honest conversation. Wasn't really sure which way the meeting was going to go, but right off the get-go, Minister Austin has identified that he does understand that we do have a challenge. And first of all, with his budget, he did do an increase in the amount of funds available for frontline officers. But specifically how he acknowledged the problem is he had basically a one-page document which basically said that in Canada, crime is decreasing, but in New Brunswick, specifically, it is increasing. So it's opposite of the national trend. The other two graphs showed that the amount of officers we have to population, so they call it cop to pop, we are above the national standard, meaning that we have less officers per population in our community. And then the last variable that he actually demonstrated on the graph was, if you look at the percentage of solved crimes, New Brunswick is behind the national average. So 3 very concerning stats that he owned and said that we need to do better. And then the rest of the time was focused on finding solutions. I will also say that he did identify that over the last 10 years in the province of New Brunswick, there has been no increases in our police budget, which basically means that although crime is up, they've had to do it with less resources due to inflation. So if you look at all these variables, it's kind of a perfect storm and not really a surprise to why right now it seems like we're moving in the wrong direction. The good news is he acknowledged it and gave an opportunity for all the different mayors and CAOs and attendees at the meeting to discuss some of the options we can to improve policing, including a few options that I threw on the table.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about maybe what some of those options are?
Absolutely. So first of all, in other regions, there's a mobile crisis unit. If you look at our RCMP officers, a lot of the calls that they're actually getting right now are related to mental health and addiction services. And if you look at when they usually get those calls, it's usually evenings and weekends. We don't really have much open in our area for resources, so it's not uncommon for an RCMP officer to have to accompany someone to St. John to get the services that they need. So one mental health call can easily eat up a whole officer's shift. One addiction services could eat up a whole officer's shift. So in other regions, they have a mobile crisis unit. If we had that there, it gives them some local support on evenings and weekends to provide some solutions, and that has been effectively used in other regions. So it's a program that should be considered for this area. The other one is the courthouse. So every time one of our officers has to go to court, because of the closure a few years back in St. Stephen, they now have to travel all the way to St. John. So you can imagine that's another officer off our street that's traveling back and forth. And Al McEachern actually brought to my attention, there's also where people are stealing from their neighbors. They go to St. John. You don't actually have to face your neighbor. But if it's in a local court, there's a good chance that the people that are impacted will be in the courtroom with you, looking at you. And there's some value in that. And then the other thing that's related to that for the courts is you used to hear a lot more about prosecutions and what happened. It's not really covered anymore. So in court in St. John, you don't really hear what happened to that person that did that. And I think that's important for the community to understand that there are repercussions, but also so they're aware that how many times are people just getting let off back in the street with just a slap on the wrist. So a lot of value in those two items. And the other thing that I did want to highlight is that in a meeting that we had with our sergeants is we encourage the RCMP to post more on social media. Right now there's a lot of people that on social media don't believe there's any real response when you call a police officer. We'll start posting kind of your arrests so people are aware that people are being arrested. And secondly, if someone's wanted in the area and it's a public document, put them on social media, because people in the community can help identify and let RCMP know where they are. And we've seen an increase in that, and people are actually the last couple months have said that they've noticed more from the RCMP, and that should continue.
And I know from the RSC 10 RCMP meeting that was earlier in 2023 that repeat offenders seemed to be what all the communities were saying they wanted to be a police priority.
100%. I don't know what percentage of crimes done by repeat offenders, but it's got to be a high percentage. And I don't think as mayor I'd have much sway in kind of the justice system, but if you've caught someone breaking into someone's house and they get let go and then they do it again, like, why are we being so soft on them? Like, if people are going to continue, and I know times are tough, I know there's lots of circumstances around it, but if you're going to continue doing that and put threaten people's livelihood, but also, seniors in our community, maybe someone living alone, making them live in fear, I don't think we should have a whole lot of sympathy for that. There is a lot of things that the minister's looking at as well in the actual, prison system that we have, as far as implementing programs to help, I guess you could say, discourage people from being repeat offenders, giving them some tools and some resources to help them. So all those things are good solutions. The minister had a complete action plan, and it had about 20 different items on it. So it's good to see, again, the additional funds for our CMP officers, but it's good to see that the minister has taken accountability for the situation. We got a long way to go, but that's the first step, because it felt like early on when we complained about policing, whether it be to the RCMP or whoever, we were kind of just told our communities were safe, and that's not what we want to hear. Yes, at the end of the day they are, but there is a perception out there that they are not, and they're moving the wrong direction, and it's a lot easier to stop something before it gets bad. I'd say St. Andrews is an extremely safe community, but if it ever went the other way, how hard would it be to change it back? It's easier to stop it right now is the way I look at it.
And I want to look at St. Andrews because we cover Eastern Charlotte, we cover St. Stephen as well, and in those two communities, it's become harder to cover. There's a lot more crime that is happening there, and St. Andrews doesn't seem to be on the same level right now. But from your perspective as mayor, are you seeing crime, theft on the rise within this community, and to what degree should the community be aware?
I would say that I can see a rise. To compare it to the other areas, maybe across Charlotte County, I would say we're probably in a little bit better of a situation. But if you look at some of the other communities in Charlotte County, they didn't see it coming. I can honestly say I see it coming. Like, to think that we're on an island here in the St. Andrews and surrounding area, we're not. Some of the people that are committing crime in St. Stephen or Eastern Charlotte or wherever, they easily can come to St. Andrews, and we actually have specific examples of that happening. So I would say that people should be aware that there are people out there doing that, and there is things you can do, like the days of leaving your car unlocked and leaving valuables inside. Unfortunately, those are not here right now. There is a certain obligation we have to have as homeowners and property owners to do the best you can to secure your personal belongings. Is that something that I say is the solution going forward? No one should be on your property at night is my view on that. But in the same sense, you can make it a lot harder to become a victim. And I'm hoping people realize that the days of just leaving your house unlocked and going away for a week, those were great times, but I'm not so sure that we're at those stages now, and I don't know if we will be in the foreseeable future.
The province is promising, I do believe it's about 80 new officers province-wide on the ground in the year ahead. But where they decide to place those officers really depends on the need. So what we've been told, and I'd love you to elaborate on this, that it's important when you do see something that is worth reporting to report it, because that all goes into a data entry that will help create their decisions for where they place these officers.
You're exactly right. An RCMP officer told me that they don't have a very good success rate of figuring out crime they're not aware happens. So obviously calling it in is just, I know people don't think it'll happen. Please call it in, because it does build a business case that we need more resources. Other thing they'll be looking at is our regional population versus the amount of officers we have. That'll be all into play. But yeah, as far as the actual resources, what we're getting in our region, we did ask that question, and we're supposed to hear soon. Out of those 80 officers you mentioned, from my understanding, 59 of them will be frontline officers. The other 21 will be going to special units like cybercrime and different departments like that. But and I do think that, to prepare the public, that I do not think that those 80 officers will be in the street in 1 year. I think that the days of being able to open up a recruitment office and have a lineup at the RCMP aren't there anymore. There's a lot of people that know it's a tough profession, so it's going to take them a while to successfully recruit those. But they have targets in place. They have hired a few. They're going to continue to focus on it. But back to your original comment, I'm looking forward to hearing what does that mean for this region. An extra officer in Eastern Charlotte is good for this community. An extra officer in St. Stephen is good for this community. When they're short, they pull officers from everywhere. The more we have in this region, the safer it all is in our community.
And you brought up a really interesting point earlier in this conversation about the Charlotte County Courthouse. When it was here, then people from the community could go to the courthouse to watch these cases, watch these trials, and hold people accountable. Is there any sense that the courthouse, as we navigate the idea of having it repurposed, could go back to its original purpose?
I did mention to Chris Austin. I actually let him know that I understand there's certain security regulations that have to be in courtrooms, especially if you've got like a trial on someone who might be at risk to the general population. But I also know that our officers going up for traffic crime is hauling them away. Is there any way that courthouse, to your point, could be repurposed to be an active courthouse again? I know that even in Grand Manan, they're asking about, during COVID, they started doing virtual court sessions. They were actually asking if it's possible to bring that back. I never thought of that perspective, but the mayor, Bonnie Morris, actually said that there's a lot of cases where there's actually a crime in Grand Manan where the victim and the suspect, or the person that's appearing in court, the defendant, is on the same ferry ride headed to St. John. So you can imagine kind of the environment on a 1.5 hour ferry ride with someone that you're going to court with that you might be a victim of. I'd like to think there's a better way of going about it, and that courthouse is in good condition. It ran for a lot of years, and I would welcome the opportunity. Mr. Austin was taking it back as it was a suggestion as a solution to how our officers will not be traveling to St. John so much.
And it's honestly, as a journalist covering many municipalities across this region, something I haven't just heard here in St. Andrews. This has been as far as Macadam. Ken Stenix has said he'd like to see that back in place as well.
Yeah, we have one.
I'll shift gears to talk about bylaw enforcement. Can you give us the latest update about how that's going to be going in the town?
Well, so it's kind of switching gears, but yet it's not. So the town of St. Andrews has kind of switched bylaw enforcement around, where we don't think that it's necessarily a full-time position within the community. We want people, if they've got a challenge with somebody not respecting a bylaw in the community, whether it be parking across their driveway, whether it be a vicious dog off leash, we want to have some type of system, but we don't really want it to be like almost like an undercover operation where they're trying to find people without dog tags, where they're set up to stake out. We want it to very much be a reactive approach. Does not mean that we can't do proactive enforcement, but we really view that as a part-time position in the community. And before we kind of blended that role with the wharf. And if you think of when the wharf's busy and when bylaw enforcement is busy, it's the exact same time period. So the idea was we've switched the position where it would be part-time bylaw enforcement, but also part-time with the fire department. We are very fortunate to have such a great fire chief in Kevin Terrio, and we've got a lot of volunteers around him that will support him, but there's a lot of weekends and evenings and vacations that Kevin has had the radio on him because he has nobody else he can leave it with. And to give him some type of position, there used to be 1.5 positions in the town of St. Andrews. To give that 0.5 position back, I think would be very good. And of course, our fire chief was out on leave this past year, and it had a little gap. To have someone there, I think would provide a lot of value for us. But when I say those two, the other concept that we're actually discussing right now is certain times of year when it's not as busy, and there is times a year between those two positions, is perhaps maybe that town employee could actually do a few night shifts in the community, and that would be using a town vehicle to drive around and report any suspicious activity that we have. So we have policing services right now, but to give another set of eyes, that person would never approach anyone. That's not their role, but they're just there to report. It could be a situation where they observe a suspicious vehicle down by the Dragonfly Center got broken into this year. What if someone was around and noticed a car pulling in there and all they did was actually get the license plate or just keep an eye and report to RCMP anything they see? We could increase our amount of funds that we see in policing and in our community. I'm not so sure that that would translate to an officer being in our community. We, as the town of St. Andrews right now, pays for 3 full-time officers. I think our officers a lot of the time are actually not in the community. We're really hesitant to pay for 4 when we're not sure we're getting the 3. But a town employee could be an extra set of eyes, and I think that having that communication with the RCMP could really be vital in making this community even safer. So it is something we are exploring right now.
Wow. So, and when will that go into effect, the evening shift?
I don't know in the evening hour. We've got to set up some policies. We want to make sure that it's, first of all, safe for the employee. I think that they should be meeting with the RCMP as well as town officials. So we should really develop a policy around it. Again, we don't want someone going down an alley and then a bylaw enforcement officer on foot by themselves at night going after them. Like, we really need to make sure that we're doing this safely, but to have someone patrol in a town vehicle, I think it makes a little bit of sense right now in the climate we are, and there is some value in some of these people that are making the decisions to do property crime and other things, to let them know that there is another set of eyes in our community. There's some value in that as well.
Wow, so it's a proactive approach to potentially dealing with the crime before it gets...
To be determined what exactly looks like when it starts, but it's something that we are exploring, and the individual that is now hired in the position was aware it was something that we were looking at as part of the application time. So more to come on that. At first it's like, do you want people to know that's happening? Yes, you do. You want to proactively let people know that you are putting additional resources to make the community safe.
Oh, I look forward to following this. I know there are a lot of communities exploring with the idea of neighborhood watch, some other kind of set of eyes.
That's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of an active neighborhood watch is the way that we look at it right now.
Okay, now this will be a real gear shift to the Wharf. I know there was a special council meeting this past week where again, maybe we could give the backstory on where we're at with the Wharf and the improvements that need to be done, and then the options that are before us now.
Yeah, so the town of St. Andrews has gone through this. Feels a bit like Groundhog Day. We looked at a number of options. I don't think we had 5. I think we only had 4 the first time. I don't remember the hybrid option, which I'll speak to. But the town of St. Andrews basically was able to secure funding from both levels of government as well as the municipality. So the provincial and federal government was going to give about 70% of the funds to rebuild the wharf. And as part of that process, when we got approved, we looked at the best option, and the town at the time picked the concrete kind of option. But what happened is, while they were going through some of the things they had to do a study for birds underneath the wharf. There was consultations with First Nations. There was a number of things that had to happen, and then COVID hit, and what we saw is the prices skyrocketed on the project. So when we actually went at time to start getting engineers actual assessments and getting our RFP together, it was deemed that the project cost had risen almost $2 million. When you're approved from the provincial and federal government, you're only approved up to that amount. Everything incremental the taxpayer of St. Andrews would have had to have paid, which means that the project cost for the town would have doubled. So what we did is we pumped the brakes and we went back to the provincial and federal government, and we've got unofficial word that they are going to cover the difference now. So now we're going through the process again, but a process that was 3 years ago or 4 years ago is not as relevant now because we are a different community. The residents of Shamcook and Bayside will be responsible for debt, just like the residents of the old town of St. Andrews. And although they were welcome to come to the sessions, when this first talk happened, we didn't know they'd be responsible for it. So we are going through consultation with the public. The 5 options, they range from just rehabilitating the wharf, which I don't think will be feasible because the funding is pending due to climate change, so we actually have to alter it. Just doing the original structure would not probably get us the funds from the government, and that's over $5 million. So that option doesn't seem feasible, and the life expectancy could be 10 years on doing that. So really to replace it is the way that we're going, and it varies from infill to a hybrid infill option to using steel piles to using precast block and span. And what you're looking at is the new options range anywhere from $6 million to $7.8 million. A significant investment for the taxpayer of St. Andrews when the municipality's on for about 1.8 million of it roughly. So we want to make sure that we get this right. The infill might be the most durable, it might be the most cost effective, but is that the look we want when you look at our historic wharf and the way that it looks and the look and feel of our downtown? Is that the best option? Is there environmental impacts? All that stuff needs to be discussed. So lots more conversation, and I will say just on this, is the last council meeting I was a little vocal about it. Right now at the biological station we have a wharf that needs completely rebuilt. The town of St. Andrews has a wharf project that's about $7.8 million. Do we really need 2 wharves as a community? Is there an opportunity versus the federal government paying 100% for one and giving us about 1/3 of the funds every time we need capital projects? Is there an opportunity to have one wharf in the community that has even better services than the other 2 combined had, because we have one focal point, and that would significantly save taxpayers' dollars for Canada, paying for one wharf, taxpayers' dollars for St. Andrews especially. And then the other thing is, what's the opportunity? Could you leave the old wharf approach up and have a little shopping village there with little huts? Like, let's think bigger. What else could we provide to attract cruise ships, yachts? Like, we could really have almost a hybrid hub. I know that's an economic driver for community, but it could be so much more if we just put our resources together
and create one workable wharf, and then we could keep the old one, you saying, for potentially tourism
There's
related.
huge savings there, right? I'm not saying that we just unload the wharf, hold the municipality accountable for something, but make it something bigger. Like, make it, like I said, like a hub of activity. Right now it is, but again, it could be even more.
Well, it's my favorite place to walk my dog at night, so I'm very eagerly waiting what decision is made here. Can we talk a little bit about what's to come this fall? I know there are a lot of fall activities on the horizon. My personal favorite, I know you have a lot to do with this, Pumpkin Fest at Kingsbury is just, it's just the best fall day.
Well, you've got your husband, Patrick Quad, and of course at CHCO, he actually entered the pie eating contest. Well, he had no choice. I felt bad for him because I put him up against a bunch of kids, but he held his own.
You know what, though? His big mistake, in the final minutes of our show, go off the rails, his big mistake was using a fork. His competition were hands in. And I don't know if it was when he realized that we were in fact still recording that he decided to use a fork, and that was his downfall, because I think he really had it in him to take the pie.
Yeah, I think a girl actually that was in grade 11, I think, beat him. She was on her lunch break too from her job. So Sadie, I think it was.
Sadie Shaw.
Sadie Shaw.
She went hungry.
I think was she back-to-back champion, maybe?
I believe she is the back-to-back champion. And honestly, I'm not even kidding when I say I look forward to this all fall. It's beautiful. It's fun. And the pie eating contest at the end is it's hilarious, and the talents are across the board. They come from all over the province, even I think some from the US.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Guess the weight of the giant pie. It was the biggest pumpkin in the province last year at Kingsbury, so that one I always look forward to. Indulge, obviously. Every single event sold out instantly. That is, to me, that's almost the kind of the transition between our peak season and shoulder season. So it's a bit of a community celebration too of another great summer in St. Andrews. And then the third one I'm really looking forward to is the Dragon Boat Festival, the regatta that they're having at Katie's Cove. To see the cove full of locals and raising money for the paddling club. I've got a team in it. I've already guaranteed victory, but I'm really looking forward to that. And that night is Oktoberfest at the Sayers Brewing Company. So a lot of people think, everything happens July and August at Sayers, but really, fall's a special time of year, and then we're just around the corner, I hate to say it, from Christmas by the Sea. So
very excited.
Lots going on.
And in the final minutes, I guess, speaking of fall, NBCC, the students are back, and I know the town is playing an active role in supporting. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the engagement between the municipality and the New Brunswick Community College, and I guess it's my 8th year of the town, hard to believe. It is at a high since I've come back to this community. Heather Allaby, who is the vice president, kind of student experience, has really made it active to keep the town informed. I'm not saying that we have everything figured out. We still have to work on housing and things, but the enrollment decline that we've seen seems to be trending the opposite way right now. In the 2018, we had just, just over 200 students, maybe between 210 and 220. Last year we got up to 309, and this year we're closer to 350. So we are starting to see students, enroll in the community college, primarily driven from international students, but the local kind of students is up about 4.5%. So we're seeing a lot of trends to believe that the NBCC can rise, and they just hired a community coordinator, so someone that's in St. Andrews to interact with the community. Things like the Chamber of Commerce, things like Explore St. Andrews. It's pretty impressive to see them invest back and trying to be more connected to the community, and they just hired a new position there. So a lot of reason to believe that we're in a better place. And of course, housing developments, there's a few that are getting closer to being a reality here. There's actually a few that are recently converted. We've talked about the old veterinarian place across from the old clubhouse. I sound like James Mullinger's joke, but that is now a place for not students but young workers. And then the Terra Manor has been recently acquired, and they're looking at doing some long-term rentals there too, from my understanding. So there's a few different things to get excited for in the community, and think that we're going to be better situated to accept more students in the future.
Wonderful. Well, we'll talk more on housing next time you're here. Thank you so much for being here today, Brad. I appreciate
the time as always. Thank you, CHCO.
My guest today has been the mayor of the town of St. Andrews, Brad Henderson. I'm Vicki Hogarth. Thank you for watching Your Town Matters.
Hi, I'm Michael Depp. host of Inside the Media, the show that looks at the business of the news and the people who make it. Watch it on CHCO television Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8:30 p.m.
The Windsor House is a Loyalist sea captain's house built in 1798. Today, she welcomes hungry, thirsty, weary travelers. The entire house is decorated with an eclectic array of art and antiques. The library bar offers an intimate space to enjoy great conversation, food, and drinks. The choice dinner menu is delicious, local, and seasonal. The garden courtyard exudes casual elegance, perfect for dining under the stars. 3 bedrooms are well appointed with comfortable beds and private baths. Our reviews tell the story. Come create memories at the Windsor House.
I'm Dr. Mackenzie. Welcome to Mackenzie Orthodontics. We're so excited to welcome you to our brand new state-of-the-art dental office located in St. Stephen. I'm an Invisalign Diamond Plus provider, and we offer braces in Invisalign for kids, teens, and adults. The office is equipped with an intraoral scanner and digital x-rays, and you can comfortably do all of your orthodontic appointments here. My team and I are excited to welcome you to our new office.
Hello, and welcome to St. Andrew's Community Channel. I'm Chris Fleming, and on behalf of the channel's board of directors, I'd like to...
It was a labor of love from the beginning. People were committed, and I think they still are, and that shows. And as long as that continues, CHCO will continue.
Broadcast television is still a meeting place for people. It's where people come together to experience as a cohesive unit.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality, Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Following the Golden Rule with Andrew Foss is proudly supported by RE/MAX St. Andrews. Live and vacation by the sea. Choose wisely. Choose RE/MAX.
Hello, my name is Andrew Foss, and welcome to Following the Golden Rule.
And I'm Jay Reamer, and for 26 weeks, Andy and I will be discussing the ABCs of building character. Last week, we discussed L is for loyal. And one of the comments that we got back was about St. Andrews itself, and that we hadn't actually mentioned that St. Andrews was one of the very first Loyalist towns. And it's very interesting because it's a very apt word for St. Andrews still today. One of the things that strikes me particularly about St. Andrews is that a number of years ago we were designated as a National Historic District, which is very rare in Canada. There are only a handful. And the reason that it was designated that way is because it retained so much of its original character and layout from the original town plat that was laid out in 1783. And to this day, so much of the town has remained sort of intact, and the feeling of the Loyalist town has remained intact. And what strikes me most about that is that it has been done without a single historic bylaw. It has been done all by the people for centuries. And I think it's something that's very noteworthy, And so for people who may be seeking refuge from the big cities over the course of the next few months, St. Andrews is a wonderful, wonderful spot. So I just wanted to give a little plug for St. Andrews and being a Loyalist town.
Well, it actually was a bit of a miss because we're right here in as you say, almost one of the early Loyalist towns. More importantly, as you've alluded to it, it's remained loyal to its history. But even more importantly, its people, the citizens, both seasonal residents and locals, have been tremendously loyal to the businesses in the town. And this is something I think other communities should look at as they see people moving out of the big urban areas into smaller communities. And those communities can only survive if there is support from people coming in as entrepreneurs and creating businesses here. But the ethic of reciprocity must apply, and the ethic of reciprocity is being loyal to them, so that they can survive. So it's a bit of a miss relative to our not mentioning the obvious.
Yeah.
Another miss is that in Washington they say, if you want a friend, get a dog. And if you want unconditional love and loyalty, I can speak with some experience, having grown up with dogs and now having two beautiful Weimaraners. They are immensely loyal, and yes, they do give unconditional love.
Yeah, well, it's a great word, and I think it gave people a lot of thought. Now, this week we're going to be discussing mindful, and mindfulness. Sort of the definition of mindfulness is the quality or state of being conscious or aware of something. And another definition is it's a therapeutic technique to improve one's mental state. Now, in your article on mindfulness, you broadened the definition a bit, and I'm wondering if you could explain that a bit.
Sure, and I think the difference is in being mindful of something versus mindfulness. And yes, and it's something that I practice in terms of being mindful, or the therapeutic benefits of mindfulness. But it is limited in so much that it kind of forces people to focus on the present. And I look at it more in the context of people's actions, their comments, and their choices they make and decisions they make, and being mindful of a number of things. And so when I look at it, I look at being mindful of why we're doing whatever we're doing. Being mindful of the data and facts, and regardless of what people are saying today, facts still matter. Being mindful of the various impacts that the comment or action or choice or decision will have on others, and also being mindful of it in the context of time. So when we're faced with something, we look at it in terms of the history or the past, and then the current, and then the future state. And so those are all of the things that I think that's the way I look at it in terms of being mindful of.
Well, it's interesting because I think the key there is being mindful of all of those things sort of simultaneously. And so it's a lot of things for people to think about at once.
Yes. and although I will provide for a bit of a checklist later on in the program, but our capacity or ability to do that on reflex. Mm-hmm. I'm a great fan of Malcolm Blackwell, who described elevated consciousness. And I'll just quote from him. There is in all of our brains a mighty backstage process which works its will subconsciously. Through this process, we have the capacity to shift huge amounts of information, blend data, isolate telling details, and come to rapid conclusions, even in the first 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. And that comes from his book, Blink. I'm a great advocate of being able to, yes, be reflective. If you're having to pull somebody out of a burning car, mm-hmm. you don't go through this and say, what's the checklist? Right. You react, and, and subconsciously you do go through the things that you have to do. But in most situations, in comments you make, in decisions you make, in choices you make, you have more than 2 seconds in which to reflect mm-hmm. on the things I talked about a bit earlier.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, this is part of the purpose of this show is self-reflection, and the more we practice reflecting on our ability to be mindful and to juggle different bits of information simultaneously, with practice we get better at it, and I think that that's I think that that's one of the benefits of doing self-reflection. The more we do it, the better we are, and those knee-jerk reactions improve.
Absolutely, and so much of it, you know, as we talked about right throughout the program, starts with when we first start to learn. Mm-hmm. And I differentiate, and we talked about it a bit earlier before the program, on memorizing things. Mm-hmm. All too often the education is focused on memorizing things mm-hmm. versus thinking things through. Mm-hmm. And thinking things through, if you're taught to do that, that's teaching you how to learn.
That's right.
And so, yes, a huge amount of the stuff you have to filter through. Mm-hmm. You can filter through, and you should filter through.
That's right. Well, I remember, you know, as we were talking, I remember we talked about the Gettysburg Address and how important, you know, of a message that is. And I volunteered that, I learned the Gettysburg Address when I was in the 7th grade. But as we talked about it, I realized that mostly what I learned was how to memorize the words and not so much what the words were actually saying.
Let's test your memory.
Yeah, let's test my memory.
No, seriously. Well. Seriously, and we can talk about it because the Gettysburg Address is captures the mind of a very mindful person mm-hmm. in Abraham Lincoln, and so I invite you to.
Well, you know, it's interesting because when I went to print off the Gettysburg Address, one of the things I didn't realize was that he worked on it right until he got off the train. And so this, I believe, is the latest version. It's not long, but it's a really important message for today, 150 years later. So it goes, fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all people are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
So as indicated, that comes from a very mindful person. And in the U.S., every student was expected to memorize those lines. Unfortunately, I don't think people have really learned from the lines. So that was written 150 years ago, and the situation in North America, in Canada, in the U.S. Is such that we need to reflect the way Lincoln did on the past, where we are today, and where we want to be in the future. Mm-hmm. And those words beautifully look at it in what I talked a bit earlier, being mindful in the context of time. Mm-hmm. History is so important in terms of determining the future, and there are other things in history, the Great Depression, the Second World War, and subsequent situations where we are seeing a repeat of history and a repeat of the conditions that led up to where we are today. Mm-hmm. As early as 10 years ago, if we were mindful of what occurred in the Depression, we would have forced a different outcome relative to the social-economic model that got expanded on. Mm-hmm. And I am so worried today that we are going to again repeat the mistakes we made just a short decade ago. Mm-hmm. So we need to be mindful of history. Mm-hmm. And we need to be mindful of what's going on today relative to the impact that the economic fallout because of the pandemic has on people. And we need to be mindful of what we can do individually and what we need to expect institutions to do collectively to create a new social economic model. Mm-hmm. that factors in and is for the benefit of all. Mm-hmm. Rather than in what we're facing today, it only benefits solely the privileged, elite, pampered, white male contingent of our population, which only represents between 1 and 10%. And so when we're looking at what that new socioeconomic model is, there's a whole slew of things that we need to be mindful of, and most importantly is, where do we want the end point to be, or where do we want the future to be? And we want the future, as Lincoln said, to benefit all.
Also in your article, you gave a great example of a mindful leader. Would you like to expand on that?
Sure. Well, the best example is William DeWitt Hyde. And Hyde was president of Bowdoin College from 1885 to 1917. And I'll just quote from him because I think it covers all factors of all of the factors that people should think about when they're confronted with a situation. And he wrote, and it was in to his students, and it was an offer that he made to the students, and it was called the offer of the college.
Okay.
To students, he said, "We want you to be at home in all lands and all ages, to count nature as a familiar acquaintance, and art as an intimate friend, to gain a standard of appreciations of others' work and the criticism of your own, to carry the keys of the world's library in your pocket, and feel its resources behind you in whatever task you undertake, to make hosts of friends who are to be leaders in all walks of life, to lose yourself in generous enthusiasms and cooperate with others for common ends. This is the offer of the college for the best 4 years of your life." So that mandate of the college and promise to the students is one of the, in my view, the most mindful piece of work that I have seen. And it behooves those who influence, and that's all of us, as leaders of character, to part that kind of mandate and message and promise to the people that you're responsible for.
Well, it's a great message, and it also taps into really the crux of learning. You know, it's not to learn your ABCs. You have to learn those, but this is really teaching you how to think in a way that prepares you for going into business or carrying on a career. And I think that if a school that does that is doing the right thing.
Yes, and the same can be done with every institution and with every individual. And that's what we're trying to promote throughout these series of characteristics, and in particular understanding who you want to become, and then how do you influence those that you're responsible for.
Well, you know, Andy, this letter, M for mindful, is the halfway mark for the alphabet. And it might be a good time to reflect back on how these characters of leadership have come together and influence one another and influence us as we go through the exercise of self-reflection.
Well, it definitely, yes, it is a halfway mark. And I've got to tell you that my own reflection as we've put this together and critically thought about each letter, and I know I check myself in terms of am I mindful in making decisions, in making comments, in making choices, in situations that I'm faced with. I am mindful now, more mindful now of being authentic, mindful of being believable. I'm mindful of being courageous and dependable and equitable. I'm more mindful of being fairer, and I'm more mindful of being grateful, honest, inclusive, just, kind, and loyal. When I went through the number of things that we have to be mindful of, I did not include being mindful of what we're putting forward here. But quite frankly, I think it's the most important thing because it reflects who we are, and it also reflects on who we want to become, and what we want to represent, and what we want to stand for, and what we want to protect, and what we want to defend, and what we want to support. And I think it's a great opportunity for us all to, particularly now, to reflect on those things that are critical in determining our destinies and the destinies of others.
So can you give us some tips on being mindful?
Sure. First off, follow the factors that I outlined earlier in the program, but I'll just add to them by kind of stealing from Tony Stolfus in his book, Coaching Questions. The first one is rational, the why and the pros and cons, and what are the options. For the whatever you comment on or decide or choose or react to. The second is intuition, and as Gladwell argues, what does your 2-second conclusion tell you and why? The third is the alignment. How consistent is it with your passion, values, and beliefs? The fourth is relationships, and what are the emotional and practical impacts of others? Counsel, what are the inputs and perspectives that you need from others? Sixth, what are the negative drivers? What and why will it be resisted or opposed? Seventh, what's the cost? What are the emotional and financial implications? Eighth, the risk, and is it worth it? Now, I'd add some to what he outlined, and that is being mindful of what you know and what you don't know. Being mindful that everyone is not open, honest, and direct. It's a reality. Being mindful that people may be telling you what they think you want to hear. And so, there's very practical tips on again, what we need to factor in when we make those comments, choices, decisions, and reactions.
Well, it's a lot to keep straight in your mind, and that's why it's important to practice it on a regular basis, ongoing basis. It's not something that you can learn and then, okay, we'll just tick that box and move along. It's a lifestyle change, and it's very much in fitting with the title of the show, Following the Golden Rule, because that's not something that you just do occasionally. It's something that it's how you live your life. And I think mindfulness is a great example of how we live our lives to the fullest.
And I believe Malcolm Gladwell is right when he said, when you master it, you can do it in 2 seconds.
Thank you, Andy, for your thoughts on being mindful. And thank you for joining us this week for this episode. Next week, we're going to replay the introduction to this series. It's important to take the time to reflect on all of the characteristics that we've outlined so far. So as you watch the introduction next week, I hope that you'll take the time to do that and maybe make a few notes about your progress. So thank you for watching tonight, and I look forward to seeing you again next week.
Following the Golden Rule with Andrew Foss is proudly supported by RE/MAX St. Andrews. Live and vacation by the sea. Choose wisely. Choose RE/MAX.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T's Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV.
Built on values of tradition and the highest quality, Briggs & Little has continued to produce 100% Canadian pure wool yarns for generations right here in New Brunswick. Perfect for hand knitting, machine knitting, and crocheting. For ideas, visit our website at briggsandlittle.com. Canada's oldest woolen mill, delivering quality since 1857.
Thanks again for the ride. Is this a new car?
No, it's Charlotte County's new car share service, Project Village Car Share.
Really? How does it work?
It's simple. Apply for membership, then book your electric vehicle online. When you're done, you bring it back to the original parking space.
That sounds easy.
It is. Once approved, you'll receive an access card. There's discounted rates, there's no fuel or maintenance costs, plus you're helping reduce your own carbon emissions by using electric vehicles.
Maybe I can give you a ride next time.
Just send an email to carshare@projectvillage.ca.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our September 13th Committee of the Whole meeting. So everyone's here but Councillor Rodas for attendance. So we'll start off. Before we begin, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that the land we are gathered today on, the ancestral unceded territory of the Passamaquoddy people. A mover and seconder to approve the agenda of the Committee of the Whole meeting of September 13th, 2023 be approved. Councillor Eastman, Councillor Harding, any questions? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Any conflicts of interest this evening? Seeing none. Okay. I don't have a paper copy, so let me just try to figure out this. Oh, there's Emily. Okay, so next up we got the mass communication. And you got to have the floor on that, Jeff, to explain what your thoughts and plans are for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the mass communication system, we have signed our agreement with Alertable. We are technically speaking live. We're still working on a couple of logistical things, a landing page on our website for citizens to go to sign up, and preparing some promotional marketing type things. Council should have received an email from Alertable asking you to join. That's for internal notifications, so I can send an alert to all of you through the system. The So it's we actually sent out an alert as a kind of a first test of the live system for notifying of tonight's meeting. Last time I checked the stats, there was about 20 people who had signed up and into the system. So everybody that in our office that had it said the alert went out great and they got it. It also is accessible through the website. I'll just show you kind of what you can expect to see here. So this is for our area. So right now we have, it's a demonstration of the two things that have been issued. One by us, which is the committee of the whole meeting. It is now expired. I had it expire at 6 p.m., so it automatically has gone into non-active status. The other one is a tropical storm, which is issued by Environment Canada, and automatically flows through our system and goes to whatever element of the system that anybody has signed up for. The nice thing is, I think I may mention to the council as well, is this system goes on pretty much anything you can think of. It goes on your Alexa, it goes on your Google Home, it goes on your phone, it goes on Apple, Android. You can get it by text message. You can get it by, it will call it. If you sign up and give it your phone number, it'll call your landline and read you the message. So it's wide in its breadth of delivery mechanisms, tailored to each individual. Even when you get your first alert for committee of the whole, it'll ask you when the alert pops up, do you want to keep getting council alerts? And if you say yes, you will. And if you say no, it won't send you those ones. So it's all very customizable to the user. So it's really been, I think it's going to roll out really well. We're going to do some stuff at the, I've been working with the events coordinator about doing something at the Touch a Truck event for Municipal Week, of having a table set up where people can come either get flyers about this, or if they want to hand over their phone or whatever, and we'll get them signed up for things right there. And like I said, we'll be pushing it out through our social media and whatnot to let people know that it's here and it's active. And we're happy to be able to enhance our communication side of things. It would have been nice if we had it a little more up and running before the tropical storm stuff hit, but we will, anything that we get that is outside of Environment Canada, because that's already going to be there, the alertable website will show automatically anyway, so we encourage citizens to use that, and as well as any other means for picking up information over the next few days. So yeah, with that, just keep an eye out for the promotional push that we're going to have going, and if you know people, encourage them to sign up, because it will be the primary way that we're going to be pushing our communications out in the coming days.
So I didn't get an alert myself for the meeting tonight, but I believe I signed up. I'm not sure. Yeah, and so maybe that's something that might come. But I think, this opportunity's knocking right now. We could use this storm to get more than 20 people signed up. Like, is there...
So just as far as your personal stuff, if you signed up only through the email that you got, that only accepted the invitation to the internal alert system. You still need to get onto the app or something and set up your account and tell it what you want to get notified about. So yeah, you've got the internal stuff, okay, but you got to do the main section.
All right, so yeah. So back to that though. Let's try to use this storm to our benefit, I guess. But that's usually we usually put those things off, but when we really need them, this is people are going to expect this. And on another topic, I did talk to, it's kind of related to this, is our MLA Minister Kathy Bacchus about, it'll be tomorrow, they're going to put out a website for this storm only. So that's going to be active tomorrow, but more to come. They're having a meeting about it in the morning. So that'll be something we'll share as a municipal district as well, and get everyone so they get those alerts. Okay, any questions, Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, so I've been getting the alerts, and it updates like on the storm stuff every 3 hours or 6 hours. Great, keeps you informed. Just wondering overall cost. Like I don't think we really discussed cost of what the subscription plan is. And I imagine it's different depending upon what functions you have or what uses. So can you touch on that a little bit?
Sure. So obviously, first year costs, you get the setup costs and all the other things. So the first year costs was just about $6,000 for the year. It's an annual subscription, cancelable anytime, no term. So as long as it's working for us, it's good. The annual in future years, for the number of authorized users we have for sending, which is how it's based, which is right now we have up to 5. That's $3,600 a year, and then there's a package for about $650 a year right now, which deals with essentially the cost of the cellular stuff. It was us 25,000 notifications a year through the SMS and cellular and the phone calls system. That we can adjust based on how our citizens decide to get their messaging. If they choose the app, just get it through the app, we'll have less messages going out through that system, and we can lower our package. It was set at where it is now because in discussion with the company, Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, who also uses this, is quite similar. It uses it similar to how we plan to, and that's the package that they're comfortable in. So we're going to try that for now, and we get to monitor it as we go, and we can adjust it. So
just a quick follow-up. So when we do the promotion thing, we're going to drive people more towards the app than the other methods of communication, if we can, obviously, to get those numbers down. Have you thought of like putting brochures on how to do it in different stores and stuff around? I don't know if that was part of the plan or not. Just makes it easy.
Yeah, actually, part of the service that we get for subscribing is there's an entire marketing package marketing promotion package that the company has designed, and they've been tailoring it, putting our logo into their graphics. We have everything from the digital files for doing brochures, banners, window things. It's a big suite of things that we can use. So we're gonna try and roll it out all over, but put the flyers in the bathrooms in the GCC, like where people might be, just to make sure that the word and that you'll see that alertable logo a lot, I think, in the coming days.
Okay. So, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Wheaton.
Turn this on. Can people use it that only have a telephone, for example, if they don't have any internet access? Or
Sure, absolutely. We're going to be, one of the things we'll be working on is trying to be either at the front desk here or have sessions where, people who want that service, there's an element of having to go online and register and put your phone number into the system. So we can assist with that. But once that's in there, you can choose to get it where you pick up the phone and this is the message from the municipal district, like it just starts reading you the notice. So you don't need to be online. You don't need to be good at a smartphone or anything like that. There is that element to getting the messages out as well.
So when you mentioned 25,000, that's 25,000 alerts a year? Is that what you meant when you said that? Okay. And on that, does it matter how many people sign on to it, I guess, for cost?
So what will be the driving factor is how many people sign on and choose SMS or landline call or phone call as the method which they like. If all they want is the app, that's covered. That's through the internet. That's fine. It's basically if you think of it, anything that would run through that you would get charged on a cell bill for. So it's the phone calls and the text messaging. So it's 25,000 instances of those going out. So if 25,000 people all wanted a text message, one a notification, then we're going to be at the limit of that. No, that's not going to happen. But right, so that's where it's much better for people to. For us, for a cost point of view, if they say, I just want it sent to my Facebook, I just want it sent to my Facebook Messenger, like there's a whole, pretty much anything people use if it's online, this is interconnected with. If they're using that will be cheaper for us. It's just really those text messages and the phone calls that drive that extra package.
All right, so that brings another question. How are we going to control that? Control our taxpayers' money, I suppose, if it does get out of hand, that there's and the boundaries of it, as well as, I guess, people that we are servicing in our district would be the only one. They have to have a address?
Nope, just like if you sign up, if you've got the app on your phone and you have parents who live in Kamloops, you can ask it to send you the notifications for Kamloops, British Columbia, right? So, because you can pick and choose or what you need. As far as how do you control it, it's, again, the best correlation is a cell phone bill. When you're getting close to your limit on your data, you get a notice, and you can either choose to stop doing it or increase your package, right, for whatever fee. So we're gonna, and until we know how people are gonna be desiring to get their messages, we're not gonna know what the right package is for our community. It's just gonna be, it gets monitored. I have a dashboard. All of us that are administrators have a dashboard where we can go in and see all the stats, where we're at, how many notifications have gone out, all that fun stuff. And it's just gonna have to be, it's managed.
So further on that cell phone, that's either a good example or a bad example, because I can what I went through with cell phones is, you get that call or that message, text message saying you've gone over your data, would you like to add more? Well, I think I did that like up to 10 times in the last few years. So it does keep increasing. So I guess we're gonna have to find out what comes into play. But the other thing is, once we start this, we just can't bow out, because they're gonna want that service. It's already in place. We're not gonna be able to stop it, so to speak, rightfully. But anyway, anyone else got any more to add to that?
I think you mentioned, Jeff, what the base cost was, and then the extra package for being able to use the phones and SMS. That was a very minimal portion in comparison, right? How much the extra package that that we signed up for right now to cover that was not significant this year, was it?
$650 for the year.
Everybody with only a landline or no internet access can have it. I don't think that's...
Okay, so that won't
Yeah.
be... Okay.
It's not overly significant. Thank you, Jeff, for clarifying.
Oh, I'm already agreeing. Councilor Rodas.
I tend to do some videography on the side, so I'm just throwing it out there. If you would like maybe to put a video together and have somebody from the town actually go through and drive people to actually add the mobile app, I'm happy to put something together on just to help with the town to drive that kind of I think a step-by-step video to show people with a screenshot of what's happening on the phone, which I could add it all together, would just help people. I mean, it's tough when I find people will just click whatever, so they might just click SMS text without even thinking about it. But I think if you actually just have a video that says we are encouraging people to start with the app, if you absolutely need this, then do it this way, like a step-by-step process. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. If you need help with that, I'm happy to help.
Okay. All right. Everyone good? All right. So everyone would like to bring this forward and vote on it properly in the next meeting? Easy as that. Oh, that's right. We are. Yeah. Obviously, if I almost signed up for it, so that's right too. My apologies. Sorry. All right. So there's the download on it, and yes, you guys can all work together on that. All right. Now going on to new business. Service line warranties. I still like paper better. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. Okay, so this, do you want to give a quick description of that as well, Jeff, before council's questions and comments?
So this was just brought to my attention through my membership and involvement with the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators. It's actually an insurance program for citizens, if we sign on to it. No cost to the municipality for us to sign on to it. that allows them, citizens, to have an insurance policy for breaks in the service line. So the portion that is beyond the municipal infrastructure between the curb stop and the house, that it can be expensive to fix. It is the proposal is basically that you can have that cover insured and covered for damage and breaks. I can't say that I know a ton about the program other than what's in the letter. So it's only here to see if it's something council wishes to explore. We can set up a call or a meeting with these folks, get more details, and bring it to council. But as I say, it's according to the letter, it's no cost to the municipality, and it would be an optional service for residents to cover what can be a very expensive situation when it arises. So.
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward, but just the biggest thing is it is outside only. But Councillor Wright?
Yes, I did take the liberty of going onto their website, and it is, they are operating in Canada, have a division in Canada, but they are U.S. based, although lots of things are, so it's not pointing fingers. I also just want to point out that we would be doing a disservice if we didn't let our citizens know that this coverage is also available on most home insurance policies, and limits anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000. Now, mind you, if you put it through on your home insurance, it is a home insurance claim, whereas under a program like this, it isn't. But we just would want to make sure people aren't buying into something that they may already have on their policy. So we just have to make that part of the education program and cost comparison so that they know what's available elsewhere as well and don't feel like this is the only option.
Good point. Any other questions or comments of council? Yeah, yeah. Okay. No further comments? Are we all interested in moving this forward? Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, well, give them the offer and they want to use it, I guess they can use it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, okay. Floor is yours, Councilor Greenlaw.
Just, is there any exclusivity with this if we sign on? Like if there was another company that came in, is there any exclusivity as far as the region?
Yeah, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on this program yet. It's a good question that we can ask during a phone call as we get more to the details, for sure.
Okay. We'll move on to water and wastewater. Okay. Well, again, Jeff, you can start the ball rolling on that again.
Okay, so as council is aware from the last meeting of council, we had discussed this a little bit. One of the things that I've been working on is trying to get some policies related to the utility and a few things in corporate services kind of cleaned up. So here is a very preliminary draft of a wastewater collection policy, and including your package was what purports to be our current policy. And I say that somewhat kindly about the current policy. As you'll see in the current policy, it's very short. It says 3 letters will be sent. It doesn't even say when they're sent. It just says they will be sent at some point with 15 days between them. And that's pretty much about it, which is kind of light for a building and collection policy. What is proposed here is in its infancy is a more robust collection policy. Couple things of significant note here would be under accounts number 2, which states that the water and wastewater bills will be issued to all municipal properties that are connected to the municipal water and wastewater systems. Currently, we do not. I shouldn't say we don't. The utility company does not bill the municipality for water used inside a municipal facility. We are we, the municipality, are a big consumer of water. You look at our pools, you look at the arena, you look at, right? That is a loss to the utility because we're not metering it, we're not billing ourselves for it, and we're not paying the utility for it. If this policy were to go forward, we would install meters on all municipal property, which I'm already working with the deputy CAO to have done anyway. Because even if council chooses to not charge for that water, we want it from a management point of view to see how much water is being consumed by these facilities. So we're working on hoping to have those in by the end of the year. And our intention is, because we never charge ourselves, we never budgeted to pay those bills. So if we were to go down this road, we would make this effective in 2024, and we would budget appropriately under each of the facility budgets to pay their utility bills. The utility, as councils will probably recall from numerous discussions, struggles. It struggles from a cash flow point of view. It struggles from a lack of reserves. We, the municipality, can't move money from the tax base into the utility just because we would like to or because we think it's good. But charging ourselves and paying for the water we use is perfectly legitimate, and it would be a good business plan. So that's one thing that would be new to us. The other part of this that is significant is the timing of.
Just sort of stay on to that topic for if it's okay. I just want to make sure everyone understands like the two separate budgets and how if we're paying water service out of our taxpayer, like their assessment budget, it's going to be moved over. So it's not like a wash. No, it isn't a wash. It's not like we're just paying money and giving it and getting it back. It's coming out of two separate budgets. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that, which is beneficial. And just one sec. And also having these meters to me is beneficial too, because when we're trying to conserve water, we know what we're using, and we can also use that to our benefit to try to conserve as well. But anyway, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I was just going to note under the purpose statement, it might be helpful to have it in there so every citizen who reads it will understand just what the mayor said, that we're legislated for the utility to be self-sufficient and pay its own way, and for what we collect to meet the bills of the utility. So that might help people to understand why there has to be a very set procedure for how the billing is done, because we're legislated to have it pay for itself, and if it's not doing that because we're not collecting properly, then that can create a problem. So it was just my thought when I read it through, and I made a note on it that might be helpful to note.
Okay, I'll let you have the floor back. Sorry to interrupt your flow. Oh, okay, sorry. Councilor.
Yeah, the way I'm reading this right now, that even if we ended up taxing ourselves on this water, you're going to tax Ward 1 and Ward 3 as well.
Or are we? Or not?
Well, you're going to have to, because it's underneath the scope of the municipality.
I'm going to let. Go ahead, Jeff.
The only thing being contemplated here is that we charge ourselves for the water that's consumed from the municipal system, from facilities that are connected to the municipal system. So there would be very few properties that, well, Oak Bay Fire Hall doesn't have municipal water and sewer. The community hall doesn't. So we're talking about 199 Union. We're talking about Garcelon Civic Center. We're talking about the pump house. The pools. Yeah, it's all pretty much contained in here.
Yeah, but still, it's just tax-based budget. So it is not that I don't know if we're raising the taxes to pay the water bill, but the taxpayers' money is paying. So you are on to something though, Earl, I think, or Councillor Eastman. Because if we, no, you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Unless someone can clarify that, but it is what it is. It's still a service. These are services servicing our community, so it still has to be a cash flow thing for it anyway. But Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say that I, as someone who lives outside what used to be the town of St. Stephen, I still use the water here when the kids come to swim or when I go for a walk on the trail and need to come in. So it would just be a usage base. So our citizens of all of our wards are able to use these facilities and use the washroom or use the water fountain. And so that needs to be taken into consideration too, because they are facilities for the entire municipal district now.
Jeff, go. Oh, sorry, I just cut your back. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, yes, it's what we've been historically. What we've been doing is underrepresenting the costs of operating these facilities. Water is no different than the power bill. We just haven't been. We've been getting away from getting water for free in these facilities. And to Councilor Easton's point, yes, the tax base that pays into the general operating to pay those costs. Ward 3, Ward 1, yep, they would be affected on a prorated basis because recreation is a shared service based on a criteria that's mathematically determined, which is a little bit less than Ward 2 in most cases. So yes, it would have an effect, but it would. I would suggest to council that properly accounting for the costs here and doing the utility, the benefit of properly accounting for the water that's being consumed is win-win. And we have to accept the fact. I think we have to kind of accept the fact that citizens have been benefiting on the tax side a little bit over a long time because we haven't been charging ourselves for a basic cost.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Worship. As I look this over, I think this is a really good policy. Kudos to you, Jeff. I think that we talked about this before the new council came in. I know we did. But the only thing that I would say, if it's going to be voted on at the end of the month, and if it does go through, that we should probably start the 1st of December and put it in the paper, like, I don't know, the Courier perhaps, or on all our media posts, that this is going to happen, because this will be a big, big difference for people who are not paying their water bills at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
That's Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I was gonna get to that when we talked a little bit lower in the document, because one of the other key issue here is that under the disconnection notice program and the billing timing, you'll notice that that's really been tightened up. But between the date of the billing, the date of the reminder notice, and being slated for disconnection, and it is a shocking change, absolutely. My intention, probably not this month. It probably won't come this month because it does need some refinement before it's ready for that. But possibly in October, if the policy were to be adopted in a form similar to what's here, yes, there would be a notification period of time. My suggestion would be that it would be effective January 1, 2024, to give people who may have in arrears with us time to come in, make payment plans, deal with, and deal with whatever we have to deal with, which we've been doing. We did a fair bit this week, actually. But come January 1, that this would be our cycle, and we just have to hit it. I will note that the Corporate Services Department is currently still reviewing this from a logistical, functional point of view. There are some challenges, not that they can't be overcome, but doing things differently does require some systematic changes. So we're working on that element of it. But what I wanted to bring forward was, at least at this stage, was the concept of tightening up the timelines for payment, tightening up the timelines on disconnections. I was, I'm not, because it should be public information anyway. One of the things I was mentioning to the mayor before the meeting is I've got the numbers going back for 2020, 2021, 2022 from comparing looking at our collection rate in the utility. Quite frankly, it's exceptionally disappointing. Our net receivable, comparing what our receivables were January 1 to our receivables on December 31st of each year, the change, you would hope that number would decrease, that we'd be collecting more, taking more action. In each of those years, our net receivable went up by over $200,000 a year. And that is creating massive cash flow problems in the utility. So we have to collect this money or stop letting it bleed out of the system through not disconnecting services if this utility is going to survive. Where it's slowly bleeding to death by inaction from our part. The only way to fix that, to use a medical example, we have to cauterize the wound, and it's going to take a stringent action to do that. We don't. I had citizens in my office not long ago, and I advise them, I don't want to turn off your water. Like, that is not my goal. My goal is to get paid and make it work for everybody, because getting no money doesn't help our system either. So if we're going to go down this road, there will be a spare period of time where we're going to try and work with everybody on the collections list, make plans, make whatever we have to do to get things sorted. But we have to really step up our game here, and something in the light of what's being proposed here, I think is the most reasonable option that achieves the goal.
Councillor Eastman.
I have no problem with all of this policy and the way it's driven, not at all. The only thing that I would like to recommend and suggest to my councillors here, that we wait until we get all these meters on the municipal property, take a year to get an average of what we are on our intake, and then look at this for 2025 budget on that end of it. Not the document itself, but on that end itself. Because we have no idea how much the municipality is using.
Do you want to comment on that, Jeff, or just?
I see the logic in Councillor Eastman's suggestion, because he's not wrong. We've been talking about it at department head levels, saying, okay, we need to build this into the budget, but what are we building in? We know how often we empty the pool, and we know how much the pool holds. So there's an educated guess. And same with the Milltown pool. I mean, to a degree, we can make educated guesses. Do we have historical numbers like we do for many other things we budget for? No. And if it's the will of council that the municipal portion that accounts number 2 has a sunrise clause that says January 2025, subject to us installing the meters and getting the data. That's that we can do that. That's not a problem. But we would definitely need to still trigger these other things. I would suggest in 2024, as far as the normal accounts that we've been dealing with for many years.
Yeah, so just a little more. All you guys is, it is what it is. If we're using it, we're using it too. We got to be accountable that way too. But just a second, I'm going to let Councillor Heislett.
Yeah, I was going to say we got to pay for it regardless, but it's kind of, and I see the logic because we don't know how much we're paying for. I see that splash pad down there that's running all the time, and that scares me. I don't know how many times I've brought this up in the last 7 years. We have to get a handle on closing that off, and there's no kids down there on a rainy day. I still see it running, right? I'm just curious on the disconnection notice here, and this is probably just a curious question there. And it said it was going to be turned off at the curb stop service post if it is accessible and operable. What happens if it's not accessible or operable? How do you turn it off? You just have to repair it and turn it off, or dig it up, or how many of those are we doing? Do we know whether it's operable or not?
No. I don't know about the, I think in most cases it would be that it's that it's operable and it can be turned off. I think the reason that I used the wording there that I did is because there's specific timelines in here about when something happens. So if the guys show up to turn the valve doesn't work. When we create the work order in our work order system, and we start pulling why things weren't done according to their timelines, this gives it a clause in there that says, went to the site, it was not operable, requires repair, then there may be a lag between the two. So it's kind of that little bit of flexibility in the policy so that, quite frankly, our guys know that, if they don't have to panic if they find something that needs to be dealt with, right? Because I know our crew knows when we put hard timelines into documents, at least from my office, I expect those timelines to be met. And so this way, it's like, tell me it wasn't operable, that buys you a little bit of time. Yes, we would have to fix it regardless if it's not operable, but.
Councilor Greenlaw?
Yeah, I just, back to the point of the water consumption, I think a ballpark, I think you guys can estimate something. At least we know what we're dealing with. We'd be inside the ballpark and say, this is the effect it's going to be on the main part of the budget. So I think we could probably move forward if we had something like that. I don't know if we need exact numbers, but, we'd be able to get close enough that at least we would know it was a major or minor impact if we go that way.
Like, for example, it's going to be a cent on the tax rate, something like that. So, yeah, okay. Any other questions or comments of council on water policy? Yeah, you certainly can, yeah.
Just contemplating the municipal properties portion. So I think in the short term, we install the meters. I've already requested from the department to do that, so we can have the data. These things right now, there's nothing that would stop these things from being moving forward concurrently, especially since keeping in mind that if the policy were to be adopted, and we start doing some measurements or we start doing our calculations and we're looking at budget, if it's untenable, council could, by a simple resolution, because you can amend a policy by resolution, you could put a stay on that accounts at one meeting, right? As soon as you got the numbers and you looked at the budget, and you could make that policy decision in one meeting, put a stay on accounts number 2 until 2025, right? So things can move forward and still, Councillor Eastman's suggestion, but we may get surprised by the number, can still be a factor without a bylaw. You need many readings. A resolution change would stall that at one meeting. So just a thought that these things can move ahead, and if something changes or something surprises us, you guys can step in and say, yep, do everything except clause 2 and that one comes into effect in 25. If that makes sense, Councillor Eastman. Okay. No. It's just, and if it's meeting what council believes to be in the best interest of the corporation, we'll continue to refine it. We got citations that aren't quite right. We've got a few things that we need to tweak. We've got to talk to corporate services about the logistics of delivering on these tight timelines and how we're going to do that. But we'll push down that road if overall there's a sense that this is a path that council wishes to walk.
Okay. Just thinking quickly on this, I definitely get what you're saying about not getting a big surprise, but again, I would go back to the consistency on how we do things, and if we're using it, we should be paying for it. You just can't sit here around this table, and my belief is you just can't not pay for it once we know this. It's something that we know now. I don't think that's right. That's no different than we're no different than our citizens, as far as I'm concerned, right? But it is the citizens paying for it. Yeah. So it's just something that we'll dig into a little more further and come back with something. No, Councilor Rodas.
I was wondering too, I think it would be really great if the town just put out a quick infographic for those who really haven't paid for months and months and months, like how to pay. So this is how you pay online, this is how you pay in person. If you can't pay, this is who you come talk to. You know, come to the town, this is our address. Just a quick infographic just to remind people all of the options so that way you don't get that whole collection thing where they say, well, I didn't know how to pay online, or you've given them the information, they have the right routes to go.
I think they're going to get the info package when they get the alert that the water's going to get turned off. You know, that's sad reality, but yeah, go ahead, Councilor Greenlaw.
Just assuming that the that the bylaw or the the municipal bylaw have to be adjusted some too on this, the wastewater one, to align.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes, I mean, obviously this, we have to cross-reference it against the water and sewer bylaw, which is in drastic need of an overhaul in and of itself. We've known that prior to this council, it just hadn't quite gotten to the top of the list. So everything has to be, like I say, as we do these cleanups, it's either change the policy or change the bylaw to make sure the policy is congruent, one or the other. And it would come basically as a package. The nice thing with this, again, with the recommendation that this be January 1, 2024, is we can adopt it, then we can go through the multiple readings of the bylaw over the next few months, and then everything would come into effect at the same time. So, yeah, there's lots of moving pieces, but just want to make sure we are in line with council's desire of where we were going before we expended more resources on moving to the next steps of the draftings.
And that basically follows suit for most of these things we're discussing tonight. Is these are just they're working documents. They're just opening up the door to what direction we want to go to, and then they're going to put their efforts in. Okay, so are we good on water and wastewater? Okay, moving on. Purchasing card policy. And go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, purchasing card policy has been on the list to do since my arrival here some 6 years ago. The reason you don't have a current version to look at is we don't have a current version, which is kind of discouraging from an administrative point of view, actually. We hand out purchasing cards to a number of staff. We've recently expanded the number of staff and the amount of credit we have with essentially very little controls. So what I've done here is made a first stab at creating a policy that sets limits and holds account holders accountable. Also has the built-in mechanisms for changing someone's authority or taking their card away. Like, it's trying to build an accountability structure around the use of what is essentially taxpayer money that doesn't go through a tendering process. So it is these credit cards are a weak point in the control system to a degree. We want to overlay a system of control and accountability over it. This, much like the water and sewer bylaw and the collection policy, this will have to be read in conjunction with the procurement bylaw, which is in a draft state on my EA's desk as we are doing some refinement on it. So there will be two pieces to this puzzle as well, because our current procurement policy is also in need of an overhaul. So again, this is an idea that will make sure that we're going down the right road and that you're comfortable. Obviously, if there's any red flags for council, we're happy to note those and work on them. It has been something that the treasurer has asked me for help with, like as I say, since I arrived, because some of the accountability stuff makes more work in their department. This should clean up a lot of that. But yeah, I really think it's the right road to walk, but it's here for committee to comment on and provide insight for us to take away and keep working.
So myself personally, I do support this because it does give us better control. Like right now, I'm not saying anything's going on, but like purchasing is done in a group. You don't know who you get better control. It puts a face to the transaction. So, and it's better control for their accounting. And I just want to say one more thing, because you mentioned your EA. I apologize. You're over there hiding, so I'd just like to welcome Celeste Caswell to the team. She's our new EA for our growing municipality, so thank you and welcome aboard, and I apologize for not doing that at the first of the meeting. And not to put you on the spot here, neither, sorry. So welcome. And so back to the floor. Is there any comments on the purchasing card? Councilor
One, it'd be nice to know how many we're going to issue if there was to a certain level of employee, then maximum limit on the purchase. And then I noticed some language in there around if a person didn't have their P card, all their receipts and stuff in at the end of the month, they'd be responsible for any fees incurred because it wasn't paid. So I'd like to see if there was a way around that we could make sure it was paid so we didn't get any interest, and then go after the, I might have read it wrong. Yeah, I could have read it wrong.
It could be an issue with the drafting. I'm not finding it right off the top, Councillor Greenlaw. I believe, if I remember the original intent, it was that the cardholders department would be responsible for those fees, because not necessarily the cardholder, unless there was some kind of negligence. But if we incurred interest charges, that department would have to eat those, not just the general account.
So I'm trying to get away from anybody eating it as far as
well,
taxpayers' dollars, right? It'd be nice if we could, make sure the payment's made so that we don't gain interest, but then hold the department or person accountable for those particular things.
I'll just make a suggestion. When we're doing performance reviews on staff, that could be one of your performance reviews that you do. Make sure you put your receipts in. That's normal practice. But anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
And now I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Greenlaw. The current system that we have inside our corporate services department, they do pay all the bills on time, so there is no interest charged. And sometimes we have to hunt and search for receipts and whatever. So now I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, we don't incur those kind of charges usually. Very, very rarely, and if there's a mistake somewhere. But the system automatically pays it on the by the due date. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Any more questions from council on purchasing card policy? Councilor Wright.
Thank you. I just have one question. I noticed it specifically mentioned a company name and phone number. Is that's who the purchasing cards are with? Yeah. It says Wells Fargo Commercial Card Expense Reporting.
From a template.
Okay. Perfect.
We'll catch that on the redraft. Thank you. And just, Your Worship, to Councillor Greenlaw's comment about how many cards and the limits. So what council did was they passed their resolution. We have $50,000 globally for the corporation. And then inside the resolution, council has basically tasked myself and the treasurer to distribute those cards. I don't have the list in front of me. There's 7, I believe, now. There's myself, the directors, myself, Mr. Sumner, and Mr. Morton have cards. The events coordinator has a card. There's a couple in, Mr. Beach has a card for day-to-day on the ground, much smaller limit than others. So we have a few different levels of authorities at a few different levels in the organization. And the largest balance actually sits on my card for 2 reasons. One, for instance, we have a UMNB conference coming up. I will be paying for all but one of your hotel rooms on my card, so I needed a big limit. The other thing is, and we mentioned this when we asked for the limit increase, is we were having a problem with our global limit. We kept triggering and it would lock down all of our cards. The bigger limit being on my card allows me to make sure that there's always a very healthy buffer on the global limit, because my card does not get used on a day-to-day basis. So it created that safety net as far as the cards getting locked down, and Your Worship not being able to get a simple lunch when you're meeting with somebody. So But yeah, I mean, if you are happy to table the list if you want to see the list, but that's there's a few levels and a few different areas of the corporation have authorizations.
Yeah, and just so you know, this is no different really. It still has council's eyes on it because it has to be signed off. I have to sign off all the visas that are credit cards that are there now, and so there's still policing of it, I guess. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, next up. Accounts receivable. Accounts receivable write-off policy. Okay.
Okay. Another policy that we don't have a current existing, which is kind of shocking, actually. And it's one of the reasons, to a degree, that our receivables in our utility and other parts of our corporation have grown the way they have. There's accounts that we know we're never going to collect on that sit on our books for a long, long time, and we really should be writing those off as a general practice. So the treasurer had asked for my assistance in building a plan with authority to start writing off some of this stuff. That's what's before you. As you can see in there, I'm proposing 3 different levels of authorization to write things off. From a penny to $500 would be the Director of Corporate Services or the Treasurer himself. Between $500 and $1,000 would require my approval, and anything over $1,000 would have to go to council. Anything that was written off by administration through our authorities would have to be reported to council twice a year with like a summary list of what was done and what was happened. One thing I've built in here, again, adding some robustness to wanting to collect on these things, is the process. It's having many steps and many looks at can we find a way to get these funds. So that's why the process is as laid out as it is. It has, even has possibly the use of a collection agency if that's appropriate. It has cross-reference with accounts payable. One thing that drives me crazy is if someone owes us money and we're still cutting them checks for other things, can we legally, in some cases we can't legally do it, but in some cases we can offset the two. So is to build a system where that is routine, and we don't even talk about write-offs until we've exhausted those other mechanisms. So I think, again, as a starting point, I think this is is a pretty good starting point. It's probably not perfect. We'll be continuing to refine it. We'll talk to legal counsel about a few elements there, about where and when we can do certain things. But it's here for first look, and for you to understand that, we need to do this. We need to look at our trial balances. We need to be on top of this because this is where things start getting out of hand and get away from us, and trying to tighten up the system here.
Just to speak of the public, because I already kind of brought this up in our discussions, Jeff, but the only thing I don't want to see us write off is something that does have a chance of coming back to us at some point. Like if a water bill that we don't think we're going to get when the house or the building sells, that we do collect at that point. So just want to make sure that gets discussed publicly.
Yeah, so even if we write it off on our books, the policy actually requires us to maintain records of that. And so that if another collection opportunity arises at some point, that we are prepared to do that. That could be that client's coming back in trying to reset up the account. That could be the land sales. As far as land sales, when it comes to especially with water and utility, we have an automatic lien in legislation. When they sell that land, we get paid. If they sell it by tax sale, we don't. Right? Unless they sold it for a big profit at tax sale, and then there's enough money that we end up getting there eventually, perhaps. Most of the time, a lot of stuff that's in our books right now that is like that is tax sale accounts that we're never going to collect on, that should be written off and put into the bad debt file. And if that person comes back, we go, yeah, sure, we'll hook up your account once you pay for this one. So we're going to maintain that record so that we're diligent about that, but it gets it off the active books, because that's throwing our our accounting off, and really our financials are misrepresented to a degree because we're never going to collect it, so it shouldn't be shown as a receivable.
Okay, any discussion of council? Questions, comments on the accounts receivable write-off policy? All right. Still want to continue to move forward with this? And okay. All right. Thank you, council. Next up, Parks bylaw draft.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff. Or Kev. Oh.
I'm going to delegate this one.
All right.
Jeff needs a break from speaking. So, yeah, I appreciate, I wasn't at the last committee of the whole meeting. I appreciate council's patience because I was celebrating my wedding anniversary, so thank you for that. And I looked through the recording of that meeting, and I made some changes. As you can see, it's still in draft form, but the changes that were requested are made. But yeah, if there's anything that comes up from the first draft, please let us know that it's available for amendment. So.
Great. Councilor Eastman, the floor is yours.
I notice in this document that there's nothing mentioning cenotaphs and memorial artifacts. The Legion does not own any of the cenotaphs here. It doesn't even own the land that the cenotaphs are sitting on. That belongs to the town.
So if it belongs to town, then it would fall under this. But I don't even know if the one downtown does, so. But anyway.
I've read the minutes way back, 1923, to be honest with you, that the town plotted the land for the cenotaph to be on, and the Legion provided the cenotaph to be erected. The federal government actually paid for it. The maintaining of that plot of land has been a handshake agreement by the Legion, but they don't own the land. So in this document itself, it should just add the cenotaphs and memorial artifacts like your 155 cannon that you got in friggin' Milltown there, and you know, and that other cenotaph in Milltown as well. You want to give the land to us, by all means.
So, I mean, we can have you guys look into that part of it. If that, let's just give them a second there. They're doing some homework there.
In section 14, no person shall damage a bandstand, bench, or other article in a park, or otherwise damage or destroy a park in any manner whatsoever.
So we could add
We
add
could
that into section.
Cenotaphs, memorials.
Mhm.
Yep. Commemorate.
Noted. Good. Okay. Anything else, Councillor Eastman? Councillor Heislip?
Also noticed in here, when I was just kind of caught my eye because I spent a lot of time up in the Milltown tennis courts there, and a couple incidents happened up there. You have something on the Liquor Control Act. What about smoking and other substances? Yeah, the liquor control is number 10. I don't see anything unless I've read through it again here now tonight. I don't see anything on any other substances, or because I think smoking is not permitted in.
Jeff?
Yeah, the reason that we specifically mentioned Liquor Control Act is because we do have the authority to permit an event with alcohol at it, right? Assuming we get the rate insurance and stuff like that, we don't get to override those other pieces. Like we can't override the laws about cannabis, say, for instance, right? So that's the reason that the Liquor Control Act is here. It's like you can't have it unless we've been authorized. So like the Smoke-Free Places Act, we don't give an exemption. We don't have the authority to give an exemption to.
No, it should be a restriction.
So.
That's already in place.
So.
realize that, though. I mean, I know I'm up there all the time, and I know what happens in the bandstand up in Middletown. So I just want to see some kind of restriction. If they don't seem to realize that that is a law or is not allowed, I don't know. I don't know how to get that across to them. I'm just suggestion, that's all.
It doesn't hurt to, if council wishes to have a couple, things like that cited, we can cite those legislations. So.
It's like a lump thing saying, and any other regulations as per whatever, smoking and drug use or whatever, right?
Take a look at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Heislip. Councillor Wright?
I do have, and thank you, Kevin. I did note the changes. The public gathering thing still confuses me a little bit. I see the definition that's been added, what that means, and then under the general topic number 6, no person shall hold a public gathering or meeting in a park unless authorized by the CAO or their designate. So, for example, and I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not getting too, so for example, sometimes when I'm walking the trail, there's a group of people with their dogs on leash, and they're obviously like teaching them all the same tricks or something like that. So it's somebody that's organized it, maybe not getting any money for it, but maybe even just a group of friends with dog lovers getting together. That would technically fall under public gathering, so they wouldn't be allowed to do that. Or if I had like extended family home and wanted to get my family and friends to just go have a picnic because the weather's good, I couldn't go do that at a park because that's a public gathering. So I guess I just am wondering if that's really how restrictive that would be, that if that's considered a public gathering, you couldn't do it without permission.
Yeah.
Or if I wanted to get a group of friends and the weather's good,
sorry.
sit down in the park and talk politics, for an evening.
Yeah, I mean, I know what we're trying to accomplish here.
I know what we're trying to accomplish, too.
There's two things. Like, there's been instances where, let's say we wanted to have a big gathering tonight, and you and I and 40 people decided to do it, but we didn't let anyone know, and then Kev, through the events coordination team, had something lined up, and all of a sudden we all show up, because this has happened.
Yeah.
And so what are you doing? So we need some sort of governing there to be able to do that. But anyway, I'd let the team, if you can put a number on it for what size of a gathering, what's a gathering, I don't know. Go ahead, Councilor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a suggestion might be that if there is a conflict, the one that was planned and run through the office takes precedence, and we'll have the right to the space. Because parks are for use. If someone wants to just get together and do something, that's what our parks are for. And we don't want to make it so narrow that everybody can't do anything without calling the town hall, right? So I'm just trying to say that I still think that despite the positive increase in wording and description, that maybe we're still making a little restrictive, or that if somebody, that's an enforcer, so to speak, maybe just didn't like me and use that to get me out of the park in my family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to be sure we're not leaving it so that it could be abused. That's all. Thank you.
Your Worship. Okay, is there any comment? No, I see you. I just want to know if there's any continuation on that. No? Okay, Councilor Eastman?
I think on the first page, if you actually put out what a public gathering is, then it's there. In the definitions.
It is there. Actually, it's the very top of the second page. Top of the second page.
Okay, yeah, I've seen, sorry.
But Yes, Councilor.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Harding.
I want to get back to smoking. Not right now, but I want to get back to Councilor Heislip. I was in the park the other day. I was up in the Middletown Park the other day. We had a great little gathering up there, and before we even got there, we had to clean it out. So I don't know what Councilor Heislip means about smoking around there, but there's so many other things that's going on in that park. It's just god-awful. And I'm just hoping that, you know, if somebody would want to light a cigarette, I didn't, by the way, but anyway, that they could do it. And I think that there's sometimes, and I agree with you, Councillor Wright, things get a little too narrow. And that goes for everything. But I think if we're going to really look at that Milltown Park, we better look at what's going on there day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor Rodas?
I actually agree with Councillor Wright. I think sometimes people need to be able to use parks to just kind of express some frustration that's out there, and I'm actually not opposed to that. I think it's actually a fair compromise. I mean, freedom of speech is important, and people sometimes need to get out and gather sometimes to also express how they're feeling about certain things. So I like the idea of just running it through the municipality to let us know just in case something is planned. Like if we were in the middle of Chocolate Fest and there was an organization gathering downtown in Chocolate Park and there was actually, you know, a fun run booked that day, we obviously don't want it to. I think as long as it's not preventing our municipal events from happening, then it's fair. And the only other thing I worry about is when you get into the weeds a bit, like, this is a wonderful policy, but we have a bylaw enforcement officer who works 20 hours a week. And if we start to look at smoking and drinking and people camping and organizations and like, how are we even enforcing these things? You know, is if we're looking at banning smoking, I mean, if we're allowing smoking of cigarettes, but not allowing smoking of meth, like, we need to also look at all of those things. There are lots of different ways that people use substances, so we have to be careful about the way we word all of this and also look at our capacity to actually deal with the issues that come at us. I mean, how are we going to regulate four-wheelers? Like, we can't even regulate that on Union Street right now. So if we have like a motorized bike and somebody calls our bylaw enforcement and says, there's been somebody on a dirt bike in Elm Park, like, how is that actually even enforced? It's just a tough thing, I find.
So actually Jeff and I did talk about the cost. There is a cost to this too, because as we are growing and adding more rules and regulations, you do have to police it. So that's something that council will have to discuss further in the future once these things start rolling. But there's some of those laws aren't our laws that you're talking about too. So anyway, I'm looking at this. I think it's after you're saying that, I don't think you're going to have an issue with what's worded here, to be honest. Like, it's all on how we do it. But go ahead, Jeff.
At least on the public gathering definition, I was just scribbling some notes to my colleague. I think we found a wording that will likely satisfy. But we'll work on it before it comes back. But I think there is a slight wordsmithing that I've come up with that will make things clear and not discourage people from using the parks in groups of more than 4 or whatever. So I think we got it, but we'll take a fresh look at it in the morning. But leave it with us. We hear you.
and just keep in mind, just because you might have to mention that you're having together, no one's going to say no. Like, it's not, it's anyway. It's just we need this policy in place for the other issues that we're having. Is what our goal is, right? Anyway.
Yeah, but no person shall hold is pretty narrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah. Without asking.
Without permission.
Yeah.
That is rather narrow.
Yeah. Yes. But when we're being requested to govern other things, there's pain involved in it. Yeah. No. That actually, the stuff we talk about is great. It's just, I'm just saying, it's just, we just got to try to take care of what we're all being pressured to take care of.
Exactly.
Any more comments or questions from council? Yep, Councilor Otis.
Thank you to our administrative team. It's not easy, right? To put all of these things together in a way that works for literally every citizen. It's not possible, and we understand that, but I just want to thank you because it is a lot of work to look at these things, and thanks a lot.
Okay. Nothing further? No. Okay. All right, let's move on.
You may want to move 6 down to the end of the meeting, Your Worship. So it's a little bit more of a free-form discussion, and the other ones are suggest we can do it now if you want. I just thought it would be easier at the end of the meeting.
So what do you mean now?
So budget priorities?
Okay, all right. Is everyone all right if I skip on to number 7? Yeah. All right. Don't let me forget to go back, please. I know you won't. I know you won't. All right. Hanson Co. Well, we got nothing on that. It's just the title only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your worship? I think the best person to speak to this one would be Councillor Cornish. He brought to administration's attention.
Okay. So are you prepared to discuss it? All right. The floor is yours, Councillor Cornish. What's that? What's that?
Get a couple of hours.
Couple hours.
No, it's a pretty simple thing, but it's been a very complex thing. Over 20 years, the access to the St. Croix water system has been depleted from Milltown to Grand Falls heavy. And when we were working with the government over the last couple of years, yourself, Wade, myself, and Earl, we drew the boundary line of the St. Croix River as Ward 1's boundary for one purpose at that time was we want access to the river for the municipal district of St. Stephen for tourism purposes, etc. Now, on that system right now, Milltown has got a fairly good ramp for getting boats in and out of the waters. Upper Mills has nothing that goes into Bering Bay except a individual did literally make one ramp right into the water, and I don't know, I can't say for sure, but I think there was a fine involved because it involved removing trees within the 300-meter mark, or 300-foot mark, or 100-meter mark, and it's still a good spot, but we may have to do something there eventually to make it a little smoother because it's just small boats and canoes. The one that's in bad state is Hanson's Cove. It's actually dangerous, and someone is going to get hurt badly. Now, I'll explain it, and then I'll explain what's taken place since then. For years, we've had bass tournaments there, held in there. When the Schoodic Sports Club Fishing Game Association was in full form, I believe that it may be dissolved now. I've been keeping in touch with them. They maintained a lot of the road. They brought gravel in. They did this by having auctions and having children and their parents go out and had fishing tournaments for years. Probably goes back 30 more years. I've attended them myself, and we have 2 bass boats. We run that particular part of the river a lot. The river at that point, actually the whole river, the whole way up from Milltown right straight up to Grand Falls is abundantly, there's an abundance of bass and all kinds of fishing that is great fun. Lack of access in here, to get into Hanson's Cove now would probably require at least a 4-wheel drive truck. The road has a steep incline for about maybe 500-600 feet, and it needs work badly, and the DIT, as it's called, has done nothing with it. They don't appear to be interested in it. And when you get to the actual ramp itself, the ramp is good, except if you want to get your wheels of your trailer stuck in one particular spot, you can, because some of the chains have rotted off and the concrete blocks are put there, and you can actually drop your wheels of your trailer. It makes it sometimes difficult to get your boats out of the water. And now, the most critical part of that is that the banks going to the actual ramp have eroded, decayed, I don't know what word you call it. There used to be large logs. That particular part of the waterway is really a bad spot unless you know where you're going. It's full of fish, but it's also full of logs, because it was at one time small tugboats used to push the logs into the mill, and they used to come down from Grand Falls, and that's why there's so abundance of fish, because they probably live in that habitat. But along the edges of the wharf, what I call the wharf is basically gravel with some fallen down timbers, there are 1 inch in diameter rebar type round spikes sticking out of the water that if a child or a human, any human being or any dog or animal would actually go into the water at that point, they could be impaled. Now our boats, we've hit them several times with props, because that comes, if you're driving a boat and it's got a $700 prop on it, you could break it all to pieces. Well, that's one thing. My concern is that someone is going to get hurt badly there. So at that point, I'll just describe the situation. It can be fixed. I've tried several times with the government over the last 12 years to get help in there, actually with SCUDIC also and individually. And a couple of times they have dumped gravel in and leveled it so you could get down through there and people wouldn't destroy their cars. I failed this year until I got to one point where I was able to I was able to access a young lady by the name of Sherry Stewart, who I found out as the Director of Tourism and Recreation for the Southwest area. Had quite a talk with Sherry, and she knows the situation now, very cooperative. Matter of fact, she actually set up another session that I talked to a fellow by the name of Neil Berry, Director of the St. Croix Water System, and he's actually got the same thing that I have. He's actually making recommendations that this is an area for tourism that should be upgraded right away. Well, a little late in the year now. It'll be freezing over pretty soon, but over the winter, hoping that Mr. Berry and myself and Ms. Stewart will be able to get together, and probably will need help from Kevin. He's on the hit list also, that we could get together and at least get this particular ramp fixed up. There's another one in Upper Mills we may look at later down the road, but this Southwest Planning Commission is actually going to create a tourism plan along that whole river system. I just wanted to bring you up to date. It's been a long road, and it's a serious situation under due diligence. Now that we know that there's a danger there, we should be aware of it and try to fix it as soon as possible. So anyway, I believe that myself and probably Kevin, I've talked to Kevin, and Neil Berry and Sherry will have more conversations over the winter and see that we can get together. Now, the roadblock that we feel might be, the roadblock would be getting DTI, I guess that's the right one, government involved with it and taking responsibility for keeping that road maintained, because it's going to need some ditching, it's going to need some culvert sections put in, it's going to need some gravel and probably some grading. Now, if you look at Grand Falls, which surprised me a few years ago, the government moved in and built a super highway out there. They didn't pave it, but they went out and worked there for weeks, making a broad road going to a piece of property that we don't even own. Pulp and Paper Company in Maine, Domtar, actually owns the property, and why would build a full-fledged road to it? I have no idea why. But anyway, in this case, I hope that we may need help from our city manager when that comes down to it. Maybe not, but when it comes down to it, I believe that we're talking about tourism, and we should get some cooperation between themselves and ourselves, because eventually we will be inheriting those roads, and right now that is a critical one that has to be done. So I suggest that we leave it with this committee that's working on it for now, and then we'll see how we make out. Come spring, if we do run into roadblocks, we may have to come back here, and Kevin, myself, and a few others, and see what we can do to get the government to move out there and rectify it. It's not a lot of money, but it's definitely worth the effort.
So yes, I do have some questions.
Yep.
Upper Mills,
Yep.
is that ramp privately owned?
The road is the main highway leading to the water. The ramp is not privately owned, in my opinion, because all highways that lead to the water are public highways. It just happened to be there for the last many years. This place for the boat.
Okay, so let's. All right. So
I lost it.
Jeff has an answer, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, when the matter came to our attention, we actually took a quick look at the registered owners, and I was going to say the one player that you're missing in your list is Department of Natural Resources. Department of Natural Resources owns the ramp. DTI owns the road all the way up to the ramp. So the actual infrastructure that you're looking at having fixed is Department of Natural Resources. So they're going to need to be the main player. This council could very well decide to put some political pressure for sure, but it's DNR's land, and they should be the ones that everybody's got kind of in the sites as far as who should be undertaking the work to correct the problem.
So can maybe we get a letter put together from council and put some pressure on them and talk about the safety aspect of it as well?
It may be best, in my humble opinion, is to let these people start their plan, put it together, and then use that tool when we get a little closer to it, to basic understanding what really has to be done. Okay? Don't touch the buttons.
Councillor Heislip?
Yeah, I was just thinking of some of the roadblocks, and I've done a lot of projects near waters and worked with Fisheries Notions in Newfoundland for a while on fish and fish habitat and fresh water. And one of the biggest things you're going to run into there is environmental, right? Because you have to have all your ducks in a row for doing anything around or near water or a water course. So that's going to be one of your, so you know, this should be started as soon as possible over the winter to get all those permits in place. And there's a St. Croix corridor, one that you're probably aware of too. So there's a couple of different things in the environment there. Yep.
And it sounds like the owner would know those things anyway, the DNR, that's right. And that'll keep we out of it. We just encourage it. Councillor Rodas?
We should definitely maybe have a conversation in the spring, though, about how our municipality has expanded and the opportunities to use it as, you know, an avenue for us to promote tourism. I mean, even signage is such a small thing, but such a big thing. A lot of people that come here don't recognize how many beautiful waterways we have, and there are people that locally live in Charlotte County that have never paddled to St. Croix and wouldn't even know how to get there. So it's definitely an opportunity for us to build on the conversation, especially with our expansion.
Did I just mention something else, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing while we're on tourism, something I noticed over the summer, and I just cannot believe that the building even is vacant. Matter of fact, yesterday was the latest encounter I had with two ladies from Kentucky, pulled into our information center and looked at the sign and looked around. So I walked over to them and I said, "Excuse me," I said, "are you looking for information?" I said, "What's your problem?" She says, "Isn't this an information center?" I said, "I'm not sure what it is." I said, "I've been sitting here for several years, says information on it, and a couple of question marks. I think question mark pretty well describes it. But anybody goes in, and I've seen several people this year go up to the door and look at it and start looking around, and some of them I've helped. And all they wanted to know was, how do I get to Grand Manan? Well, someone who was in that building, they said, you should say, why don't you take a drive down St. Stephen? All right, so anyway, on that point, I think in our tourism studies and stuff, we better take a look at that building, if not, use it for a council chamber.
Let's get back to the agenda. That is definitely duly noted. And I didn't have the thing. Anyway, so any more discussion on the Hanson Cove? All right, thank you, Councilor Corners, for bringing that to our attention and following through with the other departments and pushing that agenda. Thank you. Okay, minimum maintenance. Draft. Okay. Jeff.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was brought forward because we've had a number of meetings where we've discussed, you know, what unsightly and dangerous properties mean versus what people think it means. This has been a bylaw. You'll see it's a Town of St. Stephen bylaw because it's being worked on quite a while ago. But it was an attempt, or a very early version of an attempt, to start addressing what everybody thinks is an unsightly property. It's built off of some practices from other municipalities across Canada, as I often do, and it just kind of more or less kind of Frankenstein together some practices from across the country, how different places are trying to address the beautification of their community, and by setting minimum standards for properties. It hasn't progressed very far past its infancy. legal counsel did a quick review of it at one point and had a bunch of questions. But because it kept coming up and we kept referencing, well, we need to put that back on the table. We wanted to put it back on the table. And I did send this to you guys by email previously. But by bringing it here, it gets it back onto the radar and back into the system for progressing if committee thinks it's something they wish to pursue. I know it has lots of warts on it right now, as far as what does XYZ term mean? What's too long for grass? What's the measurement? And those things can be fleshed out as we continue to work towards this, if it's something council wants. But I just wanted to officially put it in front of you, bring it back to the forefront for the public that may be looking at the agendas, to say, okay, here's some tools that are out there. We have to choose the right tools for the job that we want to get accomplished. Some of these tools may be far more intrusive than this council or this community thinks is necessary. Do we care, the condition of a certain soffit or whatever, or are we focusing on more main aspects? But now that we've got it in front of you, we can have that dialogue. You folks can talk to citizens, talk to each other, and start working with us to tune this in if this is something you want to work towards. It's going to take time because there's a lot of moving parts here and a lot of political decisions about what's inside the sphere we want to look at and what's outside the sphere, and how do you draw that line, and what's different between an urban dwelling and a rural dwelling, what's different between a commercial dwelling and a residential dwelling. There's lots of nuance here, which is probably one of the reasons it got kind of put on the shelf when amalgamation and reform hit, because I didn't have time to worry about all the nuances. So we don't need to spend a lot of time on this, I don't think, tonight, but I want you guys to have time to digest it and think about it. Feel free, send comments to me, whatever, because we'll keep it. It's on a list of many policies and bylaws that Celeste is good enough to be now quarterbacking and tracking for me to make sure things don't fall off the desk. So it's going to be a work in progress. But yeah, if there's anything specific that you want to discuss tonight, great. But this is really just to put it officially on the table and get the ball rolling again.
So yeah, I have my hand on the mic, but you pretty much nailed, because of course we've already kind of talked about this and we beat this to death, but I just want people to understand just what Jeff's saying is it's kind of like the park thing. We still need something in place so that we can deal with certain scenarios that we're dealing with our citizens. So we got to give it some teeth, but again, like you discussed, the measurement. How do you measure the lawn length? What's a bad soffit? And further, I could look at my own house and see some of the things I'm not even passing in this, and I feel like I do okay. But how much is too much paint missing? We do got to think about that, but we also got to know our goal here, and that's our goal is to be able to control the issues that we're dealing with. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I was looking at those, and like the mayor said, there are a lot of things that probably I would be guilty at my place. But when you look at the places that have more offenses, they're probably the poorer people. And so, and I see where you have fines and so on. So they're not likely, like if they're not going to keep up their place, like how are they going to pay the fines? Like, how is that? I think we're going to have a problem with that because we already have a problem trying to keep up places, right? Or getting people to keep up their place. So
Yeah, again, Jeff and I kind of talked about that as well, and maybe it's housing or rental or something. This is something we got to work and adapt it to. Hopefully fill need. Go ahead, Councilor Wright.
I was just going to say, my notes when I was reading through it just indicate that there's no distinction between what we're expecting of a homeowner versus what we might expect of like a commercial property. And that might help to clarify some of the challenges versus someone who's maybe just on a low income, maybe a senior now only on their pensions and maybe can't afford to repaint the cedar shingles versus some derelict properties. We hold businesses to a higher standard in a lot of ways, and because there's no distinction in here, it's all just like there's a mixture of even the garbage containers for refuse. It's talking about commercial stuff along with the residential, and so if we separated that might be a way to minimize some of the concerns like that. It's just a thought.
Good thoughts. Councilor Rodas?
Yeah, I mean, when I look through it, I think it's more about like how it's affecting the properties next door to it, and it'd be nice if we almost had a way to really define, like, even rodents, for instance. Like, we have a huge rat issue in our community, and so if somebody is the neighbor to somebody that's not dealing with their rat issue, it quickly becomes their issue, and then it's a financial issue for them because they have to pay for that cost to achieve. So for me, like, that's where I kind of draw the line in my head. You know, if somebody's living in poverty and they're unable to, you know, afford pest control, that to me is even different than perhaps a commercial property that's next to many different residential houses that is just allowing it to go on. So, I mean, another thing I was wondering is I was speaking with somebody recently from out west, and I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but he was telling me that out west they had some municipalities put a law in place where essentially if you had rats, you had so long to deal with it, and if you didn't, the municipality would hire Orkin and send you the final bills, and you would be up for that cost. Now, it's things like that I would see as almost more feasible with commercial properties. You know, if there's a huge rodent issue and there's a commercial property that's vacant and not being dealt with properly, I mean, it's those types of things where we could actually be able to deal. Or if there is graffiti on a building, like, we send you 3 letters and then we have the right to cover it up somehow. Like, just, I don't know, it's really tough because I don't want to criminalize people who are in poverty and fine them when they can't afford it anyway. And it also has to be equitable across all wards. And you drive out to the country, and I mean, if people want these things to be in place, they have to be in place in every single ward, and with every single property has to be treated the same. So you have to ask yourself, do you really want this? And I think that's something our citizens need to consider as well.
Okay. Councilor Harding?
Thank you. And the answer to your question, Councillor Rodas, is yes, we do. We do need this, maybe in a different format or in a different vein, but we do need this. It drives me crazy when I go down the street, and right at the corner of Hill Street and the boulevard is that property it used to be a house there, but now it's all grown up, and that just drives me crazy every time I drive by. And yes, it's going to be different for the rural districts than it is in town, but it's something that we should look at. Maybe not so stringent as this, but we definitely have to look at it. Thank you, Your Worship.
And I agree. Again, this is something that's got to be adjusted to fit our community and what we expect for our community, I guess. But again, it's like the park thing. It's tough. I mean, we know what we're trying to accomplish here, again, and we need to be able to have some teeth to be able to deal with those complaints as well. And it's tough to look at these emails that we get and phone calls and say, I'm sorry, you know, there's no bylaw in place to deal with it. And so we got to get the teeth in there of some sort. But again, we don't want to discourage our citizens that are trying. Like, it's like you just said, it's tough. Councillor Heislip?
Yeah, we've kind of discussed some of these things before, like we were talking about the garbage boxes and everything, because that's a problem issue with rats. And in your country, you have chickens, and that's a problem with rats. And there's different issues that go between here and out in the country. And I grew up in Moores Mills. I know the rural part of it, and there's a lot of buildings that wouldn't pass a lot of these things here that people, I was always told people got to live somewhere, and if you're going to start fining them for doing some of these things that they've always lived in, it's pretty tough. But I mean, I agree though. We have to look at it, and we've been talking about the lawn lengths. We've been talking about rats, and we've been talking about all these kinds of stuff, graffiti, and we've seen it all, right? So it's going to be a tough one, but we got to do it.
So what we do have to do is let Jeff and his team know something similar, something that we do want, and start that process. But you got anything? Go ahead, Jeff.
It may be appropriate for this particular bylaw. Again, this would happen in a couple of weeks, but council may want to consider having an ad hoc committee for this one, because there's so many nuances and so many parts to it. Unless we're going to spend literally days sitting as 9 or 12 or 14 of us trying to hash through line by line, it might be good to have council consider an ad hoc committee simply only for this, to get a draft of this bylaw to present to council, and with a balance of elected officials from rural, urban, and working with staff saying, okay, let's walk through this and line by line to bring back to council or to committee for a more in-depth review, because it'll take forever if we're just doing it 15 minutes at a time at committee of the whole. So if that's the consensus of committee, I can put a recommendation at the council meeting to create that ad hoc committee and have something focused on this project.
I think you're onto something, because it is opening up a big can of worms here. There's a lot of things. There is a lot of moving parts, and we want to be sensitive to people's lifestyles and what they've been living for forever, what they know, and it's what we know too. But again, this ad hoc could hopefully get us to that point that we could deal with the other issue that we can't deal with. Councillor Rodas.
I mean, I'm kind of thinking like from my own experience as a social worker, but it's almost like we need to also have a way to triage situations. So for me, I think that it's very different if you have a neighbor who doesn't like the way his neighbor's property looks versus, 10, 20, 30, 40 citizens all complaining about perhaps a vacant building that's really causing some stress on the whole community. So maybe as part of the minimum maintenance bylaw, we can have something about minimum number of calls for it to be almost triaged as very urgent and like dealt with right away, because that's the thing too, is we need to recognize we once again have one bylaw officer, and so if this is out in the public, we need to make sure people don't understand that not everyone can just call in because they don't like their neighbor's property. It really needs to be more honed in on properties that are becoming very disruptive to the greater community. So maybe that's just a little side piece, but maybe we can really add something in there about, if we receive 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 complaints, like it's an immediate response. And no?
Oh, sorry, I just shut you down. Sorry.
I would strongly advise you not to write that into a bylaw, for the simple case of, if I don't like my neighbor, I can find 5 people that will call on my behalf. The goal is to write the regulations clearly enough that any property, one complaint is enough, can be assessed. And based on its assessment is how you triage. Just like you triage a client, a patient, you look at the conditions you have. And so we create the criteria, and then we let the bylaw enforcement folks go out and do their assessments.
Okay. All right, another tough one, but that's what we got to do. Okay, so we're going to continue down the list here, and I haven't forgotten about 6. CAO annual performance. Okay, so you probably don't. Go ahead. Yeah.
So again, this would be something new to the community. Historically, the CAO performance evaluation has been done in behind closed doors, and which the ultimate end of this process would be behind closed doors, and you do that. This would openly declare what the process is to be used. It's based largely upon the CAO performance evaluation toolkit that CAMO designed and I shared with council previously. and it just sets out a timeline, sets out the responsibilities of who's doing what. It's whether a council adopts a policy like this or not is of no consequence to me as the CAO sitting in the chair right now. I like knowing what the process is going to be. We've used a different process in the past, and that worked fine too. But I know Councillor Wright, in particular, had been talking to me about trying to get their head wrapped around how do we do this task, because it's not an easy task. And so this is an attempt to put it all on the table, say, we each know who's going to do what the roles are going to be, what the timeline is. The timeline that's in there was crafted specifically for my current employment relationship. The timelines meet the requirements to get my review done on an annual basis based on my hire date. In future, if a CIO was hired in March, the policy might need to be adjusted to make those dates work so you get your annual review done within a few weeks of the hiring date. So that's why the dates are where they are. And they happen to coincide kind of with where we are in the calendar year right now, which is kind of perfect. If we decided that this is what we wanted to do, we could start the ball rolling down the track, right? But it's, like I said, it's of no consequence to me whether we do this or we do a different process. I'm just trying to give you guys something to work from and decide if you like it, you don't like it. I don't know if Councillor Wright has anything to add. I was trying to be helpful.
Okay, Councillor Eastman?
I got no problem with this, and I've done many reviews on individuals who work for me. Thing is, we need a start point. And the start point is, I have no idea what Jeff's TOR is, or the CAO's TOR. I have no idea what he's been hired under for salary-wise. And you know, that's a basis that we need to start. You know, because once you start on that, then we know if he does need an adjustment on salary, what we can do. And, you know, and is he performing the way that his TOR said that he signed, that he said he would do? So it's, like I say, without a start point, we're just guessing.
Okay, well, we are starting right now, but yes, that information would go once you get this process going, those things you're talking about. Joyce? Or Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate your willingness to have the discussion, because I suspect there may be some CAOs who would even balk at the suggestion that having something in place would be beneficial for all parties, and so I just really respect you for that. Thank you for having the conversation with me and bringing this. For me, it's, as I mentioned to Jeff, it was nothing about him as a person or as CAO. It was about getting a process in place like we're doing with everything else or trying to do for the municipality, so that whether this council changes in 3 years or whether Jeff never walks through those doors, decides he doesn't like St. Stephen, wants to go live in Bermuda or wherever, we have a process in place that the next hire, if there is one, because none of us are promised tomorrow. We've seen it, all of us have seen people die way too soon, or just the circumstances change. It could be me that never walks back through the door, right? So just having a process in place that as the council changes, or if the CAO changes, everybody knows what's expected. I didn't want to come into the CAO's review process as a new councillor not knowing what that looked like. So that's why I asked for it. It was not a reflection on Jeff, was not a reflection on how the councils previously have assessed the CAOs. It was, I wanted to know what I was looking at. And because there was nothing formal in place, he was kind enough to have that conversation with me, so that I knew what my role was as coming into this process. So that's why I asked, just wanted to clarify that was nothing to do with Jeff.
Okay. I'm gonna, Deputy Mayor Wheaton?
Okay, I do like this process right here, and I do understand Earl your point. I mean, I've been here for a few years too, but I would certainly need a refresher. And what I really like is the performance review form that councillors do individually, and because sometimes you see things differently. You know, when you do it individually, when you do it in a group, you sometimes think of the same thing. Somebody mentioned something and you kind of focus on it. But when I would do things by myself, then I'd really think about what was going on. And then after you put them all together, and no, but I really think that this is a good process that we could follow. But we do have to have more information on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodas?
Yeah, I really like the fact that even just becoming a new counselor and doing our strategic plan and kind of seeing the priorities are all in alignment. I like the fact that there is space to have a mid-year check-in to change the priorities, because we're always being thrown different things are being thrown at us all the time. And I've even noticed tonight, like it's really wonderful, Jeff, that GemTech has made these recommendations about, you know, our water bills and things like that, and just having better processes. And I've noticed every single thing that GemTech has recommended, you have gone out and really brought back to us. And I mean, those are things that could have easily fallen to the wayside just with everything else that we're kind of throwing at you. So, but I do like the fact that there's also some flexibility to come back together and say, you know what, mid-year check-in, we have many different priorities that we need to shift, and also give you an opportunity to tell us, like, hey, these are some priorities that are coming up for me. So, but I think it's a really great process, and I think it's one that, like you said, Deputy Mayor Wheaton will work with everyone on council, being able to do our own feedbacks. But I would also like to kind of have that starting point of, you know, finer details, I guess.
Just to address the comments about the starting point, that's the first task of the process, right? Is I would prepare a binder for the mayor to share that says, here's the CAO bylaw that says, that lays out all these duties. Here's the strategic plan that we said we wanted to do. Here's the accomplishments. Here's that. That's step one of the kit, is me putting all that material together and saying, here, this would be the most difficult year, in the sense that, like, come the end of the year and we do it again, during that performance review, we set the objectives for the next year, and everybody already knows them, right? So I totally get the starting point here is murky for new counselors especially, but that's where that opening package that says, here's everything. Here's the letter from the minister that appointed me as the CAO for the municipal district. Here's you put all the package together. Everybody gets to have a nice read. Here's my qualifications. Here's Jeff in 2023 in a binder, right? Like and it gives you that starting point to have those evaluations. So I totally get for both of you. I totally understand where you're coming from. And yeah, you guys haven't seen, some of the salary information, stuff like that, which is absolutely fine. That would be in the binder if we went. It'd be in the binder if we went this process or another process. You'll get that information. But yeah, totally. Like I said, totally open to whatever you folks want to do. But I was trying to get something that was set. Everybody knows what they're doing, and as Councillor Wright keeps trying to find different ways to get me out of the office. When the new guy comes in, you can say, this is how we do this, and that's how things are done, and it's upfront and everybody knows. It's really tough on councils to do CAO evaluations. We know that. That's why CAMA built the toolkit. It's hard on CAOs when they don't know how council is going to evaluate. It doesn't, so it's a nice thing to have, be able to plunk on a job offer sheet, say, oh, by the way, here's your CAO bylaw with your responsibilities, and here's how we do evaluations here. And it's open, and everybody knows. And that's why, I didn't want to put this in closed. You could have called it an HR issue, but it's not. It's a process, and it's good for all of us, and it's good for the public to know that this stuff is happening, and it's going to happen. Because there's got to be a confidence level that council's doing their due diligence, making sure that the CAO's doing what he's supposed to be doing and moving things ahead. So that's why I said, let's put it in open, and we'll have the open conversation about it.
Right.
I just want to stress, Jeff, I'm not looking to get you out of the office. I am trying to stress that I've seen way too many surprises in life to think that we might be blessed forever with someone. This town has had many CAOs in its past life, and I'm sure we'll have more in the future at some point. I'm not looking for that at some point anytime soon. I just want that clarified. This was about making me comfortable in the process. I didn't feel like I had the tools I needed to fairly evaluate you, so that's why I asked. Thank you.
Councillor Harding?
Well, since this will be the first time that I've ever been through this process, we've had lots of CAOs, but we've never done it this way, or I can't remember doing it this way. Do we all get together as a council? Do we all have a meeting? Do we all branch off? I mean,
you can meet with, through the mayor, and we can have discussions with Jeff one-on-one, or two-on-one, or whatever, but, yeah.
It's on page 4 of 7, you do individual stuff, the mayor collates all of it together, summons it up, and then you have a formal meeting he holds a formal meeting with council to make sure everybody understands how things played out as a group before meeting with the CAO, whomever that may be at the time. So yes, there's opportunity to do individual evaluations, have it collated, and then have group discussion as well. So I think it's you get a nice blend, a nice way to bring all the information together from all perspectives.
Councillor Greenlaw?
No, I think it's a great method. I think by putting the bylaw in, it standardizes when you're going to do it. That way it doesn't creep up. We're not in a hurry to finish something that's done half-baked because we got to get this done. So this is great. I think we should move forward with it. The only thing I'd like to see added to it is maybe some stakeholder or some customer input from members of the community or businesses or just things like that, right? That are really customers of the municipal district. You'd have to kind of look at that and define that a bit, but I think that's important input.
Go ahead, Jeff. Did you have?
Just the immediate thought to that was that could be factored into the 360-degree evaluation every second year or whatever they were doing it, second year of the term, whatever it was. Usually that's coordinated by an outside consultant anyway, so you can kind of do that as a neutral thing and maybe not do it every year, but do it as part of that 360. Because the goal of the 360 is to get as many perspectives into the pot as possible. So just an idea.
And I mean, we can hire out too, and hire services to assist us as well. So, yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay. Thank you, Joyce, for doing that, and Jeff. Next up, Community Safety Committee. See terms and reference, part 1. And my thing's going wacky here. Just hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, my thing goes boots up.
This is just to update the progress on the safety committee. One of the great things that was able to get rolling right away when Celeste got her desk was getting all those letters out and the responses back. And then I know they mainly put here to give you the update, and then Councillor Greenlaw, I believe, had sent an email requesting to have a conversation about the Community Safety Committee, and I don't know whether it was assigning them tasks or getting them, however, to get them off and running. So that's I would defer to him on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Wade. I think we talked about it.
Yeah, sure. So I was just more or less looking from the standpoint that now that you know who's on the committee's formed, we've got a draft term of reference that we want to get a meeting scheduled as soon as possible, and then let them work their terms of reference and make some minor adjustments and stuff like that. But I thought we should probably, as council, give them a couple of priorities that we felt should be their first, the first big things to tackle, rather than them have to try to wade through all the different issues that we've got right now. We should prioritize a couple for them. So that was more or less my thoughts.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
With the formation of the committee, I can tell you that administration has been noting things that should be flowing over there. For instance, the RCMP representative for Neighborhood Watch was looking for to do a presentation. At one point, there was discussion of possibly doing it tonight here. We thought perhaps it would be better served to do it. It fits within the mandate of the Community Safety Committee, so let them host that presentation. So we have a couple of small things that we were like, well, do we take it to council? And we're like, no, we got this new committee. We've got a few things that we can assign. Obviously, if there's stuff that council or committee of the whole wishes to refer to that, we could add that to our list. But we have been kind of, as things pop up at the office, kind of going, oh, we got a landing spot for that issue now. So that's kind of what we've been doing in the back offices here.
And the other thing, I mean, me personally like to be careful of is, we got to recognize this committee is going to be working for us. So let's let them not micromanage it neither. Like they're going to know the priorities as well. I mean, but again, we do got to get some action, and they don't take on 10 big items and not get anything done. We got to control that. But that's what the chair will do as well. So, yeah, Councilor Otis.
As most people know, I did write an open letter to Minister Baucus, but I did not receive any communication back of any form. So I'm just wondering here, it says membership and term. I wonder where we stand with having provincial voice at the table, even if it's just a representative that she can send on her behalf. I'm not aware if we've had any other types of contact with her, but I do feel that would be important even at the initial meeting, just to kind of get things off the ground, and so some of the citizens have the chance to express, and also have her express like what would be in the provincial control, what would be in municipal control, just like some information sharing on those things, because that will clear up a lot of confusion right from the get-go.
Yeah, so I would just like to address council on doing something such as that. I would prefer that come through the mayor's office. Any letters to a minister or an MLA comes from a collective voice. So just please be careful of that. I just ask. I know they had good intentions, and I agree with the letter, but just I don't agree with the open part of it where it get posted. I believe in giving people enough time to get their email and reply. If it took 8 or 10 days to reply, then maybe. I mean, we know how that felt. We got a letter from the chamber, for example, and then it went up on Facebook 15 minutes later. You can't do that. We got to give people a chance. But I do agree with the substance. That's the protocol. And but other than that, and I am working on that too as well. Like talking to her or an associate. Joyce or Councilor Wright? Sorry.
I saw that there was one name awaiting confirmation. Has that confirmation been received? Has the list been all accepted? Perfect. We have a full committee. Perfect.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Just wondering, if, in the interest of getting things off and running, if the council members that are on the committee might want to either after this meeting or tomorrow at some point or something, converse about a possible.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
Your Town Matters is funded by the Government of Canada through the Local Journalism Initiative and supported by Cactus Media, Canada's independent community television association.
I'm Vicki Hogarth and welcome to Your Town Matters. I'm joined today by the Mayor of Eastern Charlotte, John Craig. Thank you for being here today, John.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I want to start off by talking about an issue that's really affecting not only all of Southwest New Brunswick, but it's really a Canada-wide problem, but in rural parts of the country, it seems to be more of an issue, and that is a rise in crime coupled with a what some people believe is the lack of RCMP presence in the area, and we're obviously seeing that in places outside of Eastern Charlotte where there's been incidences of vigilante justice, and a lot of the community on people's side in those cases, just because they feel that they're not being protected. I know that Eastern Charlotte has considered looking at other options to RCMP. Can you tell us a little bit about where you're at with that right now?
Yeah, just to say I fully understand people's frustration, absolutely 110%, and I do know that it's happening in our area, but I also know it's happening in every area around Charlotte County. I meet with mayors every second weekend, and you know, St. Steve, McAdam, they're all having their issues and problems. So I mean, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Tidd, who wants the full investigation of looking into what it's going to cost to bring our own police force in, or to contract another police force to take over the policing in the area, to slowly move away from the RCMP. He just wants us started. It would take time to do all that. I mean, we're talking probably, if it does happen, it'd be in fruition, it would take 2 to 3 years, because the time you get out of contracts and then they go buy equipment and budget and the full investigation of what's going to cost and location and all that. There's a lot to it. People just don't understand. There's no magic solution to everything right now, but at least we're going to try moving forward. And neighborhood watch is something that we're looking at, and we're having meetings about that in all the different wards, trying to get that set up, and we have signs already ordered, and some are being put up as we speak in the area, and to let people know there is neighborhood watch. We need to get people more involved, people to call in when they see things. People can't sit back anymore and say, I don't want to get involved. This is their community, and I understand the frustration, but people have to start calling in when they see things or things going on. I do know people are going to say, well, what's the use, because the police aren't going to do anything. But the more people that call, the more times that those calls are registered, the more times they're logged, and after a while things will hopefully come together, and be pointed at one person or two people that are actually doing a lot of it. So the more people get involved, the better. And like I say, I fully understand the frustration of what's going on. What Councillor Tidd has done is really get the ball rolling. I've brought it up to the other mayors in the area. I have Fundy Shores, who basically are 100% with us. I talked to His Worship Denny Cogswell from that area, and they want to be fully involved, which really helps us, because geographically in Charlotte County, they're the closest one to us. And so after that, it's us, Fundy Shores, and then we have St. John. Having St. John Police maybe take over would be geographically maybe an option, because coming out they'd be a full all the way down to Eastern Charlotte. There's no areas in between where they don't police. It'd be the whole way down. So that's fully an option, and to cost share it with another area would be a good idea too. So all that has to be investigated along with Fundy Shores, and we want to at least work with them. We like to work with all of them right now, but I think the other areas right now we'd like to see what they can do themselves, and we're going to try moving ahead with it as fast as we can. Like I say, it does take time.
And the budget currently for RCMP in Eastern Charlotte, is it 2.1 million?
Between $2.1 and $2.2 million a year. Okay. Yeah, for all Eastern Charlotte, not just Black Sabbath, not just St. George, but all the surrounding areas. Yeah.
And to give people an idea, what does that get the community in terms of services and protection?
That gives us the full RCMP package. Say, for example, we need a dog team, we need a helicopter, we need if say it's a murder investigation, we get all that comes with it, sort of thing. So, for example, last week there was an incident by the lake, and the RCMP threw every resource into it. They brought in police cars from all over Charlotte County for this incident, and they brought in an RCMP drone. They had a SWAT team ready to go with a full plan of what they were going to do. So so that's the kind of things you get with the RCMP. Right now we get that full package. Mm-hmm. It's almost like an insurance almost. We get the day-to-day policing, but if something major happens, we'll give you all this too at the same time. So basically it's almost like insurance. Hopefully you never have to use it, but sometimes it's there. So,
what is your feeling about the level of crime we're seeing now, and it's not just Eastern Charlotte. This is
Sure.
something we're seeing
Yeah.
in all places across southwest New Brunswick. I know there was a report of a stabbing too on Main Street last weekend in St. George. But again, it's not just an Eastern Charlotte issue. We're seeing it everywhere, and it's not just crime. There are many issues at play here, and sometimes they're connected, and sometimes they're just completely different issues at play in the community.
Well, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. We have to be concerned because it's something that we're not used to. It's coming to us, all of us, not just me, but the whole area. Because I talk to the other mayors, there's a level of frustration even amongst themselves because there's no magic solution. You can't just snap your finger. Okay, this will solve that, and then we can work on the next thing. It's something that's happened. It's a drug. Basically, it's a drug issue. It started off down in the States. It's made its way to Vancouver. It's made its way across Canada. Meth is the problem, or part of the problem, and I could say mental illness is part of the problem. Policing could be part of the problem. Crown prosecutors, judges, the whole system needs to be looked at and either revamped or changed. And but it's all seemed to hit all at once. But it's all across Canada at the same time. So I asked the RCMP when we were in meetings, I said, this started out in Vancouver, so how is it there now? I mean, it started there quite a few years ago, and it's not any better out there. It's actually worse. And so that doesn't give me much hope for our area right now if they haven't been able to find a magic solution to it either. They get the homelessness, they get the drug issues, the federal government answer to it. Well, if there's a drug issue, let's legalize some of the drugs. Well, and that's what's happened out west. And I don't think that's an answer. Myself personally, I don't think that's an answer. But we're doing our best we can locally with the money that we have. We have to be careful with how much money we throw at anything. It is taxpayers' dollars, and we have to make sure. I'd like to throw more money at it too if it's going to solve the problem. Right. But if it doesn't solve the problem, we're throwing money hand over fist at something that we may not be able to 100% solve. There's a lot to it than just policing. There's the whole system itself and the drug issue and mental illness.
A news story that's really been ongoing. It's the Mount Pleasant Charlie Avery's property.
Yes.
It's been an ongoing issue about whether he can cut his farmland into a few different properties and then make those residential properties. Can you give us an update on where things are at with Mr. Avery's property?
Yeah. It's tough. I've never met Mr. Avery as of yet. I had one phone call with him at one point, but this is going through a second council, two different plans he's had, and each one's been turned down. But I don't know if the first one was turned down or just never got to the point of being, because the councils were changing at the time. So I'm not sure if the first one was actually turned down or just didn't have enough time to do it. The second one, our last meeting, it didn't. The council was not happy with what they saw for a plan, so they just didn't bother giving a first, second, or third reading. So he just kind of died. So he's got to come back now. The way it works now, if he wants to build on there, he's got to come back now to council with a different plan. Basically, that's what it boils down to, and then something that the council can live with, I guess.
And for people who might be new to this particular news story, he has purchased land that's zoned agricultural, farming.
That's right. That's correct.
And he'd like to address the housing crisis in Eastern Charlotte with this property by dividing it in four, as I understand, and so that four different people could come to, or families could come to the area.
So council wasn't happy with that plan, and so I guess he has to come back. He has to. Part of the problem is that he lives in Ontario, so it's hard for him to get here to speak to council. I mean, sometimes problems and solutions. I was mayor of St. Andrews for quite a few years, and I fully understand. Most of the problems we have with issues is lack of communication. And where he's in Ontario, if I can sit him down with the whole council, okay, let's work something out that we're both agreeable to. That's usually the way that most problems in the world are solved. You get people sitting down at the table and try to work out, okay, we have to compromise to get things to work, okay? So that's what I'm hoping that he might do, is come back and sit down and work with the full council and find a plan that where both sides could live with that.
There have been, with this news story, some of the public has said that a couple councillors should be declaring conflict of interest on this particular issue because of their close proximity to Mr. Avery's property, because they also might have interest in farming. Can you shed some light on what exactly are maybe some of the public's concerns with this, and what the process is for declaring conflict of interest, or whether they should or shouldn't? I don't know if you can weigh in on that.
Well, the only thing I will say, and I can't weigh in on conflict of interest on each individual councillor. I can't do that. Conflict of interest is up to each individual councillor. So they have to, you see at the first of the meeting when I say any declaration of conflict of interest, and it was done at the first of every meeting, and then you declare it on whatever part of the agenda. So it's up to each individual councillor to do that. So it's not for me to judge which councillor it could be or maybe is in conflict. It's not up to me. That's up to the individual councillor, and that's been pretty well explained to each councillor by our legal team, and it's not for me to say that. And so I guess at this point it's up to the full council to I mean, I've been a mayor long enough. If I even think for a second, say for example, when my family was looking for a job or something, I'd declare conflict and just walk out of the room, because I don't want to be involved in something that I know that could be involved, my family or something like that. So I'd walk out of the room. So it's up to each individual councillor. Each situation is different. So that's basically all I can say.
and let's say they don't declare a conflict of interest, but the public still believes, oh, there is one. What's the next step in that sense?
I've never seen it done before. There could be, if somebody really wanted to push it, there could be an investigation into it. So, and then it goes, I'm not sure where it goes after that. If it goes to the provincial government, they have to look at it at the situation. But I've never seen it that point yet myself. Most people will pull themselves out. If I guess when we were first became council, what was told to me was, when in doubt, get out. so even if you think you are or don't think you are, just walk out of the room. I always did, because I politically, a lot of things are just what people think, and so it may not be conflict of interest, but if people think you are, you should just get out of the room anyway. It's just something that I always did, and it's just probably the right thing to do. But like I say, at the end of the day, it's up to each individual councillor.
The other night I was watching multiple fire departments from across southwest New Brunswick do their training. It's where they stage it's a fire, a controlled fire, and it's to get them to a certain level of training. And it was neat to see that it's now, I was corrected, I said St. George Fire Departments. No, Eastern Charlotte. And you have a new fire chief. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so the last council meeting we had two motions. The first motion was to actually say that we are having a full-time fire chief for Eastern Charlotte. It's the first step. It's the first step to amalgamate the full fire service in our area. In our area, we have 5 fire halls, and we have 3 fire departments. You had the Back Bay, you had St. George, and you had Blacks Harbour. Well, I shouldn't say Blacks Harbour. They were actually called Eastern Charlotte, but they were Blacks Harbour and Penfield. It's kind of confusing, I know. But anyway, full 3 fire departments and 5 fire halls. So what we've done, we've amalgamated it all together. But this is with talks with all the existing chiefs. We sat down with every chief and their deputy and got their input into this, and they all agreed that this is what they wanted. So we moved ahead, and we put it out there that we wanted somebody to put in for a full-time fire chief, and then council unanimously voted at the last meeting to accept Justin Johnson as the first full-time fire chief for Eastern Charlotte. Now the new name is going to be called the Eastern Charlotte Fire and Rescue, and all the trucks will be branded as that. So you'll see the new writing eventually in all the trucks, no matter where they're sitting. They could be sitting up in Second Falls, and Second Falls that actually has a nice fire hall up there too. I had a tour of it the other day. They got 2 fire trucks up there. So the chief will be responsible for the whole fire service. There will be each hall will still have a chief of some sort. I'm not sure if it's going to be called chief or battalion chief or what. There's going to be different names being thrown in. It's right at the moment, that's still kind of up in the air, but we still need one person kind of in charge of each hall. It's the same as before. So probably the existing chiefs will take all those positions, and then the fire chief himself will be sort of the top person of all, where all those people will report to the Grand Chief, I guess. Yeah.
And you have a new bylaw enforcement officer.
Yes, Vern Faulkner was voted in as the bylaw enforcement officer, and basically he works for the Service Commission. So a couple meetings ago, we signed a contract with the Service Commission that they would do all the enforcement of the dangerous and
unsightly.
Unsightly. Thank you. I guess we names thrown around with me before. It's early in the morning. Dangerous and unsightly bylaw, which we enacted. So now we have to have somebody enforce it. So we, by a vote of council, we have to actually say that Vern is so he has the authority when he goes out there to work on that he has the authority of Eastern Charlotte. He works hand in hand with Jason Gadet, our manager. Jason, by the way, does a great job for us. We're very lucky to have Jason, and he'll work hand in hand with Jason on places in Eastern Charlotte that has to be looked at, places that probably have gone too long, and they need to be looked at under the dangerous and unsightly bylaw. Most of the areas are on the outside the old areas, St. George and Black Sabbath, because they always had the bylaw in place. So things were always being worked on all the time. It's the outside areas that have been ignored for many years, and things have escalated to the point where nobody was enforcing it. So now we're coming along and we're enforcing it. Okay. To say that, but I also got to be careful too. We are working with people on properties too. We don't just walk in and say, you got 2 days to clean this up, or we're going to come in and tear it all down, or give you a big bill. We work with it. There's a process that has to be done. First of all, it'll be a visit, and if that doesn't work, there's a letter. But we work with you. We give you time to work on it, and it's not heavy-handed government. We work with people to get things done. We do know that, with money being tight, it will take time. But as long as there's progression, working towards what it has to be done, then we'll do it in such a way that's good for for everybody. But it has to be worked on, and people have to see that we're trying. I mean, if you look at, say, an abandoned house or abandoned place, sometimes if with an abandoned house, people move into it. And we get people who are homeless, and they'll move into these places. Well, that's dangerous, because they're moving into a place that either has no electricity, no water, or so they start a fire inside to keep warm, and next thing you know, the place catches fire. So what happens next? They blame the community because we didn't do anything about it to begin with. So we get blamed for it. So we have to make sure that we are looking at all these properties and making sure that if these places aren't taken care of, that they end up being torn down.
Yeah, and I think everyone in Charlotte County knows we've seen that even multiple times this year take place in different communities. So
absolutely, and it's something when I campaigned last year. When I was out campaigning, I had it many times. People were saying, well, if you get elected, I want you to make sure you clean up this, clean up that. I'm not going to put any names on anything. But I had many places pointed out to me. And so I've had, the people want us to do this. It's nothing that we just picked out of the hat and say, okay, let's just start enforcing this bylaw. We're working on bylaws and stuff that people want us to work on. So we have a lot of work to do in Eastern Charlotte because we're amalgamating all this area to come up with the same bylaws for the whole area. So we're just picking and choosing the ones that people want us to do first, and this is probably the top one.
Given that we only have a few minutes left, John, I want to make sure we talk about the fun stuff too.
Oh, right, yes.
Summerfest is
yes.
a big deal in Eastern Charlotte, so I'd love to get an overview from you of what we can expect this year.
July, I got a great person who works for Recreation and Special Events, Kara Hatt, does a great job, and she's another lady in my life that tells me where to go and what time, what to do. So I'm very lucky. She does a great job. She's actually Councillor Adam Hatt's wife, and Adam is the councillor who's in charge of recreation, so they work hand in hand. So between Adam and Kara, they do a great job for Eastern Charlotte. So right now we have a nice flyer out. It's called the Summer Fest, with all the things going on, starting next Thursday, which is June the 20th, and it goes all weekend long, right up until Sunday. There's events going on the whole time in Eastern Charlotte going on. Most of it's centralized in the St. George area, because you have to remember, come Labor Day weekend, we still have the Fog Fest coming
Yes.
up out of the Black Sabbath areas. That hasn't been forgotten about either, so we're going to have that coming up too. But anyway, going back to Summerfest, that's starting next week. I don't want to pick and choose. I could be talking here for another hour about all the different events going on. The biggest thing is the fireworks on Saturday night, which is going to be one of the biggest ones in Atlantic Canada. Thank you to Cook Aquaculture for putting this on. We're so lucky to have Cook Aquaculture in our area, and this is another reason for it we're here. Not just because they employ so many people in our area, not because they're so good to our community and do many great things for our community, but this is another reason. And we're fortunate to have this going on. We're just hoping the weather's going to be good, because we've had a kind of a weird weather with lots of rain, so hopefully the rain will go away for the events. But it doesn't start until next Thursday on the 20th, and there's all kinds of events and different things going on. One of the big events is going to be at Canal Beach, which we just opened. Again, did a grand opening of it because we have new buildings there, and we're working through some of the bugs there, because we're trying to get making sure the doors are locked and unlocked. It's a brand new buildings. We have a place for the bathrooms. We have beautiful beach, nice wall beach going on there, and lots of parking over there. It's just a gorgeous site. I know St. Andrews has Cato's Cove, but Canal Beach is a
special place. For
yeah,
sure.
I said in my speech, I don't know if you saw it or not. I said when God created heaven and earth, He had just a little piece of heaven left over, and I think He put it in Canal Beach, so He did. So,
yeah, it feels like it's a vacation
spot.
in your own community.
It
Every
is,
time
yeah.
you go.
Why do you have to go here? We got everything going for us in our own areas. Stay at home. We got lots of events going on. There's going to be lots of good food in the area. I mean, there's a food truck right in the what they call the Day Adventure Center area. Everybody's got to check that out. As the salty fisherman and there with the nice blue plate. Have you tried that yet? It's really good.
The salty. I mean, I've been there for the soggy dogs. Is that?
Yeah. Well, they have all seafood and everything.
I'm gonna get the name wrong. And I'm gonna get hate mail.
but anyway, it's beautiful. It's a food truck, and it's right in with the Day Adventure Center. So I mean, I hate to pick one there. There's all kinds of great eating places, the Kitchen and Blacks, and you get purchases. But anyway, there's so many places. Now I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble because I start mentioning names.
I'm sorry. I hope right now. I know I got that wrong. My brain is not working.
If anybody has nothing to do in Charlotte County, this is the place to be. Is over in Eastern Charlotte for the July 20th to the 23rd.
And the soapbox jerk.
So,
Can we talk
that's
about that? That's my favorite.
Oh, it's
part
mine
of
too. I
Summerfest.
love that.
Yes.
Yeah, we had. I was involved with the one in Black Sabbath during Fog Fest. The St. George always has one in that area too. So we're going to have one in St. George again this year, and it's quite exciting though.
It's thrilling. It's
yeah.
Actually, I end up screaming.
And it's very competitive. It's
very competitive.
No, I don't know if it's competitive because the parents are very involved building these things, but the kids are exciting, and that's the best.
That's my shout out for people at home. That is my favorite part of Summerfest, because I had no idea how, without even having a child of my own to put in the race, I was overwhelmed with excitement.
My goodness!
It's wild.
Oh yeah, it's fun, and it's a good way for the kids to be involved, and that's what it's all about. It's family and kids and people getting together and coming back home to the area where they grew up, and everybody just getting together. That's what I mean. We all look at summer. What do we think about summer? It's memories and getting together with families and cousins and all that sort of thing. So that's what we want. We want this all to be a family-oriented weekend, and there's so many different things going on that it's good for all ages, all kinds of different things for all ages. And like I say, with Canal Beach being open and the great weather coming, and there's just so many things going on. I say Cara Hat did an excellent job, and all the companies are, there's a lot of companies behind it. I better start mentioning some of the companies. You got Subway, you got Tim Hortons, Home Hardware, CarQuest. We have Brunswick, Connors Brothers, Future Nets, and Cooks. Pub on Main, we have LeBlanc's Independent Grocer, McLennan Sales, Pub on Main, St. John Laboratory, St. George Dental Clinic, and Tim Hortons. They're all involved with making sure this weekend goes along really well. Lots of great music at the McDavid Place, and one of my favorite groups is starting out the weekend is Running Out of Time, and they're going to be playing. I don't know if you heard Running Out of Time, but they are great. Karen and Gary, their band is awesome, and they go everywhere to help out different things, different people that need help to raise money for special events. They're everywhere, so they're going to be there for this weekend to start the weekend out.
Well, I know we talked about a lot of big issues today, but it's always nice to be reminded with something like Summerfest of why we're so lucky to live here. Thank you so much, John, for being here today.
Thank you for listening to me for so long. Thank you.
My guest today has been the Mayor of Eastern Charlotte, Jan Craig. I'm Vicki Hogarth. Thank you for watching Your Town Matters.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T's Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV. Woohoo!
When I arrived in Canada, there were not many women who looked like me. Not everyone was welcoming. But my husband made a new life here in this distant country. And I thought here I could belong. And many others could too. As the years went on, our town flourished. Our community worked together and took care of each other. Our children grew up with a true sense of belonging. Here in Baldi, we built our home, and we wanted others to do the same.
Established by South Asian immigrants in 1917, the mill town of Baldi, British Columbia was one of Canada's first inclusive multicultural communities.
When it comes to drugs, how much freedom is too much for kids?
Drugs are out there. Will my teen feel free to say no around other kids?
I didn't live drug-free when I was younger. Can I admit that to my kids?
Drugs worry me, but how can I feel free to talk about it with my kids?
Questions about drugs and kids? Drug-Free Kids Canada.
Hi, I'm Vincent Prager. Welcome to the Oppenheimer Prager Museum in St. Andrews at Dayspring, former home of Lady Beaverbrook. We have over 300 international works of art by my grandfather and mother, Joseph Oppenheimer and Eva Prager, including one of Justin Trudeau as a teen. In addition, you can view a large toy collection, a letter from Albert Einstein, and this, the only one in the world, and a new edition, Lady Beaverbrook's 1955 Land Rover. One block from the Algonquin Hotel on the way to Katie's Cove. Come visit the Oppenheimer Prager Museum, open Wednesdays to Sundays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
The Windsor House is a Loyalist sea captain's house built in 1798. Today, she welcomes hungry, thirsty, weary travelers. The entire house is decorated with an eclectic array of art and antiques. The library bar offers an intimate space to enjoy great conversation, food, and drinks. The choice dinner menu is delicious, local, and seasonal. The garden courtyard exudes casual elegance, perfect for dining under the stars. 3 bedrooms are well appointed with comfortable beds and private baths. Our reviews tell the story. Come create memories at the Windsor House.
Hello, and welcome to St. Andrews.
New Brunswick Independent Television, CHCO-TV, Channel 26.
The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted what seniors, activists, and family members have been saying for a long time. There are significant gaps in long-term care in New Brunswick and across the country. Long wait lists, especially for residential care, underfunding, a lack of affordability, a lack of continuity of care are all issues that must be addressed if we are to have a long-term care system that will allow seniors to thrive. Our guests today are going to talk to us about the landscape of long-term care in Canada, some of the specifics around the challenges that we are facing here in New Brunswick, and about the privatization and corporatization of New Brunswick's long-term care sector. Stephen Staples is the National Director of Policy and Advocacy with the Canadian Health Coalition. He's also a New Brunswicker raised on Fredericton's North Side. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
This is a big question, but in your work, what are some of the biggest challenges facing long-term care nationally?
It's a tough nut to crack because the problem is long-term care was never really envisioned as part of our public healthcare system when it was created. And when Medicare came in, and then the Canada Health Act was brought in 1984, which brought in 5 really good principles that made sure that we had a very good system that was accessible, that was comprehensive, that was portable, that really that was publicly administered and reached all across the country, but that really focused on just hospitals and doctors. And there was big gaps missing out of it as our healthcare system has expanded over time. And long-term care is one of those areas that was never really included in that system. But as our population has aged, it becomes more and more glaring.
And what immediate changes do you think need to be made?
So there's a couple of things that they can do. So the Canada Health Act provides funding to the provinces based on them meeting the 5 principles of the Canada Health Act, which I mentioned earlier on. But also there's other requirements too, that they provide information about what's happening in that they don't allow things like extra billing or user fees. And there's major problems with the federal government enforcing even the rules that we have under the Canada Health Act. Now, what we suggest is that on other areas, they may want to do separate agreements with provinces. That is, they bring legislation in, and part of that includes funding, but there's a give and take. So the federal government has committed to bringing in the Safe Long-Term Care Act. And you might say, what is that? Well, that's a really great question, Tobin. Nobody really knows yet, but it's supposed to contain national standards. We know that. And the federal government was dragging its feet on it so badly that when the NDP negotiated this arrangement through the confidence and supply agreement, that is, the NDP would continue to support the Liberal government for 3 years as a minority, having that Safe Long-Term Care Act actually delivered was part of the deal. So what we're working on, the Canadian Health Coalition and other organizations are working on, is to bring in that Safe Long-Term Care Act. And we think it should have national standards. It should have funding attached. And also in those standards, there should be things like minimum hours of care. That is, when you receive the funding, that residents and patients receive a certain number of minimum hours of direct care from caregivers that are working in the system. If you have crummy working conditions, you're not going to have good levels of care. If you have good working conditions, that is, people are well trained, they stay a long time, they're working full time, they're not having to jump from one place to the other.
Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your expertise. Joining us now is Nora Laredo, editor for Canadian Association of Labour Media and a writer and activist from Quebec. Thanks so much for joining us on the show. You've been documenting the deaths in long-term care homes in Canada since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and you've done exhaustive research on these deaths. In your view, what do these really fatal trends say about the landscape of long-term care in Canada?
Well, the first and most obvious is that the institutional model, which is what dominates care in Canada, is a death march, frankly. It's inhumane, it's short-staffed. The staff that are there are overworked, they're underpaid, they're precarious. They often have to cobble together many different contracts to be able to survive. And when an emergency or a crisis situation hits, it collapses. And there's not only no political will to fix this, it seems, but there's also no creativity. The creative kind of solutions that are happening in too small of a scale. And we're staring at a death toll within long-term care, long-term care and retirement residences and other kinds of institutionalized care that is well over 20,000. Which used to be a higher proportion of the overall deaths. But keep in mind that these are people who are literally in the care of the state. They have no real ability to protect themselves, their environments, because their environments are highly controlled. And when everything comes crashing down, they are, in the case of the COVID pandemic, but also in the case of other outbreaks or endemic viruses that we have, they unfortunately were sitting ducks for the virus. And that's why we saw so many of them die. And in the case of in Quebec, where the pandemic hit so quickly, so many die so fast.
Have you seen anything to suggest, successful governmental intervention to prevent more mass deaths? Especially as we very likely will see more zoonotic pandemics in the future.
No, like not even nothing. There's new facilities being built by for-profit providers in Ontario, and the facilities have to be up to a code that requires more individual space for people. And so that's obviously very positive. We certainly saw places that had many people sharing rooms or sharing common spaces were much more dangerous for people in terms of just having COVID, catching COVID. But that's, of course, not the whole story. The for-profit providers are also more dangerous in some parts of the country, like Ontario, more dangerous in the public system in places like Quebec. So it's not as if the for-profit, not-for-profit debate is a panacea, but we are really not seeing a single government do anything. We got a report in Quebec, the coroner's inquiry in Quebec that demonstrated that there were places that didn't even have oxygen. And so maybe we will see oxygen being introduced into some of these facilities, so that we don't have a situation where respiratory failure is being treated with morphine rather than oxygen, which is what happened in the first wave of the pandemic in Quebec. But, again, these are systemic issues in long-term care. It's created wholly outside of the Canada Health Act. And so that has meant that it's just open season on privatization, and it's not just about the facilities. It's like from top to bottom, from toenail care to hairdressing to the food services and laundry services. All of it has been incredibly privatized, and then that obviously has a big impact on the public and the not-for-profit facilities, which still have to operate in the same logic. I just saw an obituary for someone who used to conduct a choir I was in, and literally in the obituary, because she didn't want to be sent to long-term care, she picked medical assistance in dying, right? And that's just a common thing now that families are putting into obituaries to make sure that their loved ones' opposition to that system or fear of the system is registered in the case of an obituary in a very public and powerful way. The hospital system didn't have as many deaths as long-term care had. So we have systems in Canada already that are better at infection control than a lot of the long-term care facilities are. Should they look more like hospitals? Well, in terms of how much of the care is delivered publicly, the wages of the people who work there, the infection control, the oversight, infection management, all of this stuff exists within the public system already. All of it proven to be better in the hospital. So that's the shallow answer, is there are solutions that are literally in our system. And long-term care operating outside of the Canada Health Act is, I think, the cause of that. It's been the stomping ground for-profit operators and for making as much money as possible. And that's where it needs to change. The deeper answer to that question, there's a lot of people thinking about this, and a lot of interesting models like dementia villages that I'm sure people have heard about, where people are actually given what looks like a town, and they're able to wander, they're able to have interaction and friendships and patterns every day that give them the opportunity to get out of bed, because we know institutionalization causes distress. And then there's movements that are, led by disabled activists, like at the Disability Justice Network of Ontario, where they're calling for full deinstitutionalization in general. And that can take a lot of forms. Like it can be smaller facilities, it can be smaller group homes, community-led care, care that actually allows the residents to live like within whatever constraints they have to live in, but allowing them the supports to be able to have friendships. So, I mean, a lot of it comes down to funding, but not all. Some of it is a political approach. A lot of it is ableism and the disposability of people at that end of their life, right? Of their life cycle. Like these people aren't useful to capitalism anymore. But it's the warehousing that's the real problem. And that's really where we saw the biggest problems is in warehousing people in massive facilities that are understaffed. And we've known this for a long time. I mean, this all came out in the wet law for inquiry in Ontario in 2019, when, the government was charged with figuring out how a serial killer could have operated within 3 long-term care facilities in Ontario. It's all a question of political will, which there just doesn't seem to exist any, certainly not among conservative politicians. And I mean, liberal politicians also created the problem too.
We could have a much longer conversation about all of this, but I think we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. And so we're welcoming Dr. Joan McFarland, a retired economics professor from St. Thomas University and a researcher on long-term care in New Brunswick. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us about the changes that are occurring in the landscape of long-term care delivery in New Brunswick?
Well, one thing I've been tracking since 2016 is the awarding of contracts to nursing homes. And I was quite shocked by what I found. I found that since 2008, every single nursing home contract that the government has awarded has gone to one for-profit corporation, Shanex. Yeah. This has been 14 contracts in all. Before 2008, all of our nursing homes in New Brunswick were not-for-profit. When I started my research in 2016, I'd read a paper by Pat Armstrong from Ontario. And she had been describing the situation in Ontario in the long-term care. And she showed a pattern of the government awarding contracts to for-profit corporations. And that's when it started. It started with the Mike Harris government in Ontario. They started putting out tenders for long-term care. And before that in Ontario also they had small ones, not-for-profit, local ones, some municipal ones. But after that, the majority of nursing home contracts in Ontario also are now for-profit corporations. And the same process had happened in New Brunswick in 2008 later, and that was that they started putting out tenders. Before that, they didn't put out tenders. So it's this tender process that really favors for-profit corporations. So that's what happened. So anyway, I decided to start writing to the Premier. The Premier at the time was Brian Gallant. And I described the situation. I told him about the Armstrong article and the situation in Ontario, and I wrote it as a warning. And I didn't get much response.
You use the language of corporatization. Would you mind just explaining why you think that's a more fitting term to capture this trend that you've seen in New Brunswick, but in other parts of the country as well, in the long-term care sector, let's say in the last 25 years?
Well, privatization, properly defined is services, instead of being offered in the public sector, being offered in the private sector. Well, in New Brunswick, all of our long-term care has always been offered in the private sector. The change that has occurred has been from not-for-profit, in the nursing home sector at least, has been not-for-profits to for-profits.
If we're thinking about the different models of long-term care, and we're thinking about some of the challenges in terms of the corporatization of long-term care, I'd also like to ask you about access. So are there issues in New Brunswick for seniors accessing, funded long-term care?
Yes, there are. And that's actually my biggest research topic, and that is the cost of care. Looking at it from the point of view of seniors. When a senior goes into care, they have to pay a certain proportion of their care, and it's supposed to be basic accommodation rates.
Right.
And so in the various sectors of care, for example, in nursing homes, there is a cap on the amount that people can be asked to pay, and that's $113 a day, which is quite a bit. It's actually the highest in Canada, but still it is capped.
Okay.
And it's a universal cap, applies to everybody. Okay, in special care homes, there are no caps. When you go to a special care home, you could be charged whatever.
And so what are happening to folks who can't afford it?
Well, they stay in, one thing is that usually they're in the hospital waiting for a nursing home, so they just stay in the hospital because they can't afford to go into a special care home while they're waiting. And then home support services, there is no, there's no cap at all. Low-income people can be subsidized, but anybody else, the social support agencies can charge them whatever they want.
You obviously know so much about models of long-term care and the history of long-term care in Canada, and especially, the really troubling changes that we've seen in the last little bit. What models of care should we be looking towards?
Well, I would, I think that, we're going to have to change the kind of reform the care that we have. So there's some broad issues like, we don't have enough staffing. They just can't get enough staff for our long-term care sector. We have to compensate our workers in the long-term care sector properly because we have a serious retention problem. It's not, and they're not being treated fairly. We have to, the funding of the long-term care sector has to be better. Like, I think that perhaps the special care home sector is underfunded. Is one of the reasons that some of them have to charge this upcharge because they're not being covered enough by the government for their expenses. So, the government has to step up and be willing to spend more on long-term care. The one would be I think we have to stop giving contracts to for-profit corporations. In Ontario, and there's been quite a campaign about that. They use the slogan, for people, not for profit, when they talk about long-term care. And in Ontario, before this election, there's been quite a campaign to take long-term care out of for-profit corporations, headed by the Ontario Health Coalition, and then the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives has been doing work. The unions have been doing some work, and in this last election, 3 of the parties, not the one that won, unfortunately, they all said that they were going to stop giving contracts in long-term care to for-profit corporations. But unfortunately, Ford won. And Ford had also awarded, I think it's 16,000 new beds to for-profit corporations.
I hope that people will hear this and will read, your public-facing work about this issue. And it feels dire and urgent and something that needs to be attended to immediately. So I really thank you for coming and sharing your expertise with us and sort of walking us through some of these issues and what needs to happen in New Brunswick now on this issue. So thank you so much.
Before wrapping up today, we'll hear from the president of the union representing workers at the front line of the crisis in long-term care. Sharon Tier is president of the New Brunswick Council of Nursing Home Unions. And here she is in an interview with NB Media Co-op reporter Arun Budataki.
To talk about, how the nursing home worker work like every day, what kind of everyday tasks they have, how difficult is the work, what's a day in life like, how much do they earn, and is it a living wage? Like, can you inform us about that?
I most certainly can. As a nursing home worker myself for over 20 years, I can tell you I entered into the field because it is and continues to be a great honor to care for those who have paved the way for us today, not only in New Brunswick, but in Canada. But knowing that, let me give you a scenario of what that looks like. You know, we have the acuity of our residents today are much more than what they were. And what that means, the acuity is the care that's required. So look at about, 20 years ago, our residents actually walked in, they drove their own cars in, but now most are coming in, in wheelchairs and, cannot actually even wash their face themselves, right? So at the start of a morning, say, for example, one care provider has 10 residents that they start their shift at 7. So they would have to have 8 residents up and ready for breakfast. So that's washing face, brushing teeth, getting dressed, feeding them their breakfast. Taken into consideration, there are aggressive residents who it's not that easy to do. So as you're coming to actually wash their face, they're actually pushing their hand away, and in an aggressive manner. Or if you have 2 residents who you're caring for one, you could have another resident down the hall who's actually attacking another resident because they're frustrated because you may have not gotten to them yet and they're hungry and they would like their breakfast. There's in attached to that into the morning routine, think about how much time it takes to get yourself ready in the morning, and you're able to manage that time. Take one person doing that to 10 adults in the run of a day. So then you're running that routine again at noontime. They have mid-morning rest if they're up for breakfast, so that now you're laying them down for a rest and getting them up again for lunch, then trying to get them ready and prepared for any kind of activities they're going to be participating in that day. Take into consideration there's a lot of emotional care that's needed as well to prevent the aggressiveness of the resident. But sadly, we don't have that time today, right? We don't have the time to actually focus on the resident. And the sad reality is that we should be resident focused. But what's happening because of all of the increased care workloads that nursing homes are facing today, you're more task oriented than you are resident focused, right? And there's not a nursing home worker on the front line who doesn't take their residents into consideration, right? Most times, foregoing their own health and well-being, by staying, excessive amounts of overtime because they do not want the hands, they want to ensure that there's hands there on the front line to care for the residents, right? We all know that on the front lines of caring for our seniors, it takes a special person, right? It's not just anybody or any hands that come in and can provide that care, right? You need to know how to manage the personalities of those that are suffering with severe dementia, because that in itself, if not cared for, creates a whole exhaustive day of, multiple outbreaks or outbursts rather.
What do you think? What should the provincial government do to help the long-term healthcare sectors to get prepared for the next pandemic or for the current situation?
So, I see a multiple of things, and we always hear money won't fix everything, and we totally agree 100%. But we have to look at the incentives that actually draw, workers into the sector, right? So when we look at the financial compensation of what a nursing home worker makes, and the average is about, anywhere from $19 to $20 an hour. Sadly, no nursing home worker out of the 51 nursing homes during the pandemic had received any incentives, right? Like, we need to make that perfectly clear. There were no, $1, $2, $3, $4. There was no initial incentives to work during the pandemic. So now what we're seeing is a mass exodus of staff going to other sectors of care, right? So, we do have to have some financial incentives in there. We also have to look at that we're predominantly female sector, and it's shifting to work. It's 24 hours a day. And childcare centers close at 5, 6 at the latest is you're going to get. So there's nothing there to accommodate for the evening. Adequate staffing, is key to fixing it. But it's addressing those areas as to why the staff aren't coming. I think we all know that there's a staffing crisis in nursing homes. But knowing and actually understanding what that means is totally different. So from the heart of a nursing home worker, you wear that with you at the end of the day. So when you go home and you're not able to provide adequately for that senior that you're caring for, it weighs heavy on your heart. And sometimes your emotions say, okay, if I can no longer do this and it's eating away at me, then maybe I have to take myself somewhere else. Unlike me, I'm going to stay around and fight the good cause, both for the worker and for our seniors within New Brunswick. So thank you for the opportunity to have my voice heard, and hopefully I've answered all your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All of the guests have made clear that New Brunswickers need to act on long-term care now. And that's our show for today. Thank you so much for joining us. The NB Debrief is a partnership between the NB Media Co-op and CHCO-TV. See you next time.
No downtown here from this town, long walk, long and clean now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Company keeps out the company, they say. It's our city, our town. Sure it is. Sure it is. Sure it is. The weight of the day is keeping us down, and I think I'm going to say, in a city tied like a company tied.
Hey, I'm Evan. He's Joe. We host Mick and T's Sports Report.
Watch us Mondays and Fridays at 8 p.m. on CHCO-TV. There you go. That wasn't bad.
Hi, my name is Noah. Today I will teach you to sign Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Campobello Island. Thank you for learning to sign with me.
Making your community a better place to live. Southwest New Brunswick Service Commission provides exceptional services by working together.